Yo. Phantom, Flytrap, Gohan, Jayware, what's good? Y'all up early? Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all some real ass niggas. There's a couple of y'all. It don't matter what time I boot up. 8 a.m., 8 p.m., 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock at night. Y'all niggas be here, that's for sure. Slept all day yesterday, I can't lie. I stayed up for over 24 hours and I laid down for a nap and woke up a few hours ago. So, you know. It ain't Mr. Asakura himself, the one and only. Mark McDonald, was good with you. Jeremiah, Tutan, Kendall, what's good? Brandon, what up? Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Always gotta pull through. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a moment for a few more heads to get in here, but we jumping back into the story mode. I want to dive back into this and complete it as quickly as I can because I've been playing the game a decent amount, but I haven't been doing story mode because I'm committed to doing it, you know, on stream and shit. And if I take too long before I get back to it, I'm gonna just never finish it like I did with a couple other games. Oh, see, the music is so good. Anyway, how's everybody doing this morning? We're playing the same character? Yeah, but we doing story mode today. Probably, I might not even play any online matches during the stream, we'll see. I want to get through as much of the story as possible. We'll see though, because I don't know how long I'm gonna stream. Hope this game does well and gets a sequel in the future. Me too. I think this game has a lot of potential and a really good foundation. They polish it up a little bit. You get a sequel one day in a few years. Could be something special. How's your morning? My morning's been pretty chill. Can't complain. Can't complain at all. Where did we last leave off? Right, so we're in chapter 2. We're in the Soul Society arc. And this is after Yoruichi rescued Ichigo. So yeah, I saw your Tekken video. Did you see Harada's tweets? I did. I wasn't really a fan, if I'm honest. I think he provides a lot of great insight and information a lot, and he says things that I find very interesting. My problem with a lot of what Harada says on Twitter, and this applies to Michael Murray as well, is that it's kind of frustrating and a little annoying that they tend to reply to the most unhinged and clearly like loser ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? I get it, right? That vocal minority is very loud. As a content creator, as somebody who has, you know, a following on a platform, I definitely understand, because every once in a while I do the same thing. You know, I got that viral tweet that still makes its rounds every so often, right? Me talking about how, you know, sometimes you gotta clap back at niggas. So I get it. The problem is, I feel like I very rarely ever see them interact with like the positive stuff. You know what I mean? And especially at a time like this, where there's so many people who are giving like good, genuine, constructive criticism and feedback, I didn't really see any replies or interaction or responses to those types of people. More so them just kind of like trying to deflect or, you know, say like, oh, just give it a chance and stuff like that. Or just, you know, like I said, reply to people who just aren't worth the time and energy, as opposed to anyone with an actual brain. So. It was good, YouTube chat. How y'all doing? You said this is a bad time to jump into Tekken? I can't really say, to be honest. There's a chance that what they're saying is accurate and what they showed were the only aggressive changes. Here's my take on that. They basically advertised that they were going to have a lot of defensive changes going into the second season. You know, there was those quotes that came out. They did that video on Evo FGC that I actually watched and, you know, made my own video about and everything like that. And in that video, it really felt as if they basically said, yeah, we wanted the game to be aggressive, but maybe we went too far. So, you know, in season 2, we're going to look to, you know, dial it back a little bit. And they dialed it up to infinity and beyond, like exponentially. And then beyond that, the things that they showed were not only perplexing and confusing and the exact opposite of what they advertised and what a lot of us wanted. I feel like when it comes to the Tekken Talk, and I was actually having this conversation with Eunice, the Tekken Talk, right? I don't know who it's for, because I don't know who they think it's for. And I don't just mean like this season 2 Tekken Talk, I mean in general. Now it's because of this season 2 Tekken Talk, but my thing is, in my mind, right? The Tekken Talk is something that should be for your more hardcore player base, whether that's the competitive scene or, you know, players like myself or whoever, right? Like the people who play the game like pretty regularly, have hundreds, if not a couple thousand hours, you know, people who like really grinding the game out. Because your average casual fan who just plays like once or twice a week, or, you know, after school or work sometimes, or just plays with their homies or whatever, you know, they probably don't watch it. Most casual fans probably don't even know that the Tekken Talk exists. So with that being said, the Tekken Talk should be a showcase that's catered to the more hardcore player base. With that being said, it's very clear, apparently, very evident, that the hardcore player base is not a fan of the extremely aggressive nature of Tekken 8. I don't think most of us don't want the game to have strong offense or like be aggressive. Like I think the aggressive nature is fine. It's just too extreme, and they made it even more extreme. And instead of showcasing any of the changes that would have made this particular group of players excited or happy or looking forward to it, they did the literal exact opposite and showcased things that instead made everyone fly off the handle. To some extent, understandably so. So it's like, you can only feel so bad or take things with so much of a grain of salt, because it's like they shot themselves in the foot. Like, I don't think they understand their audience with the decision that they made. And of course, you know, time will tell. We'll wait and see. I'm very curious and very much looking forward to seeing if any of the changes that they did make in season 2 are actually going to reflect what they said prior to the Tekken Talk. If defense will be stronger. The problem is that, like, unless there's like some new moves or new mechanic or some changes to like armor moves, I can't really imagine what they did that's going to be a strong and effective tool defensively against, hey, this character has this +9 move into 50-50. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Also, yeah, I definitely had some people, after I made my tweets, I had some people kind of like criticizing me and saying like, nigga, you the casual, like you are a casual, like you bum ass Squadron player. I'm like, hey man, I don't think that matters one way or the other. I don't think it changes what I said, like really makes a difference. But if I'm a casual, then so be it. Huh? Yeah, I had some niggas that was kind of like on my neck, but I obviously didn't bother interacting or replying to them, because they were clearly some trolls on burner accounts and shit who didn't have the balls to say it, like even on their main account, let alone to my face, because they never would. But yeah. Talking about Bleach, you watched the Soul Leveling? No, I'm talking about Tekken right now. But I haven't been watching season 2 of Soul Leveling. Just Twitter being Twitter, literally just Twitter being Twitter. I don't think anyone who has over 300 hours in a fighting game within the first year is a casual. I would probably agree with that. You put hundreds of hours into something, like a game in a single year, I wouldn't really consider you playing that casually. You know what I mean? And I have 773 hours in Tekken 8. And that's even with me having taken a break from the game for a couple of months. So realistically, like that's like 1,000-hour pace that I have on that game in the first year. Because I definitely did step away from the game for a couple of months. You know what I mean? And it's like, whether you consider me a casual or hardcore or a tryhard or a top player, like that label really doesn't fucking matter to me. But I also don't think it changes the point of what I was trying to get across anyway. You know? But I don't, when I think of a casual player, I think of somebody who plays the game significantly less than myself. But it's not that deep. I also had like a really stupid comment from somebody who was like, go to bed? Nah. I had a really dumb comment from somebody that says something like, the Tekken Talk was so bad that even FDX stopped lying. And I was like, bro, what? FDX stopped lying? Lying about what? And so I kind of snapped on him, I ain't gonna lie. At first I wanted just to delete the comment, but it had like a bunch of thumbs up. Like it's actually, I think, the most upvoted comment on that video. And so like I wanted to just delete it, but there was like a conversation going on, like people replying, and there were people sticking up for him, and I had to get in there and spaz myself. And part of me still wants to just go and delete it just to erase the negativity itself. But I also, like, I don't know. I need to know that that nigga saw it. You know what I'm saying? Any chance you saw the full pocket set? The new crown is a must. Nah, I didn't actually. I saw a video that was like covering it, and I meant to watch it, but I didn't get to it. People assume Fee is lying because they can't cope with different opinions. Not literally. Like I'll read y'all the reply I left. I'll read y'all the comment and the reply. The nigga said, "FDX stopped lying about Tekken 8. That's how bad these changes are." And I was like, what a stupid comment. God forbid a dude genuinely enjoys something and makes videos about something he's extremely passionate about. And motherfuckers are so miserable. He is such a chill and nice dude, and losers like you literally just make shit up in your head to justify your blind hatred for him because you disagree with a perfectly normal opinion he has on a video game. Grow up. And it's like, nah, deadass. Like, he has an opinion that's different from theirs, so they like shit on him for it. It's incredibly fucking stupid. Like, FDX gets an incredible amount of hate for a very inoffensive guy. Anyway, let's continue on with the story. We're gonna jump over to the Uryu and Orihime part, and before we jump back over to, I guess, the main part. Did you ever get to check out that band Toganashi Togiari? No, I didn't, but you know what I'll do right now? I will literally open up Spotify and type their name in so I have their page pulled up.
No, sir. We couldn't find anyone over there, sir.
I see. Thanks for the update. Hold on. I don't remember seeing you two before. Are you new?
Yes, sir. I'm Inoue. This is my first term of service. Reporting for duty, sir.
I'm Ishida. Reporting for duty, sir.
Really?
I have not been doing the secret missions. I haven't been playing story mode since the first day. That's why we're jumping back into it now. And no, Orihime is unfortunately not
Very
playable.
well, I understand. We'll go patrolling then.
This is all in a day's work for a Soul Reaper. Do your best. I expect great things from you.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
I wasn't expecting a plan as dangerous as disguising ourselves as Soul Reapers to work so well.
I know.
Said they didn't know how they'd implement her.
I never thought.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's such a bogus answer because, like, there are some incredibly talented and creative people out there, and surely someone could have figured it out. To be fair, what would her awakening be? Look, I don't have the answers. I'm not as knowledgeable of a Bleach fan enough to like really get detailed about that, nor am I a developer. But like, come on, man. there are characters who have shown less and done less in their respective series and still been playable in games. You know what I'm saying? Even if they had to make up a couple of things here or there, you know what I'm saying? Like they could have done some shit.
It would go this smoothly. I'm pretty clever.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, characters like Hercule and Yajirobe are playable in Dragon Ball games. Nigga, Whis is in Xenoverse. That nigga we never saw him fight.
Is from those people that we encountered earlier. I bet that the others are likely to be on their way there right now. I'd imagine that Ichigo is probably there already.
All right. We better hurry then, before Ichigo has time to royally screw everything up. We have to get there and do our best to prevent that.
Right! Which squad should we say we belong to? We have to be ready to answer right away if anybody asks us.
Yeah, I guess so. I see. So then, Tsubaki hasn't fully recovered yet.
No. Last night, they spent hours healing him. But even so... I didn't realize this before, but I guess they have a harder time healing each other. I'm sorry. I realize I'm not being of much help right now.
Are you kidding? You're able to protect us, and you can heal us as well on top of that? You're a huge help.
Thank you, Uryu.
I'm convinced that this is for the best. This way, Orihime can bring up the rear and remain focused on defense and healing. the enemy's less likely to.
I mean, Orihime is playable in that Bleach game that I played on Glaucu's channel.
Having spent the last few days,
I don't remember what she does in that game, but I'm pretty sure she was playable in that game.
Cut out for fighting.
They could have figured it out.
It's clear cut. She can't stand seeing someone get hurt. There's nothing she hates more, even if it's an enemy. People like her simply shouldn't be fighting. Battles aren't good for her, or frankly, for any of her little friends either.
Hey, you two! What squad are you with? And what are you doing here?
We're with Squad 11.
Really? Well, that's funny. I'm with Squad 11 too. We're a combat unit. Who in Squad 11 would be stupid enough to walk around without a Zanpakuto toe?
Caught.
I blew it. I didn't realize the squads are specialized.
Mr. Know-It-All didn't think that far ahead, huh?
This is Squad 12's insignia, not 11's. But then, you wouldn't know that. Who are you, really?
Oh well, so much for that idea.
Nothing
Guess we're
amazing
not blending
happens
in.
here.
Huh?
Whew, wow. That was a close one. The nerve accusing fellow Soul Reapers. What an oaf. Are you two all right?
Thank you so much.
Oh, it's the least we could do. Squad 12 looks out for its own, right?
These Squad 11 guys are always trying to start trouble with us. The clods.
Ah, come on now. Anyone can forget his sword.
Wait, hold on a second. What's going on here? This isn't right. Something's wrong. That Soul Reaper actually had a good point. We said we belonged to Squad 11, but we're wearing the insignia of Squad 12. That's obviously suspicious. So if that's the case, then why did they help us?
He thinks you're cute.
What the? Hey! This isn't...
Orihime! Get away from...
Captain! Captain Kurotsuchi! This isn't what you said we'd do! Captain!
It can't be helped. Once a grenade is thrown, it really shouldn't come flying back at you.
Thank you. If you hadn't called me, I'm
Did
sure
Mayuri always carry his sword like that?
I'm just glad you reacted in time. The reason for that's straightforward. It's because you practice so much without using your Kododama, your spirit chant.
What about
Damn,
the
I don't think I
other
ever
three
noticed that's how
people?
he carries his sword.
I don't know.
Or if I did, I definitely
Listen.
forgot.
Don't worry about them right now. The only person you should worry about is yourself.
Yeah, no, same. It's been a long time since I
What a
saw this part of the story.
fascinating move.
Bleach.
The shield. Is the girl behind you the one making it?
I'm not in the mood to talk.
How marvelous. I've never seen such a thing before. You, girl, let me ask you something. How would you like to be my research subject? I'll make it worth your while. Don't be so afraid. I'm kind to women. Oh, I know. I'll offer you the best possible terms that I can. I'll restrict the daily drug regimen to 8 doses and only 5 hours for biomechanical experiments. You'll be fed orally, and you'll even be given clothing when you sleep. And I'll try not to perform any modifications that might kill you. What do you say? He's fast. So he's a Quincy. A rare species. It's been quite a number of years since I last saw one of them. But even so, I'm sorry, I've already completed all my research on your kind. I'm not interested in Quincy's anymore. Now, go on, step aside.
Completed your research? Not interested? What do you even mean? And who are you?
Interesting. Do Ryoka normally charge into the enemy territory without studying the enemy at all beforehand? My, how foolish. I would like to think that you'd at least be aware of the identities of the top 13 Soul Reapers. I am Captain of Squad 12, and in addition to that, Chief of Research and Development, Mayuri Kuretsuchi. But you can forget that, because in a moment, you won't know anything.
He's... Orihime, run, now! He's after you!
But...
Leave this to me. You go and look for Ichigo.
Okay.
Did I say you could go?
Fuck that move, by the way.
You could stop them.
Oh, talk to that nigga.
Listen up, boy. The fact is, I'm really not interested in you. Oh dear. It seems the girl got away. Oh well. If there's so much as a strand of her hair lying around, that's all that I'll need to find her.
Yeah.
Oh, and when I do, I want to study her until there's only
That boy be showing all 32 of them things.
Every second is precious.
That monster.
Chip Skylark would be shaking in his boots,
I
boy.
think that I may actually have a chance against him. His spiritual pressure is strong, but it's also unstable, which means I should be able to buy enough time for Orihime to get far away, and then I can escape myself. Who's she? Is the girl behind him his assistant? But she's just standing
Her?
there.
That's his baby girl. Don't you worry about that.
Maybe
You know what
she
I'm
can't
saying? You
find
mind your business.
All right then. I'll go for him first.
Oh wait, can I not equip my what is it called? The battle crystals and shit? Or were those only for mission mode? I really don't remember. Whatever, we just start the battle. Nemi into a Bankai Ichigo online, that shit was hell. I've really only been playing with the homies for the most part, so I really, when I played some online matches a couple of days ago on stream and, you know, in my video and shit, but last couple of days it's only been with the homies.
That's an advanced Quincy move, isn't that the case? I'm rather surprised that a fellow your age has been able to master it. You're good. It's apparent that you must be very talented.
Uh-oh. Also, I tried the other announcer because God damn it, everyone kept talking about it and shit. I can see why everybody thinks this one sounds better or whatever. Oh my god. Bro, I did not want to be playing this video, I'm not gonna lie. Ah! Ain't that about a bitch? Does every character have the blue burst feature? Yeah. That's just a universal like system mechanic. Also, let me know how the Game Boy is. Is the volume too
I'm
loud?
afraid I can't let you keep going on like that. You see, we too have a whole.
Dude, he seems hard to use in this game. He's a bit weird because he's a zoner, but you actually have to be kind of close for his zoning to actually work.
I suppose that I'm just going to have to settle for studying the girl at a later date. Because, you see, I'm a very busy man, unlike you. I've reached a decision. I've determined that what I'm going to do is kill you by using the least amount of effort that I can. Tear him up. Ashisogi Jizo.
Oh, I guess I didn't have to like fully win the fight. Cool. Favorite character to use so far? Soy Phone, easily. She makes me feel the most like I'm playing an actual fighting game.
What does it do? Well, if it's the kind that's able to absorb my attack, I'll have to strike carefully. Darn, there isn't time to think. What? Oh no, I forgot about her. Let go!
Is there any real difference between yellow and blue reverse gauge? I'm pretty sure there is, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
He's not.
Slinko! When did you learn it, Lotus? I'm just on Twitter or something. I've been doing this since day one. The Hokugeki into the flash step.
I don't believe it.
Definitely been doing that since the first day.
Through her, but isn't she on his side? Why?
Fool! I taught you never to let go, even if your arms were torn off.
I'm sorry, sir.
Forget it. I wasn't expecting much from you anyway. Besides, honestly, at this point, defeating you will be as easy as strangling a baby.
I don't believe it. To kill me, he was willing to go so far as to sacrifice his own assistant.
Oh my! Just look at you sweat. It must hurt quite a bit. But despite that, you're not screaming. I'm impressed. You must have a very high threshold.
Yeah, yellow reverse is like a little Roman cancel. You can use it, cancel your combos in the middle. And the blue one is like you do it on defense. But I don't know, like, outside of it being a combo breaker, I don't know what else it does for you. If anything, is all.
Sorry, Captain Kuratsuchi. Please give me some
It's an interesting position she
the
in.
flesh healing medicine.
What's that? Why, you... Who do you think you're talking to?
I hate this character so much. I think Mayuri's the only nigga in Bleach I don't like.
Tell me, do you think your body would break that easily?
Stop! What are you doing? Isn't she one of you? Just stop it! You're killing her!
Are you mocking me right now, too? Do you think she'd die from this? You think that these trivial little wounds could kill her? I created this body myself. Well,
He's the best P character, not gonna lie. There's something wrong with y'all.
Hold on. You created her?
That's right. Do you want to know her name? It's Nemu Kuritsuchi. She's the result of the many experiments that I conducted with Gigai and Gikon in the past. She is my daughter.
Papa?
Please don't bore me with your righteous indignation. How a father treats his own daughter is none of your business.
Stop! I can't move.
Oh, did you just realize that? You sure took your sweet time in coming to understand. Immobilizing the victim. That's what Ashisogi Jizo does.
A paralyzing poison.
Please, it's nothing as vulgar as that. You see, it selectively blocks only the neural impulses that are involved in movement. It synthesizes an extremely complex drug. It's not normal paralysis. You only lose the ability to move. In other words, you'll still be able to feel every bit of the pain. Here, and here, and here! Ah, well, compared to the screams that a woman is able to produce, a man's lack a certain charm. I can't stand to hear them. Nemu, get up. You're going to finish him. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot that I cut you with the Ashisogi Jizo too.
Hate this nigga, bro.
You worthless maggot!
Stop it.
What?
I told you to stop.
Leave her alone.
Haven't you had enough yet? Are you that big a fool? Really? You feel pity for a woman even though she's your enemy? Is this the honor that all of you Quincy's take such pride in?
What?
It's interesting. It must really mean something to you, because you all seem to end up speaking about it before you die.
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
I told you, I've completed my research on Quincy's. I studied your kind thoroughly. I applied all manner of stimuli to their minds and bodies and observed their responses. I studied them until they were nothing but pulp. And every single one of them said something along the lines of how on their honor as Quincy's they could never bring themselves to do such and such a thing. On their honor as Quincy's they would undoubtedly be sure to stop me.
And then they died.
Frankly, all of you are just so incredibly annoying. One stab from this will make any and all words of resistance entirely meaningless.
You dirty
bastard.
Now just calm down. This is where I tell you about my hardship. I confess, it really was very difficult work. When I first took on the role of Chief of Research and Development, Quincy's were already a rare species. Soul Reapers were monitoring the few that were still in existence. So I had to persuade the Soul Reapers assigned to them to delay their rescue. Then I turned the Quincy souls that they brought back into research subjects.
Yerrrrr and Frieza can make good friends.
How hard it was to arrange all that?
Just a couple of racists.
I remember the last one. He was a particularly nasty old man.
I ain't gonna lie, I think
Calling
Yerrrrr
out
is
the
a much
name of
more
a
insufferable
student
character
or
than
maybe a
Frieza is, though.
grandchild. It was all so disgraceful. Would you like to see a picture of him? This photo was taken after my experiments ended. There's not much left of his original form. Now, what was that student's name? Ah, well, I tend to lose interest in my subjects after my experiments with them.
Yerrrrr, Frieza, and Kanye are reportedly working on an album. Alright, bruh.
Ranso Tengai.
Real nigga.
Tell you his student's name. It was Uryu. Uryu Ishida. The man's name was Soken Ishida. He was my teacher, and my grandfather as well.
Oh? So what?
I'm glad about one thing at least. That Orihime isn't here. I wouldn't want her to have to see this. On my honor as a Quincy, I swear.
Alright, you fucking Boy
I'm
Scout.
going to kill you!
Who tops the shit talking? I ain't gonna hold you. I don't think I've ever seen a better shit talker in anime than Yusuke Urameshi. That's my motherfucking nigga right there, bro. Yusuke is my dog. I don't know if I've seen a bigger shit talker in anime than Yusuke. I'm trying to think. It might be something out there, but I can't really think of one off top. That damn thug. Hey, you watch how you talk about Urameshi. A Quincy's Oath. The power of Ashisogi Jizo, Mayuri Zanpakuto, stops Uryu from moving his limbs. Mayuri tells him about the many Quincy's he has made into research subjects and eventually killed. One of those was Soken Ishida, Uryu's beloved grandfather. Having learned about the circumstances of his death, Uryu decides to go against the peaceful wishes of his grandfather one last time.
His arms and legs have been slashed by Ashisogi Jizo. How can he be standing? Oh, of course, I know. He's using Ranso Tengai. Bundles of reishi that have been twisted together into a countless number of threads have now been attached to his frozen limbs, moving him around as if he was some kind of a puppet. Out of the
Oh no, this nigga a puppet user.
61 Quincy's that I've studied, not even a single one could perform even a part of the Ranso Tengai. I thought that was a lost art. But look, here you are, having mastered it, and at such a young age. Does that mean you're what they call a genius? Excellent. Well then, I believe you won't bore me after all. I'm not going to kill you. I'm taking you back alive. Then you, and the girl, of course, will become my latest experiments.
I'd have been shot that arrow personally. That nigga was doing all that yapping. I'd have aimed straight for his fucking
As a
throat.
child, my father would sometimes reprimand me for spending so much time with my master in my attempt to become a Quincy. There's no sense in saving the dead. That's the Soul Reaper's job, he'd say. He completely hated Quincy's, despite having Quincy blood flowing in his veins. I couldn't understand his reasoning. The thing is, I could see the hollows, and I was also able to see the people that they attacked. He must have been able to see those things too. So how could he ignore them? I simply wanted a way to become strong. I wanted to be a powerful Quincy. That way, I could protect everyone from attacks by the hollows. Maybe then, my father would think that Quincy's were worth something. My master, who was also my grandfather, insisted that my father had a point. I remember he told me, what you think is the right thing to do depends on what you want to protect. I didn't understand what my father thought was right, what he wanted to protect. But my master told me that I would find out in due time. And he explained to me that when I did understand, I would know what I wanted to protect too. Then, the day came when my master entrusted me with something. It was the Reishi glove. It is said that if one puts it on and trains for 7 days and 7 nights, they will reach the peak of their Quincy powers. However, as I came to learn, it is a mysterious artifact that once worn can never be removed. Because if it is, there is a terrible price that must be paid. Your powers as a Quincy will all be lost. I'm sorry, Master. Even
I
now,
have failed you.
I still don't understand my father. I'm not even sure what exactly it is that I want to protect. But I think that at least now I know what I won't allow to happen. I'm sorry, Master, but it seems one last time I'm disobeying you.
Final gets a good 10 show. Ichigo really that broken? I haven't really fought him enough to say, but I don't think he's that broken. Honestly, Aizen seems more broken than Ichigo.
What? What is going on? What is that? Oh my! Such spiritual pressure? I've never seen anything like it. Never before.
The soy phone is my man. It's the character I've been enjoying the most.
This is the end.
Honestly, like, Final Getsuga Tensho ignoring revival mechanics, I think is honestly a godsend. Damn near makes me want to play the character myself because fuck revival characters.
Is he
Honestly.
actually absorbing the buildings? The buildings in the Soul Society are all made of Reishi. What he's doing is preventing the Reishi from bonding, forcing them to become part of his strength.
What the fuck? Why did that
The
autocorrect me?
Reishi
Also, why is he doing so much damage? Damn! And why has he got 10 Kopaku? Yo, what is... Oh, it's not that he's doing a lot of damage. My health is draining because of this fucking mode I'm
You're
in.
exceeding your human limits, boy. It's fast, but even so, I can still dodge it.
Beg for mercy, and never appear before me again. Do that, and I'll let you live. Refuse, and I'll send a bolt that's 3 times stronger.
Don't push your luck, boy! You stupid Quincy! Very well then. Have it your way. If that's the way that you want to play it, then I'll gladly return the favor.
I can't let this draw out any longer. This will finish you.
The only bastard was one with the mechanic. Now, Salaporo can revive, Aizen can revive, Hollow Ichigo revives. I think those are the only three, but shit, that's a lot.
Gigantic burst of lethal poison made from my own blood over a 100-mile radius. But of course, it won't hurt me at all. But in the end, you'll die, of course. I'm so sorry about that. But the fact is, you would never make a fit research subject.
Uh-oh.
I won't be the one to die. I'll shoot you before you can spray the fatal dose.
Oh, please, go ahead. Be my guest.
Bitch!
I'll go all out on my next attack.
It's crazy that Uryu does nothing cooler than this the rest of the series. Yeah, you would have thought that in TYBW he'd have like a way cooler moment, but if you care or don't know, if you play on Extreme, you get more money for the shop stuff. So I played on Extreme for the first like several chapters, whatever. But honestly, it was like kind of annoying because the CPU just sits there and guards and then auto takes your throws. And I was just like, okay, this is just making fights take way longer for no reason other than being more tedious. It's not really like challenging. It's just making it less fun. So I just turned it back down to standard.
You stupid Quincy!
Slick.
Does it have the ability to liquefy whatever it cuts? Did you save that move? Hold it so you could use it when you'd want to make your escape?
I'll admit, you were close, Quincy. I can't actually attack at the moment. But then again, I also can't be attacked either.
Cheating ass nigga.
I'll be like this for a few short days at most. And then afterward, I'll simply return to the department in order to fully recover. And now, goodbye, Quincy. You were more trouble
Hello,
than I
monkey.
expected. But in the end, I will live and you will die. That hasn't changed at all.
The poison in my system. If I don't do something fast.
Mr. Quincy, sir, please, if you look under the badge on my left arm, then you'll find an antidote there.
Would you be more comfortable lying down?
No, I'm fine like this.
Here, you first.
No, I'm going to be all right. Our blood's the same. He and I share similar biology. So you see, the poison won't harm me. Do you think it's some kind of trick or something? Then please, pour some into my mouth first if you need reassurance. Go on, I'll show you.
That's okay. Why would you poison me? Why now, when I'm already poisoned?
Thank you very much. I realized that you could have killed him by aiming for his head, but in the end, you didn't.
That was a fluke. Actually, I shot to make a kill.
Thank you.
I think Uryu is
I'm
cool.
very grateful.
Yeah,
I'm glad you didn't kill my lord. Giving you the antidote was the
certainly
least
not
I
one of
could
my
do
favorite
to thank you
characters.
for that.
I don't get it. Why would you want to protect a father like that?
I don't know. But when I realized that he'd survived, I just felt kind of relieved. Please, leave after you drink it.
The other guards will certainly be coming shortly. They
Will
would
you
have
come
seen
with me?
Ashisogi Jizo. I'll be all right. I promise. I'm sure the guards will tend to me.
Okay. Well, thanks for the medicine. Goodbye now. Darn. My legs feel like lead. And I can't lift my arms.
To the niggas who think Dangai
The
Ichigo is
tonight
broken,
must be
like,
wearing off.
what's broken about him?
Finally. It seems that my time as a Quincy is coming to an end. But at least I was still able to make my way to the Senzakyu. Ichigo, Orihime, Chad, Mr. Yoruichi, and Ganju. All of them. They're probably on their way now. But if it isn't just yet, I'm confident that it'll happen eventually. I'm sure it's only a matter of time. I just have to wait. Although, seeing as I was the one who got here first, I suppose I should go save Rukia. I bet Ichigo wants to be the one to rescue her. He'll probably be mad if I beat him to it.
It's nothing personal, but it's essential that we maintain the peace.
Here come this bum ass
Kai,
nigga.
Suzumushi.
I ain't gonna lie, Tozen kind of cool. It's actually kind of fun in this game too. His Bankai is kind of stupid.
Forgive me, Ryoka. These pointless battles are at an end. Sleep now. Your struggles will be over soon enough.
To be continued. Man, we got an unlock here. Alright, now we go back down to Yoruichi and Ichigo.
Why?
No, it definitely has, Van.
Why'd you take me out
It's
of
the
there?
kids, man. It's the Zoomers, bro.
I had the best chance of coming out alive of anybody there.
Nigga
Now
shaking.
Ganju, Hinataro, and Ruki are gonna get killed.
Damn,
Who do you
bro.
think you are? You had no chance. No one there could have done it. They couldn't have fought against Byakuya and lived.
Look, you.
Stop shouting. You're just going to open up your wounds again.
My fault, my fault. Tighten up, tighten up, tighten
It
up.
was the best I could do. It was the only way to escape Byakuya.
But why me and not Rukia? Huh?
Listen, absolutely nobody who was there had any hope of defeating Byakuya. Believe me, Ichigo. But in 3 days, you might very well have a chance. That was my reasoning. You were the logical choice. And there's more. Byakuya wasn't alone. Ukitake was there as well. He was Rukia's direct superior. He's a very dutiful man. I'm sure he won't kill Ganju, and that youth who tried to rescue his subordinate. They'll be all right, Ichigo. You just need to concentrate on becoming stronger. You can't defeat Byakuya as you are now. But I'll train you so that in 3 days you will. And then, with your very own hands, you'll be able to save all of your friends. I want to ask you a question. Are you aware that Zangetsu is a constant release Zanpakuto?
It is? When you say constant release, you mean like Kenpachi's?
The
I
Dark
always
Hades,
knew
they
this
before
sword
us,
was
man.
different from the others. It doesn't actually change shape. I mean, not even if I call its name.
Just as I thought. Well then. In that case, you probably also weren't aware that...
Yeah, they talk about 3 days. Meanwhile, Udi is
release.
somewhere bleeding out in the street after getting his ass busted by Tozen.
All Zanpakuto, including Zangetsu, have 2 different distinct stages of release.
Kai.
The first stage is called Shikai, and the second one is called Bankai. They're mandatory for a captain. That is, they all need to be able to perform both of them.
What? Mandatory?
That means every captain has mastered both Shikai and Bankai. Or at least everyone has, aside from one exception.
Exception?
Kenpachi Zaraki. In the long history of the Soul Society, he's the only captain. The only one who's ever achieved that rank without being able to perform Bankai or knowing the name of his Zanpakuto.
He's kind of raw. I ain't gonna lie, I've never like disliked Kenpachi, but obviously that's just not a very like Lotus archetype kind of character. I don't know, man. He's growing on me more and more. Like I said, I've never disliked him. I've always thought he was a good character, but
in terms of the Zanpakuto's combat ability, the difference between Shikai and Bankai depends on the individual's innate talents and training, but generally it's 5 to 10 times greater.
10 times?
Astonishing, isn't it? But because of that, even for someone with talent, it can easily take 10 or more years of training to master Bankai.
Wait a second, I don't have that much time!
however, we have
and
the power of anime on our side, Ichigo.
Years, I'm talking about more traditional, normal training. There are serious risks involved, but I'm taking a completely different approach with you. You're going to learn Bankai in just 3 days.
Anything for you.
Hey, what's with that goofy-looking doll?
It's a Tenshin Tai, a vital spiritual tool that's used by the Stealth Force. It will forcibly transfer and externalize the soul of a Zanpakuto.
Hold on, I don't get it. We need that to practice Bankai?
Of course. The central essence of Shikai is to communicate and synchronize with your Zanpakuto. But using Bankai requires externalizing it and forcing it into submission. And that means instead of you entering the world of the Zanpakuto to communicate with it, what you do instead is summon the Zanpakuto into our world. It usually takes more than 10 years of training to learn how to perform the move. But there's something I'm counting on. You were able to fight Kenpachi Zaraki to a draw. It's my belief that despite your lack of long-term training, you're ready to externalize Zangetsu.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about. Piercing this with Zangetsu will force it to happen. I'll use my powers to keep him in that state. But the thing is, this can only be done once, and it lasts for just 3 days. I know it's quick, but somehow you must force Zangetsu to submit within that time frame. If you can do that...
I won't ask what happens if I fail. I mean, if it's really the only way, then I'll just have to do it.
Well now, it appears that you made a full recovery, Ichigo.
Zangetsu. What the heck?
Only one of them is real. I mean, that's actually the real me. There's just one available solution. I can only be defeated by that sword. In other words, if you want me to submit, you have one option. You're going to have to find it before I kill you. And then, you're going to have to cut me down.
Never take your eyes off the enemy. That's 52.
Damn! Oh man, I almost had him!
Impressive. He's come a long way in a short amount of time. Before, he was relying on Zangetsu's strength. But now, he's learning at a frightening pace, and reaching a rather frightening level as well. Kisuke, it seems that it's just as you said. He is truly...
Got the power of God and anime on his side. Nah, the Balnark's not in this game.
Looks like we're just about out of time.
Not beat yet!
He truly is the Bleach.
Huh?
Drop the sword, Ichigo. Day 1 is over.
A hot spring. I had no idea this was even here. What the heck's going on? What kind of hot spring is this? My wounds are healing, and the pain's going away.
So, how's the water?
Oh, Ms. Yoruichi. Yeah, it's perfect. Just perfect.
Yeah, she is. Mamacita, Sita. Oh, man.
Hey, you know, I've been thinking this reminds me of that one place. The one under Urahara's shop. The training ground?
Yes, I imagine it would. You see, that study room was modeled on this place.
It was?
Yes, there's actually quite a lot of personal history here for me. This was originally created as Kisuke's and my secret playground. We built it deep under the Sokyoku.
Secret? Come on. How do you secretly build a place like this?
Very, very
He had a
quietly.
reputation as a bit of a rogue. He always had a talent for getting himself into mischief. But that was long ago. When we were children, we played here practically every day. After he joined the 13 Court Guards, and I joined the Stealth Force, we would come here together to train. And...
Wait, just hold on a minute. The 13 Court Guards? Then he was a Soul Reaper?
Huh? Kisuke?
Yeah, oh man, I knew it! He knew way too much about the Soul Society. And he's got a Zanpakuto. And...
Yeah, I was about to say, what was your first clue, nigga?
Funny looks when I mentioned his name. Ms. Yoruichi, listen. This guy, what exactly is he?
That fool. He kept it to himself. He didn't tell you everything, did he? All right. There's no reason to keep it from you now that we've come this far. You see, Kisuke is actually the previous captain of Squad 12, and he's also the founder and first chief of the Department of Research and Development.
Come on, Sabimaru.
Captain Eisen.
Oh no. I actually drew my sword against Momo.
Hey, you be alright, bitch nigga.
I'm terrible. How could I? I'm just the absolute worst.
Hey, in your defense, she was tweaking.
Whoa. Oh boy, this is ugly.
Yeah, you are.
I
I mean,
can't
what?
even look. Captain Ichimaru.
Nigga got his jimmies rustled.
Tired, you poor thing. Would you like it if I gave you my help?
Come with me, Izuru.
I guess it makes the most sense to go down here first, right? Momo Hinamori, Lieutenant of Squad 5, escapes from prison. After receiving news of this, Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of Squad 10, visits the prison. He's worried about Momo's safety. Aizen, now dead, yeah, alright, left a letter addressed to her. Toshiro is convinced that the culprit behind Aizen's death is Gin Ichimaru. Because of Toshiro's suspicions, he assumes that Hinamori is seeking revenge against Gin, and he hurries back to Squad 3 barracks.
Beg your pardon, are Captain Hitsugaya and Lieutenant Matsumoto here?
What is it?
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but we received an urgent report from the guards at the prison. Lieutenant Zabarai, Hinamori, and Kira, they're all missing from their cells!
It's completely destroyed. Did that girl really do all this?
I have absolutely no excuse. When Lieutenant Hinamori called me, I turned around and everything went white.
She must have used Hakufuku.
It's not like she was going to be executed, so why?
Ultimately, there's only one reason. Rangiku, go back without me, because I'm going to rescue Momo.
I couldn't even believe my eyes when I read the letter. For a time, I didn't believe it. But it's true. Isn't it, Captain Aizen? Whether I want to believe it or not, he was the one who killed you.
I figured that I'd find you two together. Just as I thought. Izuru's cell was the only one that was opened from the outside. Your performance was lacking this time. I'm afraid that you didn't cover your tracks very well, Gin.
What's that? Cover my tracks?
Whatever do you mean?
I did that on purpose. I wanted to be sure that you'd know.
I'm glad that I was able to get here before Momo. I'm going to kill you. You'll be gone before she even gets here.
Unless...
Momo!
At last, I finally found you. So this is where you were.
Stop, Momo! He's too strong! Just stay back. Let me deal with him. Momo! Momo?
This is payback for Captain Aizen.
Oh, what?
If you are reading this, then I am probably...
What a twist!
Therefore, Momo, I must confide the truth of what I have discovered. I need to tell it to the
Lion-ass nigga
that I put my trust in the most. The truth about why Rukia Kuchiki must be executed, and why the execution date always keeps changing. In the course of my investigation, I reached a conclusion. The true goal of the execution is not to kill Rukia Kuchiki. On the contrary, the execution has been contrived so that a certain something may be stolen. And that thing is... the Sokyoku. The Sokyoku, whose seal is only removed for executions, has the destructive power of 1 million Zanpakuto contained within its blade. The Taka has the defensive power to block an equal number of Zanpakuto. And in addition to all that, when it's being put to use in order to execute a Soul Reaper, its power can be increased, momentarily at least, several dozen times over. The one who plotted Rukia's execution intends to use the Sokyoku to destroy not only the Seirete, but essentially annihilate the entire Soul Society as well. The name of that despicable person is Toshiro Hitsugaya.
Lying ass nigga, man.
He said that in his letter.
Yes, and it went on.
It said... Tonight, I have called him out to a meeting at the Sacred Eastern Wall. No matter what it may cost, I must foil his plan. If he will not back down, I am prepared to cross swords with him. But if I end up dying, Momo, please carry on for me. It will then fall to you. You must kill him. That's my will. My last wish. I know it's a lot to put on you. I ask this not as captain of Squad 5, but simply as a man.
Are you crazy, Momo? Think about it. I'm dead, so avenge me? You really believe
She's not crazy, just a little
You
stupid.
think Aizen would ever actually say that?
Yeah, this whole arc was just plot twist.
Aizen I knew.
Plot twist the anime.
He wasn't a blithering idiot who'd start a fight he knew he couldn't win, and he wasn't a coward who'd make his subordinates clean up his mess either.
But that's really what it said! I didn't misread it. I'm sure it was Captain Aizen's handwriting. I didn't want to believe it. I was desperate not to, but what could I do? It was his last wish.
Schlinkle.
Captain Aizen! I don't know. I just don't know what to think anymore, Shiro.
It seems that Momo's too upset to think straight. There's no way that Aizen would ever write a letter like that. I can only conclude that someone must have forged it. Perhaps it was so Momo and I would turn on each other and kill each other. I get it. This too, eh? Is this more of your conniving handiwork? Is it, Dean?
Tisk tisk. I have to say that wasn't nice, Captain. You really didn't need to go as far as that. You didn't have to hit the poor girl so hard, did you?
Shut up, bitch. Fury. The letter left by Aizen names Toshiro as the culprit. A confused Momo unsheathed her sword against him to get revenge for her dead captain. However, Toshiro believes that Gin forged the letter. Toshiro cannot hide his anger toward Gin for trying to use Momo, considering the fragile state she is in. Toshiro releases Hyorin Maru, his Zanpakuto, ready to fight Gin. Gin's a great character, I like him a lot.
A convenient time for the alarm to sound, eh?
You never change one whit. Well, I hope you can enjoy the ringing of the alarm while you can, because you aren't going to be hearing it ever again.
Gin, what exactly are you up to? Aizen just wasn't enough for you? So you had to make Momo suffer too?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
She was gripping her sword so hard that her skin was pierced, and now she's bleeding. You've gone much too far this time.
Where the blood at, though?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
I warned you, Gin, didn't I? I thought I was clear about it. I said that if you made her bleed, then I'd kill you!
My. Well, if it isn't the captain of Squad 10. If you draw your sword here, you know what'll happen, right? Then I'm going to be forced to stop you.
Captain Ichimaru.
Stay back, Izuru. You don't want to die yet, do you?
Don't be stupid. Staying back isn't good enough. Disappear. Go. And when you can't see us anymore, just keep going. The thing is, if you're within 3 Ri, I can't guarantee that I won't end up killing you. Reign over the frosted heavens. Hyorin Maru!
I used to have Hyorin Maru. Like, I used to actually have like a real one. but ended up giving it away. I could have sworn I could use. Oh wait, the button's right here. I'm tripping. I could have sworn I could equip soul crystals in this mode, and I just hadn't. There we go. And I get to play Toshiro now, my boy! My boy! Did y'all see that new Proplica, that new like replica Tensa Zangetsu that like they came out with? I think Bandai sent Afro one. I'm like dumb jealous, I'm not gonna lie. Yo. Beach boy? Yeah boy? Yeah boy? What's up? What's up, gang? What's up? Toshiro, your favorite captain? Yeah. Him and Byakuya.
Created by overflowing spiritual pressure. It can even control the weather. It's the first time I've
After
seen
reduces spiritual pressure to 0 with
So
Hoodie
this is
Rento.
Captain Hitsugaya's ultimate water Aisanpato. Hiyorimaru. So much water. It's so fast. Wasn't very nice. Let's go.
I didn't feel that. Dodging would be a waste of time. Now I'll show you how it's done.
Shit, dude.
So sad. Wasn't very nice.
Fuck. Ah, fuck. I killed him before I used the fucking move. We gonna run that one back. I fucked up the combo when I could have done it before. Low key, can I? Well, we gonna let the cutscene run. I'm going back for that fight, so I can get the moment. Also, what's good, Simba? I see you over in the YouTube chat. Shinzo. Shinku.
You sure? If you dodge it, the girl will die.
Momo!
I'm sorry, sir. I headed back to the squad barracks as you ordered, but I sensed Hiyorimaru's spiritual pressure and had to come back. Please withdraw your sword, Captain Ichimaru. Because if you do not, you'll have to deal with me.
Oh no, not Rangiku. What are you gonna do? Smother me? Please.
Rather than chasing me, you should instead see to your little friend there.
Mama Sita, I really need ya.
Not at all. That bad habit of yours, which you apparently still can't shake. Disappearing without even letting me know where you're going. Geen, I don't understand. Where exactly are you trying to go?
I wonder about Aizen's letter. How much of it was fabricated? The part about the power of the Sukioku being released by Rukia Kuchiki's execution, and the plot to take its power and use it to destroy the Soul Society. Could it possibly all be true? And if it is, if that really is the plan that Geen's working toward, then
A hell butterfly?
Attention all officers. This is a report on the latest developments. The date of Rukia Kuchki's execution has been rescheduled. The sentence will now be carried out 29 hours from this time. This decision is final. There will be no further changes. That is all.
Captain?
If the execution and the release of the Sogyoku truly are part of Gin's plan, I can't allow him to succeed with it. Follow me, Rangiku. We're going to stop the execution.
To be continued. Alright, let's go run that fight back though. Is the guy actually really young? Yeah, he is. I believe he's the youngest captain ever or something like that. Oh, what is this? That's my fault. I went back instead of... Anywho. Forever young. I wanna be forever young. Do you really want to live forever and ever? Forever young, I wanna be forever young.
Let's get started. Come on. Wasn't very nice. So slow.
It doesn't happen often, but the clashes in this game are pretty cool.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Did you figure it out?
Beach boy.
My sword's drawn. If you're within 3B, you have nowhere to run. This is over now.
It's a dragon of water and ice, created by overflowing spiritual pressure. It can even control the weather. It's the first time I've seen it. So this is Captain Hitsugaya's ultimate water ice Zanpakuto. Yerrrrr. So much water, and so fast!
I can't let you have your way. What a
Hold that for me, my boy. Hold that for me, my boy. Boy, my boy. Little boy, boy. Alright, we got the little bonus. We can get up out of here now. To be continued. Alright, head back up here. Dreams of penance. While waiting for the day of her execution, Rukia thinks back on her past, when she had just become a Soul Reaper and was assigned to Squad 13. She had felt shunned by the other Soul Reapers, but Kai and Shiba, lieutenant of Squad 13, finally made her feel at home. The days she spent with them were the boring but comforting life she had been looking for. However, on one rainy day, her boring, comforting life took a turn for the worse.
With a little help from allies,
Who do you want to see in this game? Who would I like to see in this game that's not currently on the roster? Honestly, all my favorite characters are in here, but I don't know.
Despite the growth his allies saw in the battle against powerful foes, the road to rescue Rukia was a long
Jushiro, I guess, would be cool.
with Uru Ushida and Yasutora passing out along the way. A shocking development occurred. An urgent message from
Oh, Hiyori. Hiyori would be
brought news
cool.
of the unnatural death of Sosuke Aizen, the captain of Squad 5. The Soul Society was drawn into chaos, wrought by our hero's invasion of the Seirei-Kei. Some 13 Court Guard Squad captains aim for our heroes. Others change their thoughts after encountering Ichigo. Others have doubts about their comrades as the situation unfolds.
Oh yeah, Baragon. They gotta add Baragon. Baragon and the Stern Ridders. Yeah, let me get Bambi, I guess. Embrace the Gooner.
And Laylo in jail. Meanwhile, Ichigo trained with Yoruichi to achieve the true might of a Soul Reaper, the Bankai.
Unohana. I love Unohana.
It's daybreak. Just 2 days are left now. Ichigo has improved rapidly in the short time he's been training. Compared to the average Soul Reaper, his pace has been astonishing. But that improvement only applies to his combat skills. His spirit energy hasn't increased much at all. At this rate,
Yeah, I want more colors in costumes as well.
should I extend his training further? It might be something to consider. In the time since we got here, we've come to learn that the timing of Rukia's execution was cut by 5 days to 25. So that means that even after 3 days of training, we'll still have another 8 days to spare. Since that's the case, extending his training is more than possible. But should I? That's the real question. It took Kisuke 3 days for him to be able to achieve Bankai, and he was of the mind that spending any longer on it would actually prove to be dangerous. I'm not sure about Ichigo's Konpaku. I'm not entirely confident that it can withstand the extra days of training. I know. I'll give it 1 more day. If there's no change in his spirit energy in that time, I'll just have to take the risk.
Rukia Kuchiki, it's about the day of your execution. You see, it's been changed once again. The execution will be tomorrow. The execution is tomorrow? But before the execution arrives, I'll make a request. I'll ask them to return Ichigo and the others safely to the world of the living. I am from the Kuchiki clan after all. Given that, they just might honor my request. The execution is tomorrow. It came as a shock to me, of course. But strangely, I wasn't sad.
How far does the story mode cover? It goes up to the end of a Ronkar.
Of the dream I had last night. It must be because of my dream. About the night that I'll never be able to forget. Lieutenant! Kyan! Kyan! Kyan!
Oh, Kyan!
That memory, it's one from when I'd just become a Soul Reaper. A memory of days long past. After I was adopted into the Kuchiki clan, I was given special treatment, and I was allowed to enlist in Squad 13. The other squad members almost immediately singled me out and became cold. They began to distance themselves from me, except one. The only person who made me feel like I belonged was none other than Kyan Shiba. He was Squad 13's lieutenant. He was also my immediate superior. It was an ordinary greeting, an ordinary chewing out. An ordinary relationship between superior and subordinate.
But ordinary was exactly what I wanted. It's what I'd been searching for. It felt nice. Just being around
Feels
him.
good.
It made me feel so comfortable. But regrettably, those ordinary pleasant days didn't last long. Soon enough, they were brought to a very abrupt end. It all started when a hollow recon mission went awry. We'd received the dreadful and unexpected news that Kyan's wife, Miyako, had tragically been slain by an enemy hollow. Kyan volunteered for the combat squad to go after the hollow that had killed his wife. Captain Ukitage and I both joined him. We made our way to the mystery hollow's nest.
Captain, please, sir, let me go alone.
Even now, I remain full of questions about that day. Why didn't I try to stop him? Why didn't I try to do more? Our foe's capabilities were unknown, and yet you set off to face it alone. We knew it was extremely dangerous right from the start. But Captain Ukitake didn't stop Kyan, nor did he move to assist him.
Listen, and remember this well. There are two kinds of battles. Each time that we seek to engage in a fight, we must understand its true nature. Whether it's a battle to protect life, or a battle to defend honor.
But then... Kyan? Sir?
What's that? Did you just call my name, little girl?
Uh-oh.
I soon discovered that the Kyan I called out to was no longer the Kyan that I once knew so well. That hollow.
That's what happens when you listen to Playboy Cardi.
To take over another person's body. It did so by fusing the spiritual entity with that of the other.
Run, Rukia. Go on. Get out of here. Do you want to die?
When I heard the sound of Captain Ukitake's voice, I simply fled. Why, I asked myself, why is this happening? Lieutenant Kyan! But before I realized what I was doing, I had returned to face it again. Of course, I had no plan in mind at all. Deep down, I knew that I couldn't just give up and run away. I knew I had to do whatever I could to try and save the lieutenant.
Kill him! Do it! He isn't Kyan anymore!
From that point onward, my memories aren't very clear. But I know that when I came to, my Zanpakuto was embedded in Kyan's chest. His form slumped over my shoulder.
Captain, thank you very much. I appreciate you allowing me to fight. Rukia, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry that I ever got you into this mess. You must have been scared. Thank you. I'm grateful. Because now, I can leave my heart behind.
From Kyan to YN, you crazy.
No, there's nothing to thank me for. Nothing at all. I ran away because I was afraid to fight against you.
Yeah, I think a bunch of the voice actors in this game are actually different from the original English dub of the anime. I don't know the, you know, the reason why. Probably some legal matters or actors not wanting to reprise their roles or maybe money issues.
I did it all out of selfishness. I did it for myself. I'm pathetic. So pathetic. I don't deserve anything at all. I'm not worth saving. I'm not worth shedding any blood over. I'm not worth anything.
Byakuya, we have a problem. Rukia's execution is...
I know. The Hell Butterfly informed me about it just a short while ago. So, what then? What of it?
What?
The execution is tomorrow. If that is the decision, then I have no choice but to accept it.
Now tell us how you really feel.
With such petty matters. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Why, you're heartless. Didn't you hear what I said? Doesn't it mean anything to you? It's tomorrow! Tomorrow! By noon tomorrow, your very own sister will be...
Get a hold of yourself. You're going to shorten your life, Jushiro. Once you've allowed one of your people to die, frankly, 2 or 3 more really don't make any difference.
I don't know about that.
She's a member of my family. It really has nothing to do with you. It's not your concern.
Hey, a great man once said, "You can try and numb the pain, but it'll never go away. You try and numb the pain, but it..." My fault.
In the situation, would you have attacked Byakuya and kicked him a few times, perhaps? A lone captain making a fuss won't do anything to sway the tribunal. So instead, would you have been so bold as to actually attempt to save Rukia? No, most likely you wouldn't have done either of those things. It seems to me that whenever you were faced with a decision, you always chose the path of greatest peril. Isn't that right, Kaien?
Yeah, Ukitake is unfortunately another victim of anime cancer. Alright, so here we have Renji. This is Renji as well. Which path should we follow first? Let's go here first because it looks like it continues anywhere. So, the time approaches. Renji appears in front of Ichiko as he trains to use his Bankai. He tells them that Rukia's execution has been changed again to noon the next day. In order to save her and become stronger than Byakuya, Renji also continues training to use his own Bankai. Meanwhile, Yoruichi can't hide her nervousness after learning of the new execution date. Ichiko doesn't give up, keeps training, and learning how to use his Bankai in the little time they have left.
There's no doubt. It's his spiritual pressure.
There are no major improvements, but he's developing steadily. However, why do I have such an uneasy feeling right now? It's as if I can sense that something dire and ominous is approaching.
Yeah, about that.
I was wondering just what exactly you were doing down here. Tell me, is that your Zanpakuto's true form? Training to achieve Bankai in secret, huh? Well,
Why he walking
sure
like
looks
that?
like you're having fun.
He walking like he shit
Can I
himself.
join you?
Renji?
I know what you're probably thinking. What am I doing here? Right? Well, it's really no big deal. At this point, there's not very much time. I needed a place where I can focus solely on training right now.
Hold up. There's not much time. What do you mean?
Well, I suppose that I should tell you. The time of Rukia's execution has been changed.
What?
The new time that they've decided on is noon tomorrow. I hate to say it, but I don't believe that I'm strong enough to be able to save her. Or at least, not yet. That's why I'm here. Just take it easy. You don't have to worry. I won't get in the way
Ichigo's
of
task
your
is to use the real Zangetsu to strike the spirit while he's holding clearly not the right sword. Because Ichigo was just grabbing any sword that was close to him and just using it to fight and until it broke and then moving on to the next one.
Tomorrow? But there's no way. He can't master Bankai by then.
Sure you want to say that, Ms. Yoruichi? Listen, this training was your idea. So that means you don't get to just give up.
But Ichigo, if you don't achieve Bankai by tomorrow...
I told you, I won't ask what happens if I fail. If tomorrow's the execution, then that means I'll take care of it today.
Real nigga! You know, Ichigo, that's why I like you. You keep shit real. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. Ichigo the best main character out of the big three. Well, I can't use my reverse action right now. Wait, what is Zangetsu's moveset? Oh, it's just Ichigo's moveset. Mashing ass bitch. Sidestep my grab.
Eyes on your opponent.
Not that impressive of a feat though. I mean, yeah. Shit. Hey, whoa, where'd you come from, buddy? Bitch ass nigga. Alright.
Face forward. Not quick enough. Be afraid and you will die.
My kompaku!
Finished already? You're barely even able to lift your arms right now.
Got him.
Rukia's waiting for me. You really think this is enough to do me in?
Talk that talk.
Then come, Ichigo.
Ichigo.
For hesitation.
Right. I'm going.
Yeah.
Ms. Yoroichi, answer me this. Will he be ready in time?
Don't worry.
I'm not particularly worried. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking if he'll get killed or not. I can see he's come a long way in a short time. What I'm asking is whether he's able to
What's with this
achieve
Renji
Bankai.
walk? I don't know, bro. I guess they're trying to give him some. I don't fucking know.
One more time. I warn you, I won't hold back. I'm not going to go easy on you just because time is running out.
I know that. I never thought you would. I wouldn't let you if you tried.
Renji, tell me, do you remember the first time you stood on your own 2 feet?
Huh? No, of course not.
The reason for that is because you weren't consciously aware of it. From the beginning, human beings know how to walk. Similarly, birds know how to fly. And likewise, fish know how to swim. It's inborn knowledge, instinct. And much in the same way, it's instinct that makes us strive to gain power. The dedication that Ichigo's showing looks like instinct to me as well. He probably knows on an instinctive level. He's aware that he truly possesses the power.
Renji must be packing. Bro, is you alright?
I'm certain. I'm sure that he can master Bankai.
Captain Kuchiki, it is time. You must go to the Sokyoku execution ground.
Understood. I'll go right now, Hisana.
5 hours until the execution.
And I guess we'll go over here to those capturing the moon. Renji, now armed with a Bankai-enabled Zabimaru, heads to the Sokyoku Hill, where the execution will take place. He swears to save Rukia at all costs, as he thinks back on the memories they shared. He then meets the rival he has to surpass in order to succeed in his mission, the Lone Moon, Byakuya.
I confess, I was afraid. Pretending to chase, pretending to sharpen my fangs. But in truth, every step of the way, I was afraid. Afraid of any missteps, afraid to even step on your shadow.
Please stop, sir. Please, I beg you, sheath your sword.
Lieutenant, why?
Almost. I'm almost there. Just hang on, and it won't be long before I have you out of there. I won't allow it. I won't let them put you to death, Rukia! This spiritual pressure.
Whoa.
Captain.
Someone's in trouble.
Kuchiki.
Where are you going, Renji?
Rukia, I swear I'm going to save you.
You may not.
Let's go! Is there no way? Can't I convince you to let me pass?
I won't say it twice.
Alright, now I gotta play as Renji. I don't think I've actually played as Renji at all yet. Did union issues cause some VAs to be replaced, or am I spouting nonsense? I don't know the reason why, but some actors were replaced. Wait, what the fuck? When was Renji ever him? Never really.
Did you actually think you could surpass my blade with that?
I already told you. You can no longer kill me with
Can
that
he
sword.
combo into that from his...
You can release your Zanpakuto toe without calling its name. That means you've... Strike back. That's it.
Not on block, that's for sure. Help! Why this nigga got 8 Konpaku? I should do a decent amount of guard break. I'm talking shit. Damn, that range is crazy. What? Whatever. It was good, Ram. How you doing, bro?
Became a lieutenant. You see, long before I ever joined the 13 court guard squads, there was one man that I always dreamed of surpassing. Captain, that man was you.
Glazing.
I will surpass you now, Captain Kuchiki. And kill me with that.
Wait, what? I didn't realize the fight was gonna end that soon. Fuck. I didn't get to do the. Hate when games do that. I didn't get to do the fucking move. I should have done it at the start, but I was gonna do it as a finisher. But
I didn't know. You've achieved Bankai.
How could you? You pay no heed whatsoever to what's beneath you. I told you, I will do it. I'm going to save Rukia.
I won't repeat myself.
If you won't let me pass, there can be only one outcome. I'll have no choice but to kill you.
You should have withdrawn your sword previously. Do you really think you had what it takes to defeat me? Surely you haven't overlooked it. You couldn't possibly have forgotten the fact that I too have achieved Bankai.
what if I told you that nigga did not take that into consideration whatsoever?
Scatter. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi.
Kageyoshi.
Shall I explain it to you? What the difference is between you and me? Class. It's like the tail of the monkey and the moon. That which shines in the eyes of the beast is but the moon reflected on water. You can try to capture it, but in your attempt, you'll only sink to the bottom. Try though you might, your fangs will never be able to reach me. Not now, not ever.
Damn.
1,000 steel petals rise
Called you a
from
bitch.
one's feet. A multitude of razor-like shards. A horde of keen-edged splinters of a shattered blade. A legion of deadly spikes, too numerous to even comprehend. One could never hope to track them, much less attempt to evade them. It's like watching the wind gust and blow across the sky. All that stands before them becomes reduced to dust. I salute you. Honestly, it's quite admirable. You're still able to breathe after enduring my Bankai. But if you move again, I won't hold back. You realize that your Bankai is gone. It's disappeared against your will. And that signifies only one thing. That right now, you are near death. Since you're dying, I could just let you go.
No, I did not watch the Bleach live action.
I'll kill you anyway. Now I ask you, do you
So
still
KK was
insist on
good.
this foolishness that you will somehow be able to rescue Rukia?
I can't breathe. It feels like his spiritual pressure is pulverizing me. I can't even move a finger now. Damn it. He was too far beyond my reach. I must accept. I had no chance at all of defeating this man.
Getting up again, Ichigo?
Of course.
What?
I swore. I swore that I'd save her.
Oh.
Kenji definitely wore that shit in the anime.
To whom?
I swore to no one, not
On
one
Baba.
single person.
He put that shit on Baba.
To absolutely no one. Except myself!
You thought, boy.
Well done. It seems that in the end, your fangs really did reach me.
I suggest you stay away from her. I think that's for the best, for your sake and hers. I'm sure that she must know. At some level, she must realize that she's not like us.
Wow. That's quite a goal you've set for yourself. To become stronger than Byakuya Kuchiki.
It's a difficult thing. Discouraging, isn't it? It's always far easier to tear down than to build. And much more difficult to tie than to untie.
Renji? No. I couldn't tell before now because it was still too far away. But the spiritual pressure that just disappeared had to be Renji's. Why? Why did you... Renji!
He was prepared to die a minute ago.
Morning. So, how are you, Rukia?
Gin. Ichimaru?
Such bad manners. You have a rude mouth, as you always do. It's not Gin, it's Captain Ichimaru. You keep that rudeness up, and I'm sure that your brother will scold you.
I'm sorry, Captain Ichimaru.
Did you actually think that I was serious? I'm not going to tell him anything, I promise. Don't worry. After all, we're friends, aren't we?
What? I don't understand. What in the world are you doing here?
Oh, it's really nothing important at all. I just thought I'd take a walk. And tease you a bit. It seems he's still alive. Renji, that is.
What? So he's... It was him. It's rather weak, but if I focus hard enough, I can sense Renji's spirit energy. But if he's left like that...
He's probably going to die soon. Poor Renji. It's quite a shame. And it's all because he tried to save you.
No. I don't believe you! You're lying! Why? Why would Renji...
Are you
Cause he likes you.
What?
You don't want Renji and the others to die, do you? When you fear for the lives of those you care about, doesn't the thought of death suddenly become more terrifying?
Yes, actually, that's exactly why she's freaking out right now.
Why don't I help you?
What?
Captain Ichimaru, I don't understand. What are you saying?
Well, you know, if I chose to, I could free you right at this very moment. You, Renji, and the others too.
What is he saying? Has he gone mad? What would he gain by helping me? What would he gain by helping Ichigo and Renji?
Just a little entertainment.
No.
Shit.
Captain? Bye-bye, Rukia. I'll see you at the Sokiyoku.
I thought I'd given up hope. I thought I'd lost all reason
This
to
shit was
live.
so evil.
I had no regrets, even though I wasn't afraid to die. But despite that, I was shaken by having something like hope dangled in front of me.
That shit's so crazy.
Just like that, it changed me. It made me want to live. My resolve just crumbled.
When I wake up and realize I'm still alive. And when I wake up, I recognize looking at me for the pay cut, but homicide be looking at you from the face down. So now we go up here. Infighting. The day of Rukia's execution has come. The various captains keep holding on to their own beliefs. Kenpachi, who had saved Orihime and is now wandering through the Serite to fight Ichigo again, finds Uryu and Chad, who had been captured. However, 4 captain-class officers stand in their way. When they scold him for helping the Ryoka, Kenpachi points his sword at his fellow captains. I'm gonna have to play as Kenpachi now. Interesting.
I'm so sorry, Captain. Tetsu-sama Niba, sir. I fell asleep on the toilet. For that, I'll slice open my own belly.
You need not. I'm completely ready at this point. The only thing that motivates me is my debt of gratitude to Master Genri Yusai. Because of my appearance, I was shunned by everyone, but he was different. He took me in. The least I can do in recompense is devote myself to repaying his kindness. I have no doubts. Should he ever need my life, then he shall have it gladly. So, how do you feel, Konami?
I'm doing just fine, of course. The only thing that's reflected in these blind eyes is the path of least bloodshed. The path that I travel down is the same as yours, Sajin.
Ah, what a huge pain this is. There's been enough trouble already. What with the Ryoka and Aizen's murder, and now they want to cause even more unrest, arguing about whether the execution is right or wrong. What's the point? The tribunal has made its decision. They're idiots, huh, Captain?
Fools. Right or wrong,
Baby
doesn't
girl.
concern me. All I care about
Shout
is my
outie.
honor and my duties as a captain of the 13 court guards.
Do I get anything from 100% of the main story? Yeah, you unlock final Getsuga Tetsuo Ichigo. 13 court guard squad, captain of squad 2. Sui Fong.
It's that simple.
Or Sui Fong if
And
you
don't
prefer.
forget it. You get in my way, then you're my enemy, Marechio.
Yo, Yami Choppa, thank you for the prime, homie. Greatly appreciate that.
Hey, Captain. What are you doing here? There are other things you should be doing. You must get ready.
No, please. Tell me, what should I do?
But why? Why are you asking me? I know that whatever I say, you're going to end up doing as you like. Look, don't worry. It'll be fine. I'll make sure to stay a few steps behind you so that I don't get caught up in any of the mess.
Oh no. Not again. Just great. I'll be the only one who gets scolded by old man Yama.
Well, which way will it be now, eh, girl?
I think it's that way there. See? Kenny thinks that it's this way too.
Maybe you should let Orihime lead.
What is with these run animations, dog?
I mean, no offense, but to be
Like, look at this nigga, bro.
direction stinks.
Shut up! That's no way to talk to a lieutenant, you know?
Is the story long? Yeah, the story mode in this game is very long.
Come on, enough now. Put it away. You started it, you know.
Wow, who would have thought it'd end up like this? I wonder if Uryu's all right. The best thing that I can do right now is protect and heal. Rukia is being held in the Senzaiku. If I make my way there, surely Ichigo and the others will... There he is! Ichi! Hey, hold on just a second here. You're not Ichi! What should I do? This girl, is a Soul Reaper.
Huh? That's so strange. I could have sworn that I smelled Ichi down this way.
What? Ichi?
Yeah, Ichi the Ryoka. Are you his friend or something?
Ooh, something like that.
Maybe she's talking about Ichigo? But then, why would this girl know about him?
Hey, could it be? Are you lost?
Huh? Lost? Well, now that you mention it, well, I guess?
No problem at all, Jiggles. I mean, Ichi is Kenny's friend after all. A friend of a friend is a friend, or something like that.
Friends?
Come on! You can come along with us. We're looking around for Ichi right now, too.
Wait!
Jiggles is fucking diabolical. I get it though.
She's so beautiful. So tell me, Orihime, what do you think? Is that jerk Ichigo still alive?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not too sure.
Don't ask stupid questions, Ikaku. He's alive. I know he is. He's still alive, and he's urgently trying to get stronger. Sounds like fun to me. I'll help you, girl. If I stick with you, I have a feeling I'll see Ichigo again.
She was a Soul Reaper, so I was a bit nervous at first, but...
Forget it. I'll trust my own instincts.
Yay! All right! Go, Kenny!
I thought these people would be a lot scarier, but they're actually super nice. With their help, maybe...
What is this place? Wait, I'm alive? But why?
I have no idea, man.
You awake?
You would know more about that than me.
You're alive. Good. But I don't understand. Why would they treat our injuries? We're intruders, and we're their enemies. There's no reason why the Soul Reapers would patch us up.
There's been a new development.
Chad, you're safe too.
I heard the guards talking a little while ago. One of the captains was murdered inside the Serite. They don't know who did it, but as Ryoka, we're the prime suspects in the case.
So we're being kept alive for questioning.
In any case, we're alive, so that's good news. But unfortunately, we're locked up, and so is our spiritual pressure. Still, there's one thing that's for sure. If it's the case that the enemy doesn't want us dead, then that means the others are probably still alive now.
I think it's safe to assume that if we're in here, then Orihime, with her lack of combat skills, has probably been captured too. That leaves Mr. Yoruichi and Ichigo. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for Ichigo. Let's wait for Ichigo.
Huh? What? What is it? Don't you hear that? Yeah, I think I do. There's no doubt. It's definitely getting closer.
What are you doing? Are you mad?
Hey, what? What? What's going on?
Here? You're... Kenpachi Saraki!
Speak up, boy.
Captain of Squad 11!
Oh, jeez. Wrong again.
The way she just popped up like that, kind of funny.
Thought I had him this time, too.
Uryu! Chad! Got you! Oh,
Ha-ha! We made it! We're finally outside!
We really should thank Orihime.
Yeah. Thanks, Orihime.
Don't mention it.
Just quiet down. Quit your babbling. We're going.
Okay, come on! Let's go this way! Everyone, follow me!
Here I come, Ichigo!
Yeah, this is only about the 20th dead end. We've encountered a bunch of them so far, huh, Lieutenant?
Sheesh! Duh! I really thought he was this way!
Calm down. Finding the right street takes luck. This is no time for fighting.
Captain.
Yeah, sneaking around. Why, you ought to be ashamed. Show yourselves. Honorable captains shouldn't go around disguising their spiritual pressure.
You've got a big mouth, you know that? Do
You
you
got a
even
pretty
realize what it is
mouth.
that you're doing? Where are you going with the Ryoka? Did you lose your honor with your defeat, Kenpachi Zaraki? Captain Komamura, Captain Tosen, Tetsu Seiman, Shuhei.
4 captain-class officers? But even so, we still outnumber them.
Quiet. I never said that I was going to allow you to fight. 4 against 1, huh? Not really
Definitely have a
enough to
mixed feelings
test
with
my
the story.
sword, but why
I've seen a lot of people really enjoying the story mode in this game. Honestly, in my opinion, I think the story mode is pretty mid at best, but I don't want to be a hater, so.
I know you're good, but even so, I think you're overrating yourself just a bit, Kenpachi Zaraki.
Stop all this yapping already. Come on and fight. If you're smart enough to grasp the situation, you'll attack me from all sides at once. Then one of you might have a chance of cutting me.
Kenny! We've been going practically everywhere trying to track down where Ichi is. Come on! Come and join us, Kenny!
Don't worry, I'll be right there.
Yachiru! Wait! Yachiru! Are you sure about this? I mean, leaving Mr. Zaraki all alone?
Of course! There's no way that Kenny will lose. Doesn't matter who he's fighting against.
Yachiru...
Be right there. So, was that just bluster? Or were you actually serious? Either way, it seems that you've not only lost your honor, but your sanity as well, Kenpachi Zaraki.
Sanity? I'm terribly sorry, but I don't recall ever having anything like that.
Captain, let us
take care of this situation.
I appreciate it, Nares. I'm doing pretty
I
alright.
explicitly told you to
Glad to
attack
see you in
me
the
all at
stream.
once.
I knew it was going to be like this. Bunch of fools.
All right, if that's how you want to play.
I guess we'll have to step in, right, Captain?
Wait, what's going on? What are the two of you still doing here?
Yeah, be right there with 2 captains staring you in the face is crazy.
Don't even dare to
Yeah, I'm gonna catch up with you in a couple
lowly
minutes.
lieutenants will have the privilege of taking on a captain. We'll handle this ourselves. Right, Captain?
I see. So you guys want to fight. All right, very well. You can have them. But do it somewhere else. If you get in my way, then I'll kill you myself.
Yes, sir!
Oh, boy. Fight? Don't fight? Take us on? Don't take us on? Since when are you allowed to talk to me like that, Ikaku?
I don't need any lessons on how to talk. Not from a coward who jumped ship because he couldn't be Lieutenant of Squad 11, Iba.
Ikaku.
Save it for later. Let's go somewhere else. Come on already, okay? I don't want my captain to kill me.
Me neither. Do you mind if we go too?
Do what you want. It won't matter.
Sheesh, okay, now we can finally fight. There's only half as many of you at this point. But all the same, how could I live with myself if I refuse my subordinates' wishes?
So kind.
Well then, at least this can serve as my morning workout.
Still talking big. That's what makes me think you're overrating yourself, Kenpachi Zaraki.
I got some bad news for
broke
you.
the ground with just the pressure of your sword. Not bad.
Are you ready?
Nope. The path of justice. Kenpachi is repeatedly hit by the Zanpakuto of Squad 7 and 9's captains, by Sajin Komamura's Tekken, and Kaname Tozen's Benihiko. However, these attacks barely bother him, and Kenpachi tells them to show him their Bankai. Kaname has always been wary of Kenpachi ever since. I read that fucked up grammatically. Kenpachi tells them to show him their Bankai. Kaname has always been wary of Kenpachi ever since he rose to his position after killing the former captain. Now Kenpachi was betraying the squad by helping the Ryoka, and the peace-loving Kaname could not forgive this. Kaname unleashes his Bankai to protect justice.
It's over. Not even the great Kenpachi Zaraki could survive that. There won't be any trace of him left.
Yeah, alright. So anyway.
What? That's all you've got?
I'm unfazed. Whoa, unfazed.
I take back what I said. This won't even be able to wake me up. I'm gonna chop you two to pieces and end this now.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Using a super powerful attack and being like, yup, he's definitely dead, and the nigga has not a scratch on him. El Aura, bro.
Are you serious? And you have the gall to call yourselves captains? Get up. You're not dead yet. Before I kill you, at least act like you're a captain and show me your Bankai.
Who do you think you are?
Oh, Lilo's Adventure. Thank you for the $2. I greatly appreciate it.
Against a traitor like you?
Wait, Sajin. I'll do it. There are 3 ways to become a captain of the 13 court guard squads. The first way is by passing the captain's exam in the presence of 3 or more captains, including the head captain. The second way is by receiving recommendations from 6 or more captains and having 3 of the 7 remaining captains approve the rank designation. And the third way is by facing off against and defeating a captain in the presence of no less than 200 guardsmen.
I already know that. So?
For a while, I've had a strong suspicion. Ever since you made captain by killing the captain of Squad 11 and advancing via the third method, I've had variations of one thought running through my mind. This man is a monster, spreading carnage and thirsting for blood. He's not like the rest of us.
He not like us.
Be allowed to stay. This man will eventually destroy the peace of the 13 court guard squads. And in fact, at this moment you are assisting the Ryoka, fighting against us, and as I suspected you always would, bringing chaos. All of this is because you hunger for bloodshed. So tell me, am I wrong about you, Kenpachi Zaraki?
Preach to someone who cares. You're the good guys and I'm the bad. That's the story, right?
Just waiting for the last score of the 1,000-year blood war.
Why don't you just say it? If you hate me so much, why not cut to the chase and use your Bankai on me?
No, I'm not saying that I hate you. I'm saying you're beyond redemption. By word and by deed, you've altogether broken the peace.
Oh.
Bankai.
Damn, he got that shit quick as a bitch. Oh, this is about to be so annoying.
I must eliminate you to restore the peace. This is my Bankai. All of this entire space is my Bankai.
What's going on? I can't see, I can't hear. Nothing.
My Enma Korogi deprives one of the senses of sight, sound, smell, even spiritual pressure, drawing you into an empty black hell. Only one person is able to escape it, and that person is only the one who's holding Suzumushi.
Strike me! A Bankai that deprives the senses. This is trouble. Worst of all, I can't detect.
Wait, I remember I remember how this works. Since he couldn't like see or hear anything or some shit like that, right? What he did was he reacted to the split second where Tosen's blade made contact and then would dodge like a vital injury and attack him that way. This nigga's so raw.
That's it. There's a way, an easy way to find out where he is.
He's smiling again. Even hopelessly outmatched, he still wants to fight. You're a threat to us, Kenpachi Zaraki. Too much of a threat to be allowed to live any longer. He didn't try to evade it. Or was it that he actually couldn't? His warped love of combat, his desire for confrontation, handed an opening to me.
Bro willingly let himself get stabbed.
Hey, where have you been?
No!
I'm able
Nah,
to
I don't really
see
watch
again,
anime weekly
and
very
I can hear
often.
as well. Now, the question is, have things changed because I caught
Yeah, the
you?
walking and running animations in these cutscenes leave a lot to be
Is
desired.
it
I ain't gonna
actually
lie.
because I'm touching your sword then? Well, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Come on, let's do it again. I got the hang of it now. Next time, I'll simply grab your arm before your blade sinks into me.
Now, he can't see, hear, or smell. He can't even detect spiritual pressure. And yet, he's evading me. After he dodges my attacks, he's striking ever closer and closer. He truly is a monster.
You can have the first cut. You ought to be ashamed. Endure. Get lost. You're in the way. Don't run away in fear now. Below you. Endure. Out of my way.
Uh-oh. Shit, dude.
Is this the end? The light ready to die. Fight to the death.
Bye-bye now.
At least you can take the rust off this thing, huh?
Do not forget your fears.
Too slow. I'm not done yet.
You have no fear.
Strike me. Is this the best you can do? Monster. I'll kill you. Let's do this.
Not to you.
Don't be in such a hurry.
Justice finds.
Fuck Jim. Pain. Yo, Kick Me Up, what's good, man? How's the story been? It's alright.
A small compassion. No
It's the story is kind of slow paced, and I honestly don't think the cutscenes are all that great. But it's okay. It feels a little bit like how do I explain? JRPG-ish? No, that's not the comparison I want to make.
Damn! No way. I won't lose. I refuse to give in. I won't lose to you. Not yet. I'm not finished yet. I swear by all that's dear to me, I won't lose to you.
I quit. This is boring. I won't fight someone who's half dead. Farewell. Dying isn't any fun. That's because once you're dead, you aren't able to cut anybody anymore.
I'll stop you. I will. In the name of justice, in the name of peace. I will. I must stop you no matter what.
Save it. If you're that eager to die, then die.
Sajin.
That's enough. This one will never be able to understand. You've done plenty.
Sajin.
I know. Say no more.
This is quite a surprise. So, at last I know. That's what you look like under there.
He's so cool. Fuck that nigga Bankai though. Cool in the anime. Fuck it in this game though. You gonna make one more Tekken ranked push before season 2? I mean, I'll play some more, but I'm not like trying to make it a goal to like hit God of Destruction or anything like that. Ranku up! Secret mission complete. So like, did he bend his snout to get it to fit, or did it shrink? Anime logic, you asking too much. On your business. Loyalty and selfishness. Yumichika is fighting against Shuhei Hisagi, lieutenant of Squad 9. Pushed into a corner, Yumichika is forced to unleash the true power of his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Sajin jumps in to shield Kaname from an attack, and his helm is lost in the process, revealing his face. However, Kenpachi is not fazed by his opponent's beastly appearance. Sajin's giant Zanpakuto howls at the sky, ready to pay off his debt to the head captain.
That's Captain Tosen's and Makotogi. He must be in trouble if he had to use his Bankai. Or maybe he just wants to toy with his victim. But either way, I think I'd better go check to be sure of the situation.
Hold on. Where do you think you're going? You haven't beaten me yet.
Boy, if you don't.
Are you serious? You're finished.
Sadly, in Squad 11, losing equates to death.
I mean, no, I'm with you, Van. I just think it looks kind of cool as well.
So I gather. But that's why I've been putting on a fight like this.
Then all the more reason to sheathe your sword. A 5th seat has no chance against a lieutenant. You know, for a squad that loves a fight, dying in one would be rather shameful now, wouldn't it?
You don't understand. Squad 11 is made up of people who believe it's better to go down swinging than to have to face the shame of surrender.
You get Dangaichi though by just completing the story mode.
The only reason I'm 5th seat is because I don't like the way number 4 looks.
What?
To my sensibilities, 3 is the most beautiful number out of all of them. But at the moment, I'm afraid that number actually belongs to Ikkaku. And one more thing. Squad 11 is filled with guys who absolutely love to fight. We all look down on Kido moves, and we only use our Zanpakuto for physical attacks. Now listen close. Here's the secret part. You want to know what my Zanpakuto's real power is? Do you really want to know? Don't tell Ikkaku or the captain, okay? They're sure to be very mad at me if they find out I told you.
Why, you...
I must say, you don't seem to be very surprised.
Well, looks count for little to nothing in a fight. What really matters is not whether you look like a beast, but whether you're able to fight like one. That's all that counts.
Your mistake is getting caught up in the appearance of strength and not seeing the true strength of your opponent, Kenpachi Zaraki. I'm nowhere near as nice as Kaname.
Bankai! Kokujo Tengen Miyao!
Unfazed.
Kenpachi Zaraki, it's now time for the killing that you love so much!
Killing, huh? I love it. All right. If that's what you want, I won't hold back. If you die, come back as a ghost and we'll do it again.
That's...
Yes, indeed. Looks like it's begun.
All right. So. Oh shit, Rattler, my guy, my dog. Thank you for the 10 gift, homie. Greatly appreciate that. Very kind and generous of you as always, my man, my man. Kenpachi can step one whenever he... Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Hmm? Oh, but anywho, Sokyoku Unleashed. It is time for Rukia's execution. The only squads present at the Sokyoku Hill are squads 2, 3, and 8. Everyone else is busy pursuing their own goals elsewhere. Sokyoku's halberd changes its form into that of a majestic flaming phoenix, ready to fulfill its task. It is Kiko, the executioner. Rukia, accepting her fate, is ready to thank all of her friends one last time. But...
And now the time has come. Let the execution begin.
Not really much of a turnout. Seems only squads 2, 4, and 8 showed up. What could squads 5, 11, 12, and the others even be thinking, I wonder? Brother.
Rukia Kochiki, do you have anything to say now? Any last words?
Yes. Just one thing. It's just... the Ryoka came to the Soul Society for me. They're doing all of this for my sake. But you see, they really have nothing to do with me. As such, I would have their lives be spared, if at all possible. I will take their crimes and bear them upon my own shoulders. So I ask you, please allow them to return to the world of the living. That is my request. My final wish.
Very well. In keeping with your wishes, after the execution has been completed, we will allow the Ryoka to leave unharmed.
Thank you so much.
How cruel. He doesn't intend to let them live.
Fucking make Kisane playable too.
He wasn't being cruel, Kotetsu. He was being compassionate. I suppose that at the very least, she'll be able to die with some peace of mind. I guess at the minimum, she won't have to worry.
Now let the Sokioku fall.
That light's coming from the Sokioku. It's begun. Let's go, Rangiku.
Yes, sir.
I had trouble removing the seal, but I'm ready now. Since Central 46 ignored our warning, this is the only way. We're going to destroy the Sokioku. We're on our way, Rukia.
What's that? So what's the deal? Has it begun?
What? We have to hurry.
I'll see you guys there. But why? I don't care about the execution, but the thing is, Ichi might be there. If he is, I have to do all that I can to help him. Thank you. You're weird. Why are you thanking me, Jiggles?
Jiggles?
I'd help Ichi if I had a chance to. What am I supposed to do? Nothing? I mean, he's Kenny's friend. Okay, see you guys. I'll deal with all of the tough ones. You take care of the wimps, okay?
Oh, she's fast. She's crazy.
Thank you, Yachiru.
Wait, am I alive?
They need a Kakarot version of Bleach. If I could get the Kakarot story mode, but with this gameplay, it would honestly be like Kakarot style cutscenes, but with this gameplay, probably one of the best anime games ever made.
The one who was with Ichigo. What are you healing?
Specifically, like the Kakarot DLC cutscenes, because the base game cutscenes weren't all that great.
I was hoping that I'd be able to find a way to save Miss Rukia all by myself. But, well, you see... that seems to be out of reach for me. It's beyond the abilities I possess right now. Here, a brand new Shihakusho, and a towel, and a headband. Mr. Rikshi from Squad 6 brought them for you. I guess that the general treatment room was destroyed by Squad 11. It happened while Squad 4 was out. He snuck in and unfastened the lock that was holding the door to my cell closed.
Rikichi. I see. So, he still believes in me.
Oh, please. Save Miss Rukia. I'm begging you.
Hey man, I don't know if you noticed or not, but that nigga just got his back blown out and laid the fuck out by his own captain. I don't really think he in any position to, you know what, man, you got it. Don't let your dreams be dreams, kid.
Gein's words, they sent shockwaves through me, but my heart is completely at peace now. Thanks to the head captain's promise, perhaps. Or maybe another reason. Could it possibly be because my brother turned his back on me when I was confused and was shamefully and desperately clinging on to life? Thank you so much, brother.
Hold up. Let him cook. Let him cook. Wait a minute. Oh, it's the best cutscene we got so far.
The whole bird has now assumed its true form. Momentarily, it will impale the condemned, and in doing so, it will thereby bring an end to this execution.
I am not afraid. Honestly, I've had a good life. Renji befriended me. My brother took me in. Lieutenant Kyan guided me. And Ichigo, he tried to save me. I feel no pain, no sorrow. I have no regrets, no remorse. My heart will go on. Thank you. Goodbye.
Surprise. Real nigga. Oh, that nigga cold. Oh, that was clean. That was clean. That was the cleanest cutscene we've got so far in the game. I ain't gonna lie.
It's impossible.
Don't cast time, I think, with 36 months, man.
How could he stop the destructive power of 1 million Zanpakuto if he was only using a single Zanpakuto against it?
I'm not gonna lie. Where's the
world is he?
Where's the emotion in Soy Phone's voice acting? I ain't gonna lie. That should not really fit in the moment.
Boy, the Ryoka, the one that everyone's been talking about.
Yes.
Nah, fact. I need that costume. I want to be able to play as Ichigo dressed exactly like that.
So in the end, it seems that the Ryoka saves the day.
Ichigo! You fool! Why did you come back?
What?
You should have realized the truth by now. Just face
I
it.
need that
You can't kill my
fit.
brother. This time he'll kill you for sure. Don't you see? I've made my peace with death. I don't want your help. Go away!
You don't mean that.
What is that?
Captain Ukitake?
Hey there, handsome. So what took you so long, huh?
Captain Kyoraku!
Sorry, I had trouble releasing it, but now I'm all ready.
That's the Shihoan clan crest. Stop them!
You look just like
They're
Ichigo, not gonna lie.
destroy
You
the
think so?
Sokyoku.
What are you doing? Ichigo!
Relax. Just shut up and watch.
Real nigga.
Listen, knock it off already. Quit telling me to leave you alone and go home. This is my second try. And this time, I'm definitely gonna save you, Rukia.
He's so cool.
Don't expect me to thank you, you fool.
Yeah.
So, what do you plan to do now? What can you even do? You're hopelessly
I needed a screenshot of that. This
You
is such a
can't just
cold ass
disappear.
fucking scene.
Run away.
What? But that's absurd! There are captains down there. There's no way you can.
Then I'll beat him up and then run away. You're not the only one I have to save. There's Orihime and Uryu and Chad too. And Ganju and Hinataro. Everyone who helped me. I'm gonna save them all and get out of here.
The look on his face.
So
his
cold,
words.
bro. For what?
Ichigo's strength is flowing into me. You've really grown strong, Ichigo. What's going on? What is... It's Renji!
Rukia!
Renji!
Oh, thank goodness you're alive! Thank good...
Renji!
Huh? Ichigo! What are you doing?
Damn you! You're not going to... catch!
Yeah,
You imbecile! Damn you, Ichigo!
well, he caught you. It's okay.
Fool! Get out of here! Don't just stand there. Go on! Get out of here! I'm leaving her to you. Protect her with your life.
Renji!
To be continued. Shout out to everybody over in the YouTube chat, by the way. If you want to do me a huge favor and hit like on the stream, I would greatly appreciate it. And to everybody on Twitch, if you want to do me a huge favor and just you know, just subscribe to the channel, I greatly appreciate that as well. You know, this thing on your Twitch subs, my fault. Anyway, let's see, which direction should we go first? Black Moon Rising. Yo, Xiao Bong with the 5. The 5 gifted. Good looks, my boy. Yo, Doofy with the tier 1. Appreciate you, Gangy. Hey, it worked. And my pops always told me growing up, closed mouths don't get fed, and a nigga named me is hungry, figuratively and literally, actually. One of the content creators who got me creating too. Hey, good shit. I greatly appreciate that. Glad I can inspire. You gotta release your Bankai. Bon! Hi! Let's go up first. Love and hate are a poison. The 13 squads are split up regarding Rukia's execution. Soifon, captain of Squad 2, is trying to eliminate those that were acting to prevent Rukia's death. She's approached by Yoruichi Shihoin, former captain of Squad 2 and supreme commander of the stealth force. Soifon orders the punishment for Soul Reapers to attack Yoruichi, but they don't last long against the former captain. There's a good reason they used to call her Flash Master Yoruichi. Grandmaster Flash. Tommy Origami, what's good, man?
Looks like we were able to suppress Kiko-O.
Whew, he really is something else. To think he could actually destroy the Sokyoku's scaffold.
Be still.
Head Captain Genryusai.
It was Lieutenant Abarai who took the prisoner away. The good news is that he's easily expendable. We'll just go after him later on. But you two are a much more serious matter. You are captains, and through your actions, you have dishonored your rank. I'm certain that I don't have to tell you what that means. You're already aware.
Run for it, Jushiro! Go on! We have no choice now!
Uh-oh. New.
Relax. If we fought Old Man Yama up there, they'd try to help us and get themselves killed.
Mamacita. Babitular, babitular.
Come on, calm yourself. I see your temperament hasn't improved one bit.
Is it you, Yoruichi?
Long time no see, Soifon.
I see now. Just because you've been gone for a long time. that doesn't necessarily mean that your skills have improved at all.
You know, it looks to me like you've lost your touch.
The young Ryoka was wearing a Tentoken. It had the Shihoan clan crest on it. You gave it to him, didn't you?
Yes, he needed to be able to fly in order to save Rukia.
How low the Tenshihei Soban, defender of the realm, has fallen. If they find out that you helped a Ryoka, then you'll surely be banished from the 4 great noble clans. The Shiba clan has fallen as well. It's really such a shame. It's never a pleasant sight to see great houses fall.
You're awfully talkative today. So, what's the deal? Excited to see your mentor after all these years? Or is this just pent-up resentment? Well, which is it, Soifon, commander of the Stealth Force? Let me guess. Were my shoes too big for you to fill?
Don't fool yourself. Did you really think I wouldn't pass you eventually? I control both the Stealth Force and the Punishment Force now. Your time has passed. It's a new age now, Yoruichi Shihoan. You see, this is the difference between you and me. It's a clear contrast. As I'm sure you very well know, when the commander of the Punishment Force bears her sword, it signifies an execution. Anyone who opposes me will be utterly destroyed. And anyone means anyone, including former commanders.
Oh, so you bad now, huh?
Abandon your position. You have nowhere to run, Yoruichi.
Well,
I forgot who you're
they
dealing
gone.
with. Yes, I abandoned my position. But I don't recall abandoning my nickname.
Yoruichi, the Flash Master. I see. Then there's no other way. Seems I'll have to rip apart that name of yours with my
It's time to
own
get
hands.
active.
Oh, so you're wearing the Kaysen uniform, huh? I haven't seen that look for a while.
Bring back memories?
A few.
Don't be shy. Think back and compare. Go on. What's the conclusion that you came to? Who is it then? You or I? Which one of us is
It was
the
good,
better
Lakobe.
warrior?
2 Raw's baddies fight. Out of me. She. To play as Yoruichi. Oh, what do these do? Oh, interesting. Hope that you're doing well and that your sleep was well. You know. Fuck, I'm trying to use her signature skill. Damn. Such tight timing with that shit. Damn. Fuck. All right, I think I should worry about the real moment first and the secret mission second, cause fuck ya, fuck ya, no. We gonna start over. Wait, flash step proc the secret from me? That's interesting. Okay. I didn't block that. Fuck. Damn it. Yo, this got some crazy range to it. Oh my god. Yo, Soy Phone do not do this much damage, I promise. Oh. Fuck. Got it. Yo, that fucking move is about to piss me off. Alright, we're gonna take this off rip just so we can get the real moment. Yoruichi or Soy Phone considered better. In the game right now, most people are saying it's Soy Phone. But Yoruichi, she's got like some broken shit, but as far as like legit shit, like she's got like an unblockable loop and an infinite, so like you could consider her like better technically, but
your movements are better than before. You think it's all a trick?
Fuck ya.
Do you really think I need one? Along with Kido, a unique fighting art. Off with you. Forgive me.
Yoruichi is very cool looking. Oh wait. Another real moment activated? What a mash! Alright, bro.
Did you actually think that I wouldn't dare to hold back against you or something? Is that what you thought? I told you not to get carried away. I'm the stronger one now. Sting all enemies to death, Suzume Bachi. Well, well. You took a hit. Do you remember, Yoruichi? Shall I refresh you and tell you about my Suzume Bachi?
Interesting placement.
It's called Homonka. I'll remind you of the details. It carves a death crest into its target's body on the first strike. The technique.
Her Shikai is so much fucking cooler than her Bankai.
But I've had 100 years to perfect it since then. All you can do is run around to avoid receiving the second strike, Yoruichi. My Suzume Bachi is fatal. Completely. Absolutely nothing can survive when Nagiki Kasatsu lands a strike in the same spot as the first attack. My Homonka used to only last a short time and then it would fade away. But it no longer has a time limit. Unless I choose to remove it myself, it will never go away. Running away won't!
What? What a back dash. Wait, why did I spend that? I need to do the real moment. Oh fuck, I fucked up.
Master Yoruichi. Now let's see.
Imagine getting hit once is instant death here. Pass 5. I didn't block that. No! 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 You bitch! Fuck! All because I fucked up and fuck. Oh wait, is it gonna make me go back to the first fight? I think it is. Why did I do that? Because I fucked up and accidentally did a spiritual pressure move 1 when I didn't mean to. I wasn't thinking. Ah, fuck. Oh my fucking god.
Just who do you think I am? Flashmaster Yoruichi. Now let's see if you can keep up.
Flashmaster! I managed to get one in. It's 1 for 1. Looks like it's a draw.
So far, you've got something hidden in your Kaisen uniform? Your movements are better than before.
You think it's all a trick?
Fucked up.
Do you really think I need one?
That's the wrong direction.
Did you actually think that I wouldn't dare to hold back against you or something? Is that what you thought? I told
God
you
damn
not
it.
to get carried away.
The CPU plays so annoying in this game. Also, like the CPU always without fail does the Hokugeki into the soul destruction, like every single time. Alright, we saw this already. Back into the next fight.
My homunca used to only last a short time and then it would fade away. But it no longer has a time limit. Unless I choose to remove it myself, it will never go away. Running away won't.
Mother. Oh my god, soy phone! Mashing bitch. Yo, nigga, what? That shit ain't got that much range when I use it. I wasn't even trying to soul break is the fucked up part.
Flashmaster Yoruichi. Now let's see if you can keep up. I'll show you how strong I really am.
Oda's finally getting a taste of his own medicine. Not even. I don't even use that move that much. Like almost
You've
ever.
never seen it before, have you? This is a fighting style that combines Hakuda and Kido. I was actually the one who invented it.
Oh, why aren't you special?
Feel honored. I only managed to perfect it a few days ago.
Oh, look at you
You'll
go.
soon have the privilege of being its first victim. It's
Lucky
so
me.
new that it hasn't even been given a name yet.
You're wrong. It has a name.
What?
It's called Shunko.
What are you talking about?
Do you know the reason why the uniform's like that? Why it's open at the back and shoulders? Because those parts would be wasted. When Shunko is perfected, a dense Kido envelops the user's back and shoulders, surrounding them both. The Kido draws power to the arms and legs, and then it explodes outwards. In other words, the moment the move is activated, any fabric on the back and shoulders would be blown off. Sorry, but you're not getting past.
Ah, shit!
Get that blade up. We're fighting now.
Huh?
It's too bad. I really didn't want to have to resort to using this move against you.
She's flawless.
Beware, Soifone. There's something you should know. I still can't control it very well. Well, have you figured out why I never
You gonna
showed
stream
you
again
this
tonight
move?
for Pokemon?
Have you?
Chat, both YouTube and Twitch. Would you guys want to see me do my Pokemon Pocket Summons live? I normally just do them as recordings on YouTube or like for YouTube videos, but would y'all like to see me do them like live? I actually need her to hit me and not kill me and take out these two so that I have a full health bar to work with. I'm actually gonna die. Fuck. I should have done the super. This is block, this is block, this is block. Committing to the block, committing to the block. Pull this. Blam. There we go. Dubskis.
Actually, I didn't want to use this move. I have no choice. I warn you, this move is pretty new. I'm not able to hold back.
Live pack openings would be dope. Yeah, I could do a another multi-stream later tonight when the packs go live. Might even get Afro to pull up.
You're not ready to use Shunko.
Honky Sosai.
Fuck ya.
It destroys an enemy's Kido using Kido of equal but opposite force.
Mama.
I can't believe it. I never thought. But she neutralized my Kido so easily. How? I'm stronger than you. I know it! This can't be. I should have surpassed you! A century of isolation should have weakened you, while I grew more powerful. Then how? How can you still stand before me? Why is it that no matter what I do, you continue to outclass me? Answer me, Yoruichi! The first time I saw her, it was like seeing a goddess in the flesh. She was the 22nd and first female head of the Shihoan clan to rule the Tenchi Soban, defender of the realm. Her skill in Hakudo was utterly transcendent. She was noble, elegant, and frighteningly strong. Everything about her was impressive. Being of the Fan clan, a lesser noble family of executioners and assassins, she was absolutely
She's so precious.
I wanted to be. I was in awe of her. In time, my feelings even went beyond that, crossing over from mere adoration into full-on worship. When I first met her, I placed merit only in strength. But with each day that we spent together, I found new value in other things. It came without warning. Without a word, without even saying goodbye, she disappeared from my life entirely. And even more than that, from me personally. It was a betrayal by my idol. I lost all respect for you. I hated you. I cursed your very name. And I swore that I'd become stronger than you.
Damn, Yoruichi.
When I
Fuck.
did, I'd capture you with my own 2 hands.
I'm trying to capture her with my 2 hands too. Fuck.
I will never forgive you, Yoruichi. You betrayed my respect, and you betrayed my trust.
All right, but like, what did she say sorry right now?
Why? Why did you abandon me? Why didn't you take me with you? Miss Yoruichi.
I need a Yoruichi figure. So if phone really pulled up like, why you ain't let a nigga smash? Where should we go next? We'll go up here and then down and then, yeah. We know it's not going to be just one. Wait, what do you mean? Feast of the Fighters. As Sajin left to reach Genryusai. Excuse me. Oh, one Yoruichi figure? Nah, I'll just get one. There's crossplay between PS4 and PS5. Is this game even on PS4? As Sajin left to reach Genryusai, his duel with Kenpachi ended in a draw. Kenpachi, now without any opponent to fight, was reunited with Yumichika, who has defeated Shuhei. Meanwhile, in the Force, Ikaku was enjoying his fight against Tetsuzaimon Iwa, lieutenant of Squad 7. As he feels the clashing spiritual pressures of Byakuya and Ichigo, Tetsuzaimon's excitement rises. He used to be part of Squad 11, and he loved fighting as much as everyone there. It's on PS4 for some stupid reason. If this game wasn't on PS4, it'd probably be a hell of a lot better. And actually, now that's starting to make some sense as to why this game is the way it is in some capacities.
Oh, there he is. Captain! Huh? Is it over?
Bro, nah.
They got away.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm gonna be honest. We're entering what? Year 5 of the PS5? This is like year 5 of the PS5, right? We gotta stop putting these games on PlayStation 4. We got to. We have to. Look. I get it, okay? Not everybody can afford a PS5. Not everybody still has a PS5. I get that. However, this shit is a luxury. And I'm tired of these games being held back because they keep trying to compensate for a console that's like 10 years old. half the reason a lot of niggas ain't got a PS5 is because every game they put out is still coming out on PS4. And also because the PS5 is probably the worst PlayStation that's ever dropped and doesn't really have many exclusive or like crazy titles. But like, you know what I'm saying? If we were still getting PS3 titles in 2018, we would have thrown right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I find it very weird that like PS4 is still getting games. I'm like not even trying to be on like a no elitist shit or anything like that. I understand I'm in a very privileged position and stuff, but like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Gonna get a Switch 2 and a good PC because then I can play pretty much everything. Yeah, you get a Switch and a PC, you can play literally anything. Now there might be some games you have to wait a little bit longer to play than others because sometimes shit do be console exclusive for like a brief period of time before it go to PC. But yeah, because this is a game that like, now that I know, I didn't know this game was on PS4, but now that I know it, I'm like, oh, that probably explains why certain things are the way that they are.
The wolf jerk suddenly screamed Master Genryusai and then got the hell out.
Switch is ass though. Nah, I think the Switch is actually like an incredible console, even though I use it like twice a year.
Man Yamamoto must be out there somewhere picking a fight.
Oh, so that's what I've been sensing.
My. So, why are you in such a
I'm actually very excited for the Switch 2. Way more than I was for the first Switch,
without
actually.
Getting hurt?
Yes, sir. But I did get my robe dirty, so I went and changed.
And look at you. You're more cheerful now.
Really? I'm more beautiful than I was before?
That's not what I said. And stop that disgusting gyrating.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm a little excited. I haven't fought like that in a very long time. I'm just so happy right now.
Damn it! That rotten jerk! That Zanpakuto of his isn't fair! It gobbled it up. All my spirit energy's gone. Damn.
Oh! Did you see that lightning? If I'd swung my sword, I bet that it would have struck us for sure.
Fool! That wasn't lightning. That was Aikido. It was aimed at something else. We're in no danger. You haven't learned anything, have you? You still can't do Kido.
Oh, come on, lay off. Kido's just not my style. I'm not versatile like you. I wasn't born with all the powers that you're lucky enough to have.
Neither was I, as a matter of fact. But the truth of it is, you're more likely to make lieutenant if you're well-rounded than if you're great at one thing. So I trained for versatility. That's it. End of story.
Doesn't sound like very much fun.
You idiot. A man should aim for the stars and it is fun.
Don't lie. It was what your mother wanted.
Ha! Why would I ever want to be lieutenant to that witch?
Tetsuzaimon, you.
Hey, we're out of sake.
Huh? You finished it again? You drink way too fast.
Dad, you ever had sake?
Oh no. Sake is subject to the laws of nature like anything else.
Laws of nature, my foot. You chugged it. Don't act like it evaporated.
What are you most excited about?
On guard,
What, for the Switch 2?
Tetsuzaimon.
All right.
The thing that excites me the most about the Switch 2 is that, pause for a second. The reason I'm excited for the Switch 2 is because even though I wasn't originally excited for the Nintendo Switch, I'm not that big of a Nintendo guy. There honestly aren't that many like Nintendo franchises and IPs that I really give that much of a fuck about. However, the games that I do play on the Switch, I really, really like. And what I eventually learned is that the Switch is like the fucking cheat code to life for playing JRPGs. I love playing JRPGs on the Switch. You know, like Fire Emblem and shit like that. But I also have a couple of games that like, they don't really run that great on the Switch. So the thing that excites me is that like, I'll have a Switch that's more powerful and can run the games that I currently have better. And then also just the new titles and like shit that'll come with it, like a new Fire Emblem or I guess like a new Pokemon. What else? What are some other games that I really enjoyed on there? Probably won't be getting another S&T anytime soon, but that would be sick. But yeah.
If you lose, you have to get the sake.
And if you win,
I'm playing Digimon on my PC. But I also own that on Switch.
you're dead.
Something's been bothering me. Who's that fighting Captain Kuchiki up by the Sokyoku? I don't recognize that spiritual pressure.
It's probably Ichigo.
Is he from Squad 11?
Why would somebody from Squad 11 be fighting Captain Kuchiki? He's a Ryoka. A Ryoka! I know him because I already fought him.
A Ryoka, huh? This one seems like he must be mighty strong. You know, if I had to guess, I would say that it must be a lot of fun to fight a guy like that.
Tetsuzaimon, you're a warrior through and through, all the way to the core. Finished already, Tetsuzaimon? You wanted to have fun? I'll let you have so much fun, you'll hate me. Now, here I come!
Right!
Let's see. Next, we'll go this way. We'll go this. Thank you, game. Master and pupil. Shunsui, alongside Yushiro Ukitake, captain of Squad 13, destroy the Sokyoku and help Rukia escape. They try running away from the hill, but Genryusai quickly reaches them. He had always been a father figure for them, ever since their Soul Reaper Academy days. As such, he could not forgive such a betrayal. Their idea of justice was different from those that had the head captain held dear. As those justices clash, so did the two factions' swords.
This ought to be far enough.
Yes. No one else will get hurt if we're out here.
You're last, Nanao.
You were far too fast.
I agree, Van.
Oh. You're early.
Any quarry that I pursue is never able to escape. Come, you rascals. But this time you won't get off with just a thrashing.
Shigekuni Genryusai Yamamoto, head captain of the 13 Court Guard squads. His spiritual pressure is truly incredible. Honestly, even 2 captains may not be enough to beat him. Right now, this is the only thing I can do.
To be completely forthright, I haven't anywhere near the patience that I would need in order to teach clumsy infants who haven't even begun learning to walk yet.
It's all right, Nanao. Just relax. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here.
Yo, Kenny, thank you for the tier 1. Sorry, I bumped the shit out of my mic.
I don't understand. How could he do this just by looking into my eyes? Even 2 captains might not be enough to beat him. Oh, no, I was way off. I was being horribly naive. Please don't, Captain Kyoraku.
That was a nice flash step. It's clear that you've learned how to travel quite a long way with just a single step.
Thank you.
The two of you were always set apart, truly in a class all of your own. Shunsui, you had such a weakness for girls and you continued to behave scandalously, but you were always thoughtful and able to see the truth of things. And you, Jushiro, though you are frail, you were generous and well respected. You were always at the center of things. And then, when it came to engaging in battle, you were both transcendent, truly extraordinary. No one could ever hope to match either of your skills. You were ambitious and you trained endlessly. You honed your skills relentlessly, and ended up becoming the very first captains to graduate from the academy that I founded. I was proud of you as if you were my own sons. Though your spirits differed, I hope the two of you would ultimately be able to walk the same path. It's such a pity.
Master Genryusai.
Not another word. Enough. There is nothing more to discuss. Draw your weapons. Just what are the two of you even thinking? Do you really believe that you'll be able to fight me without releasing your Zanpakuto?
Is there really no other way to resolve this, old man Yama?
I told you already. I'll allow no one, not even you, to disrupt the peace here.
But you always taught us that if we're to fight, then we should fight for justice.
It was you, Master, who urged us to become strong just for that reason.
Nonsense. No personal justice can be allowed to take precedence over the justice that's administered to the entire world.
Then what? What is the world's justice, Master Genryusai?
Don't you ever listen?
I think the game is pretty fun, yeah.
I told you, there is nothing to discuss.
Also, what's good, Keyshawn?
Are you ready? All things of this world turn to ashes.
Ryujin Jaka. Talk that talk, old timer.
How long has it been since I last saw him like this? How long has it been since I felt this fear? Like the weight of the deep sea pressing
When you start
down
walking a
upon
little
me.
too grown around the house and your pops got to check you and let you know he'll still whoop your ass.
Spiritual pressure, even in its Shikai state. This heat that scorches the heavens and consumes even the clouds. That blade that turns everything before it to ash. That most terrible and most incredible of Zanpakuto. The oldest and greatest of them all. It is Ryujin Jaka.
What are you waiting for? Go on now. Release your swords. You wouldn't want to be turned to ash without even at least trying to put up a fight.
It seems we have no choice. Shall we, Ukitake?
I will. All waves, rise now and become my shield! Lightning, strike now and become my blade! Sogyo no Kotowari!
Gas. Make him playable. Add him to the roster.
Rages, the flower god roars. When the wind of heaven rages, the god of the underworld sneers. Katen Kyokotsu.
Sogyo no Kotowari, Katen Kyokotsu, both two-bladed Zanpakuto. There are only two of their kind that exist in the entirety of the Soul Society. It is a truly magnificent sight indeed. You two haven't changed one little bit.
Thank you.
So, are you ready?
Anytime.
Full throttle right from the start, eh? Well, it seems you're as relentless as ever, old man Yama.
Well, should I go easy on you then?
Oh, please. You praise me too much. But I'm honored. Shall we go one-on-one, old man Yama?
Wait, Shunsui, you can't mean to...
Don't worry, Jushiro. I have no intention of dying here. If it gets really dangerous, You'll be there to back me up anyway.
Jeez.
I got you, Slime.
Sweet. You can be so unreasonable.
Right. So here's the thing: is that I think Shunsui is not very good in this game, and I have no clue how to fucking play as him. I don't think he really got combos and shit like that, so I don't really know how this is about to go. But let's use this, I guess.
Calm now, old man Yama. Won't you just calm down and listen to reason?
Quiet, rascal. You should already be aware that I'm no weakling. I am not someone you can defeat while engaging in needless dialogue.
You're as stubborn as ever.
Okay. So far, so good.
Well, I suppose I'm just going to have to kill you then.
Too bad I'm gonna have to destroy you now. Uh-oh.
How many times is this?
Fuck. No, you bitch! Fuck! Anywho, we gotta get the secret mission. Can't let him take a stock. He does so much fucking damage though, and fucking Shunsui has no combos. Or at least nothing that I know of.
Quiet, rascal. You should already be aware that I'm no weakling. I am not someone you can defeat while engaged.
Like bro, look at my health bar!
You're as stubborn as ever.
You can't even combo off his throw! Nigga, this is insane. What the fuck just happened?
Calm now, old man Yama. Won't you just calm down and listen to reason?
Quiet, rascal. You should already be aware that I'm no weakling. I am not someone you can defeat while engaging in needless dialogue.
You're as stubborn as ever.
Maybe it's time we went acid to I don't want to fight. What about this? Is there no other way? I have no choice. That's enough. As expected.
Yeah, man, Shunsui kind of sucks. Alright, now I gotta take down this next stock without getting hit.
Well, I suppose I'm just going to have to kill you then.
I'm playing on PS5, by the way. Why didn't that combo? No! Wait, he fucked up? He sold? Oh my god, the range.
How many times
We did it, right? Why doesn't Shunsui have combos? That's so ass, man.
Even after all this, I don't really feel like I can win.
Get back here, you rascals. That's it. It's over.
Watch out! Get out of there, Shunsui!
Bathe in the flames of Ryujin Taka as you rue and lament all of your misdeeds.
This goes out to all captains, lieutenants, proxy lieutenants of all squads, and all Ryoka. This is Isane Kotetsu, lieutenant of Squad 4. This is an urgent message from Captain Unohana of Squad 4.
What I'm about to tell you is the complete truth.
To be continued. Alright, next up we go to this, I suppose, Black Moon Rising. Or should we? No, maybe we should go this first because this is the main one, right? So, Conspiracy of the Central 46. Toshiro and his lieutenant, Rangiku Matsumoto, visit the highest seat of power in the Soul Society, Central 46, in order to stop Rukia's execution. However, once they arrive, they find that all 46 members have been assassinated. Still in shock, they find Izuru Kira, lieutenant of Squad 3, informs him that Momo had been following Toshiro. Have you ever watched the Kenshin live action movies? Yeah, I did a long time ago. Many moons ago.
What is this? What happened? All of them. They've been murdered.
The Central 46. It's an assembly of magistrates. It's composed of 6 judges and 46 sages, brought together from all across the Soul Society. It is the highest court in the realm. Crimes that are committed by Soul Reapers in the Soul Society, or in the world of the living, are tried here. If any form of compulsion is required to enforce a ruling it's made, it can call upon the support of the Stealth Force, the Kido experts, or the squads to provide such backing. And once a ruling has been made, no one, not even a captain, is allowed to voice any dissent. That is what the Central 46 is. And now it has essentially been turned into little more than a grisly, harrowing slaughterhouse. They're all dead. So much blood. But now it's all dry. It's brown and flaking. That means they weren't killed today. Or even yesterday. Then when? When did this happen? After Renji was defeated, the special wartime order was proclaimed. This underground chamber should have been completely sealed off from the outside. No one would have been allowed entry, or even to be anywhere near here. And today, when we forced our way inside, what did we find? That all 13 protective walls were closed, and that there were no visible signs of entry whatsoever. Which means that the Central 46 was already dead. So all the orders we've received since then must have actually been...
God.
False.
God damn, Rangiku.
Who did this? Gin? But to entirely massacre our highest court, and somehow manage to keep his deceit hidden until now. Could one man really do that alone? Or are others involved?
I knew that you'd come, Captain Hitsugaya.
Izuru! Was it you? Were you the one who did this? Rangiku!
Yes, sir.
Stop, Izuru! Answer me! Tell me the truth! Was it you? Were you the one who killed them?
No. Actually, I was only let in a handful of moments before you arrived. They opened the lock from the inside and let me in.
They? Who let you in?
Who do you think? Central 46.
I'm not playing around with you, Izuru!
Never mind all that. There's something else you should be worried about. Instead of chasing me, shouldn't you be more focused on protecting Momo?
What are you talking about? Momo is...
She's not in Squad 10's barracks anymore.
What?
I get it. You put a force field around the room Momo was sleeping in, didn't you? A Kyomon, a high-level force field that deflects attacks from the outside. You left her in there thinking that she'd be safe. But the thing is, that force field is meant to keep people out, not in. Momo is a master of Kido. Breaking a force field like that would be child's play for her. And she could put a force field around herself to hide her spiritual pressure while she moved about. Hadn't you noticed? Are you really that oblivious? Momo's been following you two all this time.
Rangiku, can I leave him to you?
Go on. What? Tired of running?
The task that I was given was to stop you here, Rangiku.
Task? Who gave you that task? Was it Gin?
I don't have to answer to you.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
What? What's wrong with you, Izuru? I don't know what Gin may have told you, but...
Give it up. Why should I have to answer to a dead woman? What reason is there to do that?
You are not like that, little bro.
You...
Show yourself, Wabisuke.
Lord, now I gotta play as Rangiku. How am I supposed to play with one hand? Huh? I mean, what? What? I did see Lil Majin's video on the season 2 stuff. I actually did watch, but I don't watch Main Man. Is there any fast way to farm money? You could play mission mode.
That's right. You don't know, do you, Rangiku? What my Zanpakuto can
Fuck
do.
Joe. Nigga!
No, I don't. Does anybody anywhere? Honestly, you don't tell people.
It's my first time
such
actually seeing
things.
Izuru in the game. I haven't seen
That's
anybody
not
use this
true.
character.
My classmate Momo knows. And Renji too, I think. But that's alright. It can't be helped now.
Oh, right. I forgot her moves are like all counters and shit, right? Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Do some. Do some. Do some. Do some. Do some. Do some. Fight back, bitch. Fight back, bitch. Ugly. Stupid ass. Goofy ass. That don't mean nothing to me. Mush the ass. Crush the ass. Dust the ass. Flash step it, pussy. Do it, bitch. Stupid. Stupid. Hadouken. 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 You're really just gonna keep eating that shit, huh? Hadouken. Hadouken. Shoryuken. I actually haven't seen what these moves look like when she uses them. Oh, so that's what that looks like. After reduces ratio to 0 using spiritual pressure move 2. How am I even supposed to build the meter for that? Yo, how long am I stunned for? Hey, yo, I was stunned forever. Oh, fuck.
I say we played long enough. Those who are cut by it are forced to crawl.
Does she have a really good awakening? I wasn't like that impressed by it, but it is decent, I guess. Gotta appreciate the modders. Yo, swimsuit mod win. What does her spiritual suppression move 2 even do? Oh, okay. I thought it wasn't like an actual attack, but damn, shot that nigga.
You're going to let me through. You're too slow.
How long am I stunned for? Answer yes. Got it. Alright, nigga. You want to be annoying? I can be annoying. You want to be annoying? We can be annoying. We can be annoying, bitch. Yeah. So you want to throw projectiles and shit, yeah? Yeah, that's what you like? You like playing the zoning game? You want to zone, bitch? Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Hadouken. Pocket sand. Pocket sand. Pocket sand. Pocket sand. You thought, bitch. Pocket sand. Oh, fuck. Oh my god.
Those who are cut by it are forced to crawl.
I do not like playing as Rangiku.
And then they always bow their heads as if asking for forgiveness. Hence the name Wabisuke.
Oh, he's got a counter. Okay. Get him, shawty. Now get it, shawty. Get it, shawty. Get it, shawty.
Keen, what in the world? What have you done to this boy? And also, what exactly do you want with me? Where? Just where do you want to go?
Nice. What you know about that? She. Unseasonal. So wait, should I actually go back to that? I don't know. This is extending further than I thought it was going to, but whatever. Unsealing Silver Flower. Momo, telling Toshido, reaches Central 46. Gin suddenly appears before her, saying that there is someone who wants to see her. He leads her to the Saijoto Kyorin, residence of Central 46. There, she meets Aizen, who was supposed to have been killed. Momo breaks into tears, finding that her beloved captain is still alive. However, moments later, she is suddenly stabbed by a cold, cruel sword.
Why didn't I see it?
Momo is still of the belief that I was the one who killed Aizen. So of course, it's only natural that she'd decide to follow me. But I didn't think she'd be able to move so soon. Oh, how stupid! For Aizen's sake, she'd come after me without any hesitation, even if she had to drag herself across the ground. That's the kind of girl she is. I should have known, but Momo!
What is this? No! How can this be? They're all dead. All of them. Toshiro seemed to be completely shocked. And Izuru was already here. And then Toshiro went after him. If Toshiro was the one who killed Captain Aizen, does it mean that he did this as well? Could Izuru have done it? Is that really possible? And then, what did Toshiro... Is Captain Aizen...
Hello there, Momo.
This is the Seijoto Kyurin. This is the place where the 46 all reside. I don't understand. Why exactly have you brought me here, Captain Ichimaru?
Have you ever been here before, Momo?
Of course not. This area is absolutely off limits. I've never seen it before.
There's someone I want you to see.
Someone that you want me to see?
That's right. Go on. Look behind you.
Behind me?
Look at who we got here.
Aizen?
How have you been, Momo?
Can it be? Is it really you, Captain Aizen? I thought that you were dead.
I'm alive, as you can see.
Captain Aizen! I can't believe it!
I'm sorry. You must have been heartbroken.
It's Captain Aizen's hand! Just like before. It's the balm that heals my heart. And Captain Aizen's sick. It's true! It really is him!
You sick bastard.
You've lost weight, poor child. I'm so sorry. I had no idea I'd hurt you so badly.
Yes, you did. You knew exactly what you was doing, you sick fuck!
It had to be you. There's something very important that I must do, and I had to stay hidden in order to do it. That's why I had to fake my death. And had you...
It's alright. It's alright. Just knowing that you're alive. It's good. That's enough for me.
Thank you, Momo. Our time together was a joy. A true pleasure.
What do you mean?
Thank you so much, Momo. Thank you very much indeed. Goodbye.
Schlinko.
Captain?
Let's go, Geen.
Yes, Captain Aizen. Geen. And...
Hello, Toshiro.
Aizen! But how? How can this be? Is Is it really you?
Of course. In the flesh, as you can see. But never mind. Captain Hitsugaya is back a good deal sooner than I'd expected him.
I'm sorry. It seems that Izuru must have failed.
What? Just what are you talking about? What is...
Haven't you guessed by now? Tactics, of course. Divide and conquer, the most basic way of weakening an enemy.
Enemy? But... Where's Momo?
Don't you know?
You... Momo! Momo.
How unfortunate. You found her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to find out like this. I should have gone about this differently. Perhaps chopped her up and hidden away the pieces.
Aizen. Gin. Why? How long have you two been conspiring?
From the beginning.
Since before you faked your death? Was it that far back, Aizen?
You catch on slowly. From the beginning. Since I became a captain, I never truly considered anyone to be my lieutenant, aside from Gin.
Then, for this whole time, you were... That means... Momo. Me. Every one of the other Soul Reapers under you. You were deceiving us all!
I never thought of it that way. The truth is, none of you were able to recognize my true identity.
You mean to say that you blame us? How could you be so cruel? You knew Momo joined the court guard because of you. She worked so hard, made so many sacrifices. She gave so much of herself, so much of her blood, sweat, and tears. All just so that she could have the opportunity to serve at your side.
Yes, that's true. Which made her quite easy to manipulate and misdirect. And that's why. That's the reason I requested her for my squad. It was simply too good to pass up. Remember, Toshiro. Adoration is the state furthest from understanding.
Aizen! Bankai!
Talk to these niggas, Toshiro!
Aizen, I'm going to kill you. I swear it.
I don't know about all that, but
You really shouldn't make rash threats. It makes you seem weak.
Uh-oh.
But how?
A magnificent sight. It's the wrong season, but I rather like seeing ice this time of year. Well then, shall we, Gin?
Next. Scheme revealed. Retsuo Nohana, captain of Squad 4, felt that something was off with Aizen's death. Once she reaches Seijoto Kyorien, she learns a surprising truth from Aizen himself. Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, has the ability to hypnotize people and control their senses, fooling them into believing in what is the most convenient for him. Aizen used his complete hypnosis to fake his death. The whole uproar in the Soul Society was a farce, carefully crafted by the captain. No, I haven't really watched much of Bleach. The only part of Bleach I really sat down and watched is the new 1000-Year Blood War stuff, but I'm not up to date.
I won't call you.
I read the manga though.
Not any longer. Now your name is just Sosuke.
I actually own the entire manga.
Hello, Captain Unohana.
All was it 72 volumes?
I thought you'd be here much faster. Did it take this long to figure out where I was?
The Seijoto Kyorin is the only area in the entirety of the Seirei that has been designated as absolutely off limits to outsiders, no matter who they are or what reason they may have to be there. And of course, that would make it the perfect place for someone who had gone to such elaborate extremes to fake his own death, even taking such pains as constructing that sophisticated doll in order to conceal himself from any prying and inquisitive eyes.
Almost. You deduced well, but you made two mistakes. First of all, I didn't actually come here in order to hide. And second of all, as a matter of fact, this isn't a doll.
When did he?
When?
Or farming.
I had it in my hand. It was right here, this entire time. But I kept it hidden. I didn't allow you to see it until right now.
What? What?
You'll
What do you mean by that,
understand
chat?
soon enough. Watch. I'll unbind the spell. Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu. The ability that my Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu possesses is complete hypnosis.
But Kyoka Suigetsu is a water-type Zanpakuto. It uses diffused reflections of fog and water to confuse one's enemies so that they kill each other.
Ah, that's what he allowed you to
That's what
believe.
You told me. I remember, Captain Aizen. You brought all of us together. All of us lieutenants. And you showed it to us.
So then...
Mm-hmm.
That was when
Mastermind.
That's when you hypnotized everyone.
Correct. Complete hypnosis disrupts the senses intensely so that the victim misidentifies the enemy. Appearance, shape, size, texture, and even smell are all affected to an extreme degree. In other words, a fly can appear to be a dragon, and a swamp can seem like it's a flower garden. The spell becomes activated when the victim sets eyes upon the released Kyoka Suigetsu. Having seen it even once, from that moment on, they are under its hypnotic power, and each subsequent time I release Kyoka Suigetsu, the hypnotic control returns.
Seen once, then...
Now you understand? Yes. And if the release must be seen in order for the spell to work, then it won't be able to function effectively against a blind person. From the very beginning, Kaname Tosen has been working for me. A word of praise before I go. You examined my body far more thoroughly than any of the others. The fact that you felt even the slightest bit of suspicion while under the influence of complete hypnosis is most remarkable, Captain Unohana. Goodbye. I doubt that I'll ever see any of you again.
Hold on!
Aizen really one of the goats, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you. The true threat approaches. Renji and Rukia keep running from the Soul Reapers after them. Rukia regrets changing Ichigo's life by giving him her Soul Reaper powers. Renji relays Ichigo's words to her, that he is actually grateful for having his destiny changed. Ichigo's even grateful to Renji as well. However, the two now have to face Kaname. Did it dirty, not gonna lie. That's Aizen.
Let go of me! Please, Renji! Let go! I have to go! I need to help Ichigo!
Shut up! We're trying to escape here. Do you want them to hear us or something? Come on! Just keep it down! That jerk, Ichigo. He said that he wanted to repay you.
Repay me?
Yeah.
Rukia. Frankly, she saved my life. She completely changed my entire fate. I became a Soul Reaper because of her. Now, thanks to that, I'm able to fight to protect everyone.
Because of me, Ichigo's fate had been twisted. I felt I had hurt him quite terribly. I can never make up for what I did to him.
You know what? You tend to think too much. You always did. No one thinks badly of you. Trust me, Rukia. Stop taking all the blame onto yourself. To be completely frank, you're not strong enough to bear that burden yet. Divide it up. Parcel it out. Leave it to Ichigo and me. Let us lighten your load. At least until you get your strength back. That's the whole reason that he and I made ourselves stronger. Rukia, just believe in him.
Sorry, Renji.
Quiet. This is no time for apologies.
Thank you.
Shut up. It's not time for that either. Captain Tozen? What are you doing here? What's this?
Why is he running with a sword like that? Yeah, all the walking and running animations in these cutscenes are not the best. Black Moon Rising. Ichigo manages to save Rukia and leaves her to Renji. After defeating the lieutenants after her, Ichigo has to face Byakuya, who says he will execute Rukia himself. Ichigo knows that if he wants to save his friend, he has to defeat the captain, and so he prepares to fight. All my life I had to fight.
Renji!
What are you fools waiting for? Go on! I want the lieutenants after them!
Out of our way!
No way! He's not even using his Zanpakuto!
So, we meet again. Byakuya Kuchiki.
Why? Why do you insist so fervently on trying to save Rukia?
There's something I want to know myself. Aren't you Rukia's brother? If that's the case, then why won't you save her?
A foolish question. Even if I answered it, I doubt that it would make a difference. You wouldn't be able to understand. There's simply nothing left to discuss. Are you ready? Only one path lies open, and I must take it. Ichigo Kurosaki, prepare to die.
Yeah, I don't think
Rukia
so.
will fall too. After your dispatch,
I'm gonna cop me a Byakuya
she will
hairpiece.
die by my
Thoughts, chat?
I won't let that happen. That's why I'm here. I remember what you told me. You said you were gonna kill me, and that you were gonna execute Rukia yourself.
So what?
Make me sick! I'm gonna shut you down. I'm gonna hit you with everything I've got. And I'm gonna completely crush every last one of your powers! You seriously want to execute your own sister? That's twisted! I don't give a crap about your sense of duty, or your so-called sense of honor! I won't let you say that. Not in front of Rukia. Not ever again.
Whoops. Okay, so same shit. Can I enhance anything yet? Still no. Okay. Well, let the battle begin. Actually, do I want to equip? No, we don't need any talismans, I don't think. We be straight. We be straight. Luffy has more aura than Luffy and Naruto. I'm not gonna lie. You're right.
Show me your Bankai. Show me so I can crush it.
Bankai? Don't be absurd. I won't need to use my Bankai to fight against you for at least 1,000
Wait, why didn't I get the combo off that?
Be still.
Damn, nigga. Well, that's unfortunate. Bro, where's my health bar at? Hi, dog.
I will not go easy on you. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. You should have withdrawn.
Fighting Byakuya is such a pain in the ass. So brave.
I'll kill you.
What? Very well. If you really want to see it so badly, I'll accommodate you. Feast your eyes upon my Bankai. Don't worry.
Fuck ya.
You won't regret it. You'll be gone before you can regret anything. Like dust that blows away in the wind.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Bankai.
Yo, what's good, Makai? How you doing, homie?
Senbon Sakura
Kageyoshi. Senbon Sakura. Kageyoshi.
This is my Senbon Sakura attack. It's made up of millions upon millions of razor
Yeah, that's cool. Now check this shit out.
at its target from all directions.
Nerd.
I will admit that your Zanpakuto is indeed powerful, but still you'll never be able to.
Yo, Daquan, what's good, homie?
Sakura. Not with a move like that. It's too big and slow.
You doing a lot of talking for a nigga that's losing.
But I guess I was wrong. Maybe I was stupid to believe it. To think that I could actually beat a Bankai with a Shikai.
You really ought to watch what you say, boy. The way you're speaking, you make it sound as though you actually achieved Bankai.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Byakuya Kuchiki!
What?
Watch closely. This is my Bankai. Not holding back anymore.
Bankai! Real nigga! It's a shame I'm not gonna get to use it for very long because I've already won the fight, but anyway,
Really? It's an ordinary Zanpakuto. Ah, first the execution, And now, the Bankai. It seems you hold no...
Should have thrown. I wasn't sure if like it was going to be one of those things where the fight was going to end before I actually get to finish him off, or if I was going to go Bankai in like a second fight or whatever, but...
Impossible. He swatted them all away.
If miracles only happen once, what is it called? The second time.
That's cold.
I see. By focusing all of your Bankai's power, by concentrating it into that small blade, you're able to fight with maximum force at an exceptionally high speed. Now I see. So that is your Bankai's secret ability. Very well. Then I'll simply crush that power, and you along with it. Behold Ichigo Kurosaki. This is the true form of Senbon Sakura, when it has abandoned all defense and dedicated itself only to killing the enemy. Senkei, Senbon Sakura, Kageyoshi. Don't be afraid. Rest assured that this funeral column of 1,000 blades isn't going to strike you all at once. In a way, you're lucky. Because you see, I only show Senkei to those individuals whom I have sworn to kill by my own hand. You are only the second person ever to see it.
I can't think of one time ever in the history of anime or manga where a nigga says, now that you've seen this technique, I'm afraid I can't allow you to live, or you're the first person to ever survive. You know, like that shit never worked. As soon as a motherfucker tell me like now that you've seen this technique, you have to lose or like you're going to die, I already know that nigga about to get his ass beat every time.
Changed into that Senkei thing, but still, I'm not done. I'm not beaten yet. I can go a little faster too.
What's the matter? You seem to be slowing down, Ichigo Kurosaki.
What did you say? I can't move.
I know what you're thinking. You believe that Senkei has in some way amplified my prowess, causing my speed to increase. That's not true. Senkei is used to harden the blades into the shape of a sword, and although there are fewer of them, doing so explosively increases their lethality. My speed did not change.
Yeah. You mean, after all that, I actually just got slower?
I admit you fought well. You defeated Captain-class guardsmen. You survived a blast from Senbon Sakura. You did very well to survive this long. But can't you feel it? No matter how hard you may try, it's not enough. Although you don't realize it, you're already a corpse. This is as far as you will go.
It's crazy because he doing all this talking and he about to lose. He overcompensating with all that yapping he doing. The sneering mask. Ichigo unleashes his... Yo, Rose, thank you for the 42 months, man. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate that. Man's got the talk shit to get body combo down to a science. Don't they all? Ichigo unleashes his own Bankai. Tensa Zangetsu against Byakuya's Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Both of them are fighting for their strongly held beliefs. Ichigo finds that as he keeps fighting, he is starting to lose control of his body. Many fights he had to endure since breaking into the Soul Society have taken their toll, and every fiber of his body is screaming in pain.
This spiritual pressure is something else. It's absolutely incredible. The closer we get to the top, the heavier it gets. Is it? Can it really be Ichigo's?
What? How am I supposed to know?
The summit. We've reached it.
Wait, are they beyond those dead white trees?
I can't see past them.
I don't need to see. No matter how strong Ichigo's spiritual pressure gets, the scent is the same. I'm certain it could only belong to Ichigo.
That's strange.
What?
I don't feel Rukia's spiritual pressure. Wasn't she supposed to be executed up here?
She managed to get away.
Yachiru, I don't understand. If Rukia got away, why is Ichigo still fighting?
He must be up against a powerful adversary. But even if he got Rukia out, surely they're still going to come after her. She simply isn't going to be safe. Not until he's broken the enemy completely. He has to crush all hope. Wipe out any promise of executing her. It's the only way. That's why he's still fighting. That's why he's risking his life.
It's simple. It's Rukia. It's because she means so incredibly much to Ichigo. That's because what Rukia did changed him. It changed Ichigo's whole world.
Whoa! What was that? What are they doing to each other?
You should stand back a little, Orihime. There's not much we can do here.
Thanks, Uryu. But I'm sorry. I'm going to stay right here.
I know. You must realize that you're only going to get in the way if you try to help out Ichigo. And even if you could help him, Ichigo wouldn't want you to do that. She knows all that, I'm sure. Still, even if she does, she has to fight to hold herself back. Orihime's waiting for you. Praying for you.
I don't know if I've seen anyone play Uryu at this point. I fought one person who was playing Uryu, and I had to play him in the story mode, but certainly not a Lotus Asakura kind of character, I'll tell you that.
Answer to me. Win, Ichigo.
This is as far as you will go. It's over, Ichigo Kurosaki.
Move! 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 Move!
Move!
Why did I come this far? To win! Just survive.
Kurosaki? More like Kawasaki.
Means nothing!
My fault. I'm gonna go ahead and log out.
Not unless I'm able to win. So I have to. I have to win. I want to win.
You fool. I already told you. I can't very well allow you to die.
What? Who are you?
Who am I? Ha! I have no name!
I'm simply that nigga.
You're no good at all! Not a bit, Ichigo! Every bone in your body is creaking from the weight of your own spiritual pressure! Completely pathetic! But don't you worry, I'm here. I'll help you out. I'll show you how I use Bankai!
Black Getsuga. The spiritual pressure. That mask. Are you a hollow?
Who knows? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. For you, the answer is irrelevant.
Disappear.
gonna stop him from saying it? Literally, who?
No! Let go! Enough! Stop interfering! You're the one who's interfering! Don't you understand? If you leave this to me, we can win! No! No! Stop, you fool! Sorry about the interruption. All right. Let's just start over.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick before we get to the next one. BRB. All right, and back. Let us continue. Final duel. Seemingly out of nowhere, a new facet of Ichigo's personality appears. He is wearing a hollow mask and is considerably stronger than Ichigo from before. However, he forcefully rips the mask off his face. What in the persona? Ichigo doesn't want to defeat Byakuya while he's not fully himself, and so the duel continues, finally approaching its conclusion. Can two guys play local on PC? I don't know. I know that you can on console. I assume you can on PC. Can't say for sure though. Yo, Zakonic, what's good, man?
Sorry about the interruption. All right. Let's just start over.
Interruption? I see. You were able to cut me before, back when that thing controlled you. But of course, I'm sure that's not what you actually want. Very well.
Ready for action! Oh, I can't use my reverse action right now? Wait, I love this song. Beep, 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 beep. Fuck you. Hey! Yo, there's some gameplay in this movie now, facts. Slash.
I'll restrain myself, and I won't ask who that was. After everything we've been through thus far, neither of us has very much strength left. Let the next clash decide this battle.
Fine. But I'll ask you one more time. Why, huh? Why didn't you try to save Rukia?
If you are somehow able to defeat me, then I am willing to tell you.
Bitch ass nigga.
I'm not done yet. I'm gonna defeat you now. Come on, come on. Now you'll see.
Hold this. So long, gay Bowser. Oh, I didn't get to see the cutscene. Hold it. That was weird. Did I beat him too fast?
Wow. Sorry, but I don't have any awesome moves like yours. The only thing that Zangetsu taught me was Getsuga Tensho. All I can do is to take all of my spiritual pressure and try to channel it into one big strike! Are you ready? Byakuya Kuchiki! Behold! Let's go, old man! Now! I'm not going down.
You wanted to know my reason? You asked to hear why I didn't try to save Rukia? Lawbreakers must be made to face justice. They must be...
No. Wait. Okay, look. I'm sorry to interrupt this, but I glanced over at Twitter during the cutscene. Nigga, did they just put Cristiano Ronaldo in fucking Fatal Fury? CR7 is a playable character in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. Nigga, what? Ain't no way in fucking he's a high key. He looks kind of sick. His model actually doesn't look that good, I'm gonna be honest, but like the gameplay that they just showed, that shit looks ridiculous. What the fuck? I had to double check the date. I was like, is it the 1st yet? No, nigga, it's just Cristiano Ronaldo is going to be in Fatal Fury. Like, bro, what? Link the tweet. He tweeted it himself. Here, let me go back and grab the link. I cannot believe this. That shit just broke my entire ankles. LeBron and Tekken would go crazy. That's next, bro. That's next. Remember they said it's a brand new original character coming to Tekken this season. It's LeBron, bro. LeBron Mishima. Anyway, back to Bleach.
They've committed. That is the law.
You were gonna kill her in order to uphold the law. Seriously? Your own sister?
Undue sympathy for one's own kin is unworthy.
What did you say?
Familial devotion is nothing in comparison to the law. It is a weakness that I must not entertain. I must not succumb to sentimentality. The Kuchiki are one of the 4 great noble clans. As such, we have a responsibility. We must set an example for all Soul Reapers. If we cede our responsibility, if we do not uphold the law, who will?
Sorry, I still don't get it. It makes no sense to me. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be trying to uphold anything. If that's what the law says, then I'd fight the law.
I fought the law and the law won.
I see. I was never his true enemy. I'm not the one he's fighting against.
Nah, you were just a stepping stone, honestly.
The one that he's actually been fighting against are the laws of the Soul Society themselves. In some ways, he's similar to that one. The one whose ferocity I found distasteful. Ichigo Kurosaki, your feral violence, your untamed ferocity has broken my sword. Very well, I will pursue Rukia no more. In other words, the battle is yours.
I won? I won! I won! I won! Whoa, I can barely stand right now.
I'm sorry, Ichigo. Sorry, I have a really hard head. I tried to catch you, but I missed.
Yeah, I think his face in the game looks a little weird too, man.
You're in good spirits. For someone covered in blood, Ichigo.
That's our Ichigo.
Really? You actually did it? You really beat Captain Byakuya Kuchiki?
Yeah, I'm kind of that nigga for real, you know what I'm saying?
Ganju!
Just Ichigo that nigga
You're all
Kurosaki.
okay. Oh, good. I mean, we're not really okay. But then, compared to you, we're practically unscathed. Are you hurt, Orihime?
Huh? Me? No, not at all. I have to admit that I wasn't much help, though. I mean, Uryu protected me, and so did some of the Soul Reapers. Honestly, I wasn't really in any danger at all. Well, the thing is, I was just worried about you. I'm very sorry. I couldn't protect you, Ichigo. I'm just so glad. I'm happy that you're all right.
Thanks, Jiggles.
Thanks, Orihime.
I mean, Orihime. Yeah, right. That's your name, Orihime. New items available at the Urahara shop. Alright, this should be the final stretch of the Soul Society arc. Also, I kind of want to see what the new items are real quick. I don't know if that's the first time I saw that pop up, but thank goodness all the bad guys are dealt with and peace can finally return to the state of day. I know, right? Increases damage down. Increases fall of ho-ho damage up by 30. Damn, that's a big boost. Creation 40%, reduces damage to whatever. Oh. But it decreases your gauge charge on us, whack. You can actually buy talismans now. Oh, they're pretty cheap too. Actually, give me some of these. Oh, we got a bunch of new of these certificates and shit. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, what I gotta do to get more of the color joints? Damn, I want a soy phone in color. Shunko. Ooh. Some cool stuff in here. I wish these were just all in color and not black and white. These Yoruichi ones are really good. I don't really like the soy phone stuff, I gotta be honest. Oh, you don't get any of these for doing story mode. I just realized I haven't been like accumulating any of these. And these bitches expensive too. Or whatever. Are colored manga rare or common in the modern day? Manga is typically always in black and white. It normally gets released in colored if fan does it and puts it out, or if like sometimes manga gets special pages that are in color, but like a full color manga, that's actually pretty rare. And normally if it does exist, it's digital. What about in the missions? Are there new missions and shit? No. Okay. Oh, I didn't read the whatever. It's no big deal.
Hearts of the South, eyes of the North, fingertips of the West, heels of the East, gather holding the winds, scatter sweeping the rains. Bakudo number 58. Kyakushi Tsuijaku. 31, 64, 83,
Okay, what's good, dog?
97. Okay, I've located them. East 332, North 1566. They're at the Sokioku.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. Go and locate all captains and lieutenants and communicate to them what's happening. Go and tell them everything that we've managed to learn so far about Aizen, and that includes his location. Also, we'll provide the same information to the Ryoka.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm counting on you. I must do all that I can to save the lives of Captain Hitsugaya and Lieutenant Hinamori.
Black and white net. 22nd Bridge, 66th Crown and Cincture. Footprints, distant thunder, sharp arrow, rotating land, cover of night, sea of clouds, pale soldiery. Fill the great circle and charge to the heavens. Bakudo number 77. Tente Kura. Acquisition successful. All captains, lieutenants, and proxy assistant captains of all 13 court guard squads. And all Ryoka. This is Isane Kotetsu, Lieutenant of Squad 4. This is an urgent message from Captain Retsu Unohana of Squad 4 and from myself. What I'm about to tell you is the complete truth.
No. Aizen?
You heard her. What do you think, old man Yama? I'm thinking maybe we shouldn't do this.
The captain, he couldn't have lost.
But he told me he wouldn't hurt Momo.
Impossible. The captain has betrayed us?
Kaname!
Did you hear the news, Master Mayori?
Of course. I heard everything.
What should we do now?
This doesn't interest me.
What was that all about? Something about the 46 and hypnosis? I don't understand any of it. What's that got to do with us?
I didn't hear anything. Nothing at all.
The voice said she was from Squad 4. You haven't come into direct contact with Squad 4, so you probably couldn't attune to her spiritual pressure.
What? Captains killing captains? Well, frankly, that's their problem. Why bother telling us about it?
They must have thought it was important.
Huh?
Don't you understand, Ichigo? Alright, look, let me explain. The Central 46 is the Sarate's supreme judicial body. They're in charge of interpreting rules and maintaining justice. This Captain Aizen wanted the other Soul Reapers to think that the orders that they were obeying came from the Council itself, when they were really obeying him. So what does he want?
An execution?
Right. The date of Rukia's execution was moved forward when we got here. That was suspicious. We should have realized something was up then. But this message makes everything crystal clear. It's apparent that this Captain Aizen wants Rukia dead, and won't stop until she is. Rukia.
Alright, next we got Unyielding Emotion. Renji and Rukia are forced back onto Sokyoku Hill, where Aizen and Gin promptly show up. Aizen orders Renji to leave Rukia there and walk away, but he refuses. He cannot come to terms with Aizen's sudden change. As he realizes that he, Izuru, and Momo were nothing but pawns for Aizen, he unleashes Zabimaru, ready to fight. Let's get it.
What was that all about? What the... how is... We're on Sokyoku Hill.
Welcome, Renji.
Captain Aizen?
Leave Rukia Kuchiki here and just go.
I refuse. What? I said no. I will not. Captain Aizen.
I see. Wait, Gin. You're being so stubborn, Renji. If you won't give me Rukia, then I'm afraid I can't help you. But nevertheless, I'll let you have your way. Rukia may remain in your arms, but I'm afraid that the rest of you is going to have to go.
Don't worry, guys. Renji's here to save the day.
Your skills have improved noticeably, Renji. You've truly grown. That pleases me. But all the same, you've chosen a very bad time to be persistent. It's a challenging situation. It's difficult to step on ants without crushing them. As your former captain, I still feel some protectiveness. I'd hate to see you die.
Really? Is that a fact? You'd hate to see me die? Then why?
I ain't gonna lie, calling Renji the Vegeta of Bleach is low-key giving him too much credit.
Oh, so that earlier disruption of spiritual pressure was Tentekura. It must have been Isane. Momo's death was unavoidable. She just couldn't live without me, and she had already served her purpose. I killed her.
Like, Vegeta's way more accomplished and frankly just a way cooler character than Renji. Like, I don't even dislike Renji. It's just he's not on Vegeta level.
To kill her myself. That's why I tried to get Izuru and Toshiro to do the job for me. But unfortunately, that didn't work out the way I'd hoped it would. So, grudgingly, I took care of it.
Is that so? Izuru, Momo, you had them right there. Both of them in the palm of your hand.
And you, Renji.
Now I see. It's all clear. No way. No. You're not the Captain Aizen that I knew. Not anymore!
Sadly, I was never the Captain Aizen that you proclaimed to know. I'm afraid that person was merely an illusion, Renji. In fact, the Sosuke Aizen that you knew never even existed.
I don't know exactly what your game is, but you're definitely not getting your hands on Rukia now. Roar! Zabimaru!
Out of the three of you, I'd say that you were the most trouble, Renji.
His bare hand?
Alright, that was smooth. That was smooth. I still don't think these cutscenes are incredible, but they're definitely a big step up from the first chapter and from even like the first half of this chapter.
I met you three. I felt sure that I could use you. That's the reason why I decided to
They're actually just showing a little bit more. You feel me?
When I had the chance after you became members of the court guard. I made the two useful ones subordinates of Geen and myself, and sent you, the problem child of the bunch, to another company. It appears that my instinct was correct. For the last time, leave Rukia Kuchiki and go.
Please! Captain Eisen! Oh...
No! I won't give her to you. No way. I'm not leaving her. You bastard!
I see.
Bastard!
That's unfortunate.
Calling a nigga bastard just hit different.
Hey, what are you kneeling down for? Is Rukia really that heavy? I thought I'd give you a hand, Renji.
Side by side, Ichigo saves Renji from Aizen's attack. They rush there upon learning that Aizen's plan was to eliminate Rukia. He and Renji are both exhausted after their many battles. They stand up once again to save their friend. They are now on the same side to protect Rukia from Aizen.
Ichigo, I'm sorry that you had to come to our aid.
What? Well, you looked pretty pooped from just carrying Rukia around. Was running away too much for you, Renji?
Huh? Oh yeah? Well, you look like you could use a nice nap yourself. Maybe you ought to go and
I'll
curl
nap
up
when
in a
I'm
comfy
dead.
blanket somewhere. Nice and quiet.
What did you say? Are you for real? Is this the thanks I get?
What's wrong with you? Are you deaf? I was trying to thank you, but you...
So sorry. I didn't want to be ill-mannered and intrude, so I let that boy in.
That's all right. Just another ant to step on. It makes no difference whatsoever.
Is that Aizen?
Yeah.
Tell me, can you run right now, Renji?
I can, but I won't.
Now look.
I have a plan. Sabimoto may be broken, but he still has a few surprises left in him. I am going to fight. You know just as well as I do. I mean, there's no point at all in trying to run away. Listen, I'm not saying we can beat them, but maybe we can stun them, and in the end, walk out of here with some pride left.
Okay, sure. Well, all right. I guess that we're a team then.
Go ahead and get one of those. Really all I need, honestly. I didn't get anything new, right? Okay. Alright, let's get it. I wish they had all the Shiro Sagiso's OSTs. Who's that?
Only use this one time. But if it works, it will create an opening. Captain Eisen is very powerful. You'll only have an instant, and a brief one at that. So
why can't I reverse action?
It.
Okay.
I'm not done yet. We're just starting. Try to keep up.
Hey, that nigga hit kind of hard. Got him. Original Bleach composer was saying wish I had Ichigo's theme and precipice of defeating this. Gotcha. And Bleach has some crazy good music, so I feel that.
There.
Yeah, you can equip more than one talisman, but I think you can only equip one of each kind. Or really, that one that boosts the attack is the only one I really cared to add, to be honest.
You should be in 2 pieces right now. I must have miscalculated.
That's funny.
No. No! Where did he go? No.
Ichigo. Renji. I can't move.
Now, get up, Rukia Kuchiki. Oh, I see. You've been weakened thanks to the impact of my spiritual pressure.
Ichigo.
Poor thing, he's still conscious. Your will to live exceeds your skills, but it's working against you now. I wouldn't push myself too hard, though. Your backbone is the only thing holding the 2 halves of you together right now. Struggle all you want, but you're never going to be able to make it to your feet. It's not a matter of will. It's structurally impossible. But look at the bright side. You got farther than I expected. Now just rest quietly for a while. Your part in all this is over.
My part?
Level up. Level 2 star difficulty has been. Oh, we got the other missions. All right, that's nice. That's nice. Nice. I don't know how much the difficulty actually jumps up. I did do a little bit of mission mode just to try it out and see what it was like. Also to like get some money up at some point so I could level up some of the crystals that I had equipped and shit. That's how you guys see that I have them leveled up a bit. The mission mode is whatever. It's like a little arcade mode or something. I guess you just have to fight like 3 Actually, let's check out real quick. What's it like in 2 stars? Does it change in any way? Following elements have been unlocked. Shop selection. Following elements have been unlocked. Mission level. Wait, shop selection? What does that mean? Oh, like the actual items in the shop. Is that what that meant? But yeah, there's a new plate here. Okay. Anyway, but when it comes to the mission mode, it was just like you do just 3 fights back to back to back, and like the first one is easy, then the medium was a little bit more difficult, and the third one's a little bit more difficult than that. What the fuck is this? Before I click this, is this Cristiano Ronaldo in KOF or in Fatal Fury? Yeah, that's that shit is crazy. Hey, niggas is mad hype over that. It's more gameplay. I might check that out. CR7, my nigga. Yes, the one and only. He's being added to the Fatal Fury City of Wolves as a playable fighting game character. I already know he's about to be the most used character in that game. Free. That's the crazy part. Okay, he's about to be the most played character in that game. Is the craziest part. Okay, so this was 4 different fights. And I assume that you earn more money in crystals from doing those fights. You think he kicks balls in people's face? He does. I mean, watch it. They showed the gameplay. His gameplay is actually kind of sick. I ain't even gonna lie. From the little trailer I saw. How many copies do you think that's selling by itself? I'm not gonna lie. That probably is gonna add like 1 million or 2 copies to their sales. Like dead ass. Cristiano Ronaldo is like one of the most popular like humans on the planet. You know what I'm saying? Like football is that big worldwide. So I think just the fact that he's in the game is going to get a shit ton of people to buy it. and he's probably going to be the most popular character in the game. That nigga has like 100 million followers on Twitter. And probably even more than that on Instagram. Like, I want you, LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James has 53 million followers. Cristiano Ronaldo has over double that. Like, just to put that in perspective. Anyway, back to the story. I'm talking about the man on the Lakers. All right, these next two should be the last ones for this chapter. Wonder how long they're gonna hold rank in this game. Hopefully not long.
Yes, I was fully aware that you.
No one outside the U.S. knows Braun. Okay, well that's an incorrect exaggeration, but I would say Ronaldo is probably more known worldwide.
That's the reason why I posted surveillance there. I lowered the wall around the Serete right after your arrival. And additionally, placed squads 3 and 9 behind the gate. Then I had Geen drive you two away personally. Because the wall had been moved down, and with the captains roaming around there, behind it, I knew that Kukaku Shiba's Flower Crane Cannon would be your only way in. I will say your arrival was spectacular, and your group outwitted and outfought even the captains. Every single Soul Reaper in the whole Serete was occupied with looking for you. Yes, the entire situation was very exciting and engaging. Thanks to the distraction that you provided, even the murder of a captain received little attention.
Yeah, I agree, Bun.
You made things easy for me.
But hold on. I don't get this. How did you know that we'd arrive in West Rukon District?
That's
Nah, LeBron is definitely known worldwide, but I do think Messi and Ronaldo are like much bigger, like global athletes. But to say like LeBron isn't known outside of the U.S. is like crazy. That's just simply not true.
What?
That surprises you? Really? You work for him, don't you? Didn't you come to recapture Rukia Kuchiki on orders given by Kisuke Urahara?
What are you?
Oh, I see. Then that means you haven't been told. Ah, well, I suppose I can tell you now that it's all over. To start with, are you aware that Soul Reapers have 4 basic combat methods? They are Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and finally Kido. Each of these disciplines requires that the user have a certain level of power, but in attempting to master any particular one of those methods, one eventually runs into a wall that's determined by one's potential. At that point, improvement comes to a full stop. All Soul Reapers have these limits. It's unavoidable, but the question becomes, is it possible to break through the walls one encounters? It is, but only by one means. The solution is called hollowification. The hollowification of a Soul Reaper, the Soul Reaperification of hollows. By removing the barrier between these two opposing life forms, new heights of power and ability can be achieved. This isn't a new theory by any means. It's been around for quite a while. I focused my efforts on hollows, and eventually I was able to send out a number of hollows with powers very much like those that are possessed by Soul Reapers. Hollows that could turn off their spiritual pressure and make Zanpakuto disappear just by touching them. Hollows that could fuse with Soul Reapers. But none of them could be truly considered a new kind of being. There were others who delved into this field, but they were hindered by ignorance and the limitations of their ethics. In the end, no one was successful at it. That is, not until Kisuke Urahara. Working outside the Soul Society's scientific community, he created a substance that could remove the barrier between hollows and Soul Reapers in an instant. It was called Hogyoku, was very dangerous. At least he seemed to think so, because before long, he tried to destroy it. However, it was to no
Soul Reapers
avail.
love to yap. That's a
To Kisuke's
fact.
dismay, he soon discovered that he was not able to eliminate his creation. And so, reluctantly, he did what he had to do. At that point, Kisuke placed a protective shell around the Hogyoku. By doing so, he was able to implant it deep within a person's konpaku. Now, do you understand? The hiding place that he ended up choosing was you, Rukia Kuchiki.
What?
By the time that I'd become aware of this secret, you'd already gone missing somewhere in the world of the living. But instinctively, I knew that Kisuke Urahara was behind it. I can think of no one else who would have the capability to create an untraceable Gigai. So then, do you finally understand the truth now? He wasn't trying to help you. He was turning you into a human to conceal the whereabouts of the Hogyoku. Luckily, the situation didn't last long. It was only a few months later that you were discovered in the world of the living. And immediately,
Aizen!
It's been a long time since I was able to set eyes on your face. Tell me, what brought about the change, Sajin?
Why, you? How dare you grin at me like that, Aizen? You betrayed, misled, and deceived us all. But now you're going to pay for that. So will you, Kaname. Explain yourselves if you can. Or is there no good explanation? I'm sorry, Kaname. Bunkai! What? Aizen is still standing next to Kaname?
Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi.
Well,
They're both captain class. How could they be so unequal in strength?
I fear Aizen is a different beast.
Complete hypnosis is flawless. Even if you know it's coming, you can't prepare. It's impossible to evade.
A level 90 Aishohaki?
What the
Now
fuck?
that's scary. But I have to ask.
Hello? What the fuck?
How did you achieve that?
Hey, where the fuck is this sound coming from?
I couldn't even summon a third
Oh,
of its
what the
normal
f-
destructive
jeez,
capability.
yo.
Hado in the 90s are rather unwieldy.
I had a random YouTube tab open that started playing some shit, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Where did we leave off?
My fault.
Oh yes, Rukia Kuchiki. The moment when you were
That shit was
discovered in
loud
the
as
world
fuck,
of the
too.
living, the very first thing I did was to eliminate the
Sorry
Council
about that.
of 46.
What?
Isane probably told you something to the effect of Sosuke Aizen faked
Your
his
PC
own
was
death
on
and
for a second.
disappeared.
Nah, I had
Plotted and carried out the murder
I had
of
the
Council
Heatspeak
of 46.
podcast. Yeah, I don't know how many of y'all know, but the Tekken podcast that happened the other day. I had the YouTube
Isn't the way it really happened.
thing open for it in another tab, and then a premiere for it started with.
And then I placed
It's
a
not
spell on
important.
the
It's my
central
fault.
underground assembly hall. That way, I made it appear as if the council members were alive and were simply in session. Even if someone were to enter the chamber, they wouldn't see anything unusual. But then, if they didn't have the council's permission in the first place, no captain would even be attempting to go there anyway. Then after that, the three of us hid ourselves inside the underground assembly hall. From there, we issued orders as though we were the Council of 46, with no one on the outside being any the wiser. To ensure that you were captured and returned, we dispatched your brother and Renji. In order to dissolve your Konpaku and extract the Hogyoku that had been hidden inside of you, the plan that I put together was to execute you with the Sogyoku. But we were cognizant of the fact that your Ryoka friends might very well make an attempt to rescue you. If the execution failed because of such an attempt or for some other reason, I needed to have a backup plan at the ready. And what I found is this.
No!
The secret. amazing. Something as small as this. The Hogyoku. The Konpaku itself is undamaged. Amazing technology. Unfortunately, you are no longer needed. Kill her, Gin.
All right then. Shoot him dead, Shinzo.
Byakuya.
Big brother. On-chan. There should be blood dripping from that nigga hand, but it's alright.
Why did you? Why? Byakuya. Byakuya. Byakuya.
Ah, there's a face I haven't seen for a while.
Don't move. You twitch so much as a finger.
And you lose your head.
Now y'all know damn well.
Don't move.
My apologies, Captain Aizen. I got caught.
Yeah, alright, nigga.
Captain Tosin.
And it's over.
It's a little slapdash ragtag group of motherfucking third seat at, well, not third seats, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
You're completely surrounded.
fucking Shuhei gonna do the Tozen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I like his side. You fuck he know about being a captain. You feel me?
It's over, Aizen. What is it? What's so funny, Aizen?
The fact that you niggas think you got him cornered.
It's time.
Soiphone, get back!
Oh shit. He about to do it, chat.
It is too bad.
He about to do it.
Minded being your prisoner a while longer. Bye-bye, Rangiku. I'm sorry.
Damn, Rangiku.
Huh? He's rising! You can't escape!
Wanna bet?
Stop. That light goes by the name Negacion. It's something that the Minos Grande use in order to rescue each other. The moment that light envelops something, it's all over. They're in another world now. It's been taken out of our hands. There's simply nothing that we can do any longer. It's the reality that anybody who's ever fought against the Minos Grande is well aware of. That from the moment at which the light came down, this was already over, and Aizen was beyond our reach even then.
Kind of a broken ass ability, ain't it?
Kaname! Come down here, Kaname! Why? Why did you become a Soul Reaper? Wasn't it for the sake of your dead friend? Wasn't it so that you'd be able to uphold justice?
Bad news for you, Playboy.
Where is your sense of justice now? Where has it gone?
I told you, Sajin. The path that I choose to follow is the one that's least soaked in blood. Justice is always there, and in fact, the path I walk is justice.
Tosin!
You joined forces with the Minos Grande, but why?
To seek greater heights.
Have you fallen, Aizen?
Don't kid yourself, Ukitake. No one has ever stood atop the heavens before. Not you, nor I, nor the gods. But the unbearable vacancy of heaven's
shit.
throne ends now. I will stand at the top.
Real nigga!
It's time to say goodbye, Soul Reapers. It's time to say goodbye, Ryoka boy. You did prove to be interesting, at least for a human.
Oh no, he's hot! Then, the rain stopped. Aizen leaves. Byakuya tells Rukia about his own past and the moment he decided to take her as his adoptive sister. His cool demeanor stemmed from wanting to follow the Soul Society's rules, and from the death of his wife, Isana, Rukia's older sister. As the fight subsides, Sarite slowly goes back to normal. Ichigo and his friends are ready to go back to the world of the living, but on meeting with Rukia, say they will remain in the Soul Society.
Captain Unohana, may I ask you, how are Captain Hitsugaya and Lieutenant Hinamori?
They're stable. Well, for now at least. But moving forward, the rest of it will have to be up to them. Kotetsu is going to continue with their treatment. Who's left?
Sir, there's still Captain Kuchiki and the Ryoka boy.
It looks to me like the Ryoka girl doesn't need our help at all. You were reckless, Captain Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki, come here, please. Captain Kuchiki is asking for you.
Rukia, are you there?
I'm right here, Byakuya.
Well, there's something that I want to tell you about. It was on a spring morning about 50 years ago when I lost my wife. Her name was Hisana. Hisana passed from the world of the living and was sent to the Rukon district along with her sister. It was difficult for her to survive there while also having to provide care for her sibling, so she decided to run away. Hisana never forgave herself for what she did. After becoming my wife, she continued to search for her sister almost every day over the course of the next 5 years. Before she passed, she spoke to me and said, "Please keep looking for my sister, and when you find her, use your power to protect her." I did just that, and continued to look for Hisana's sister. I managed to find her just a year later, and soon after, brought her into the Kuchiki clan. Per Hisana's dying wish, I kept Hisana's relation to her secret, and never revealed it to my sister-in-law. That person is you, Rukia. When I brought you and Hisana into the Kuchiki clan, I broke the law against mixing the blood of a noble family with the blood from one of ignoble birth, not once.
I don't think they
but
ever explained
twice.
why Aizen wore glasses.
That is the reason why, after I took you in, I made an oath while standing at the graves of my parents. I vowed that I would never again break the law. I swore from that moment on, I would always uphold it, whatever it might cost to do so. When you were condemned to execution, I was left adrift, not knowing what I should do. Should I honor the oath that I made to my parents, or should I remain true to the promise I made to Hisana? I asked myself, what was I to do?
Ichigo Kurosaki, I thank you. Rukia, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's finished. They let me use their sewing room. I made these. I tried to remember what everyone was wearing when we got here.
Nerd!
Well, what do you think, Chad?
The pattern, it's different.
I added my own touch. This one's for you, Orihime.
It's kinda cute.
You think so? I made this too. It's for Rukia to wear back in the world of the living. It's like the dress she used to wear before.
Yeah, about that.
Uryu, you know, I think that you might be better at making clothes than fighting.
Sick burn, honestly.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna show this to Rukia.
All right, who's next? What's the matter, huh? None of you cowards wants any of this?
All right, fine. Tell you what, I'll spar with you.
I'll admit, you've got guts. You sure? You just finished convalescing, and I won't hold back.
Well, so did you. But I wasn't convalescing. I was injured, not sick.
Hey! Good morning, Captain. Well, well. You're looking pretty good, Ichigo. Have your wounds healed up?
Right. Yeah. I'm fully...
You are, huh? I'm glad to hear it. This means that now I can fight you without holding back. Hey, come back here, boy!
No way!
The next few arcs suck. That's cap. Everybody always talks about how Soul Society is one of the greatest arcs in all of Bleach and da 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 da, and one of the greatest arcs in like all of anime. I like Arrancar more than I like Soul Society. I ain't gonna cap.
Ichigo showed up on the scene.
I feel like Soul Society is just set up for the Arrancar arc.
I suppose.
Listen, why exactly are you here with us? What about Captain Komamura?
Well, to tell you the truth, the fact of it is, our captain wants to be left alone for a little while.
Nameless friend of Konami, tell me, just what would you have said to stop him?
Oh.
Captain Komamura, if I may ask you something, will Captain Tosin ever come back?
Undoubtedly. And when he does, we'll knock the cobwebs from his head.
I wouldn't have minded being your prisoner a while longer. I'm sorry.
Stupid man. Ugh, how I hate you.
Should have never sucked your. I mean, what?
So stupid.
God damn, Rangiku.
What is?
Ah!
Yo, Seto saw anything with the 43 months, man.
There's someone here to see you, Rangiku.
Izuku.
Rangiku.
Are you hungry? Want some soba buns?
I want some buns, alright.
Momo. There's no way Kenpachi chased me this far, right?
Want to bet?
Ichigo!
What's wrong, Odahime?
She's gone! I can't find Rukia anywhere in the Seirei.
I'm sure that you must be wondering why I'm still alive now.
Not at all. Well, if you were dead, then who would I have around to compete with, huh? Captain,
Renji!
Just shut up!
Huh?
Listen, what do you want? Come on! I was about to say something heartfelt here.
Oh, sorry. Do you happen to know where Rukia is?
Huh? What? Wait, did something happen to her?
Well, if you don't know anything...
Come on, Ichigo. You really shouldn't enter the hospital rooms of people that you don't know.
Hey, Odahime. Well, I mean, I guess I kinda know him. Sorry. Renji, Byakuya. See ya.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have bothered you.
What was that all about? Is everything all right, Captain?
It's just that, is he really going to continue doing that? Is he actually going to keep calling me by my first name?
Ichigo, don't you think that maybe we should have asked someone else about Rukia?
Nah, if Renji doesn't know where she is, Rangiku and the others probably don't either. You already searched the Seirei, right? Well then, there's only one other place that she can be. Hey, I knew you'd be here.
Ichigo, Orihime.
Looks like you're all done. Let's go. They're gonna open the gate to the world of the living tomorrow. You're still not feeling well. That much is clear. You should rest up for tomorrow.
Yes, I will, but first, there's something that I have to tell you. I've decided that I'm going to stay here.
Okay. That's good.
What?
I mean, you know, I guess if that's what you want. Look, if you really want to stay here, then I think that you should stay. I remember it now. I know the reason why I wanted to save you so badly.
This is the official Senkaimon. Of course, we installed a Reishi Henkanki just for you. Ichigo, this is for you.
Jushiro, what is it? Rukia. Take care.
I will. Chad, Uryu, Orihime, take care, guys.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here. Uryu made this for you. You have to wear it, okay?
Huh? Sure.
Yo, Axis, thank you for the raid, homie. Greatly appreciate that. Hope your stream went well.
Yeah. Thank you, Ichigo.
That's my line. Thanks, Rukia. Because of you, the rain is over. It's finally stopped.
Is there a reason why Orihime is not playable? Shit, don't ask me. I ain't make the game. Also, they got this bitch playing like this is the end of the entire game, nigga. That was just the end of chapter 2. Hey, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This shit's so fire. Nella Rangiku? No, personally. But I don't fault anybody for picking Rangiku. Is that an outro? Yep. For the conclusion of chapter 2. And then we get into chapter 3, the Visored arc. Looks like we got a lot of different paths and shit going on here. Rangiku really is top 2-3 in the series. So here's my thing, right? Is that all elements have been lined in the title and then the rain left off. Is that peak for peak? I take Nell, because regular like adult form Nell, I like her a lot more than like Rangiku. However, the downside is Nell has her horse form that I ain't fucking with, and her little kid form, which I definitely ain't fucking with. So it's like, you know, Rangiku's just always Rangiku. So like that one is like more consistent. But like regular adult Nell is just like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's I'm gonna run through the mission mode real quick because I want to see how different it is at level 2 compared to level 1, if at all.
Can you keep up with me?
Now let's just see what this sounds like played backwards.
I want to see what the rewards are like for level 2. I remember when bad jokes got people shot, Lotus mellowed out. I definitely did used to time people for 10 minutes for jokes I didn't like.
guess I don't really need this eye patch if I'm against you.
You peep Diaphone's latest video on this game? Nah, I haven't seen any of Diaphone's videos on this game. Is he enjoying it? Is it difficult to learn the combos? Nah, I think the game, like, execution-wise, is pretty easy. I don't remember this fight happening. This isn't story mode. Man, I didn't kill. He said it makes Sparking Zero look like the Mona Lisa by comparison. Interesting, because I think this is, well, you know. I think that's a crazy take, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, still only 1,000, 100 a time. Oh, so it really doesn't like increase rewards at all. It just gives you an extra fight, which I guess the final fight will probably just have more rewards than the third one does.
Time to show you what I've got. You will die by my hand. Are you scared? I will end this in an instant.
They're two different art styles. I don't think he's talking about the art style whatsoever, homie. What? Damn, he's so fast. What the fuck? Let me breathe, nigga. Damn.
Let's do this.
So the one dude that works at Bandai responded to that thread somebody made for changes they wanted in Rebirth of Souls? No, I did not. Now that nigga definitely whiffed and I flash stepped behind him and he turned around automatically before I could punish him.
Then I will defeat you at this range.
I don't think this game is like godlike or anything like that. But even if somebody considers Sparking Zero the better game, I feel like saying that this makes Sparking Zero look like the Mona Lisa is crazy because that game was also very severely flawed in a ton of ways.
This attack. It's too flashy for an assassin.
Said can't address anything specific or promise anything, but there's stuff to look forward to. Interesting. I didn't see the thread in question in the first place, so I don't even know what the full context is. But iPhone even titled the video "Bleach Rebirth of Souls is broken." Yeah, I haven't seen his videos on it. I have my own criticisms of this game, and quite a lot of them, but I've been trying to let it breathe a little bit because people are glazing it really heavy right now. I've also just been having fun, so. Like this happens with every new release, or what happens with every new release? Tag you in the thread if you want to make a video about it. I'll take a look. iPhone's video on Rebirth of Souls was actually pretty good, and he wasn't being overly critical of the game and brought up actual issues. I'll check it out. I mean, I would expect as much. Diaphone makes incredible content. That's the homie. So I don't doubt that it's a good video whatsoever. And I'm actually very curious to hear what he has to say on it, because I again, I have my fair share of criticisms on this game, but I don't think Sparking Zero is really any better, honestly, in pretty much any capacity. People rag on it unilaterally, even if there's good points, and other people glaze it, even if there's glaring issues. Yeah, definitely the case. I'm toast. I'm not toast. I'm toast. I'm not toast. I fucked up. Hold that. People saying the story mode is perfect, and I don't know what game they're playing. I've been seeing people praise the story mode a lot, and I'll be honest, I don't think it's that good. But, you know, like I said, I've been trying not to be too critical of the game because I'm letting everyone else have their fun. I do want to make a video like giving an honest review of the game and like talking about all the issues I think the game has, while also making sure to acknowledge the things I think the game does really well. That AI sold 3 times over, thank God. Also, fighting chat is very annoying in this game mode. Oh my fucking God.
I think this is enough. I hope you forgive me.
I hate Chad. Oh my fucking God. Get off my dick. Get off my dick! The move pisses me off so much. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna lose.
I can still fight.
Have you seen the tech on delaying flash step where now or never pops up? No, I haven't actually.
This attack, it's too flashy for an assassin.
Why did I lose? Don't hold it against me.
Sparking Zero doesn't need to have a great story. The other DBZ projects exist. The other DBZ products in question are previous games from the installment, or the previous installments in that same franchise. And as a successor to those games, in my opinion, it should actually have a very good story mode. And I don't think it does. No way he broke that fucking CPU.
It's about time.
I'm worried people are focused on just learning tech that isn't meant to be in the game that would be patched out. I mean, I don't really think it matters. If it gets patched out, then niggas just gotta learn different shit. Alright, now I gotta get through another fucking health bar before he gets through mine. What? It's okay. Got him. Chad is giving you the work. He hardly laid a finger on me, actually. I think I kind of beat the shit out of him relentlessly, honestly. Alright, does somebody have a link showing me like the empty flash step technique? Because that would be a huge game changer.
Seems I need to start over with my training.
Okay, so it doesn't really seem too different from from level 1. You just have an extra fight. Oh, but you do get a lot more crystals. Because before it was getting like 5 to 15 per, and now you're getting up to 80 at a time. That's crazy. I don't. Oh, and 10,500 soul points. Okay, yeah. So it's a decent little. I think you were getting. Actually, no. What was it? It was getting like 8,000 per run on the first level. 10,000. So an extra 2,500 is actually not that much of an increase. I thought it would be a lot more than that. That's a lot of crystals, actually. What's this talisman do? That's just one of those. Okay. I have it in the Discord, but Keon does it a lot. Keon in his Discord right now? Let me see. No, he's not. Chat, do you guys want to watch the Heatspeak podcast with me? With Spag, K-Wiz, VDX, Joka, and Speed Kicks talking about Pakistan versus Korea and then Tekken Talk in season 2. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. Yes, yeah. All right. Give me a first. Let me go check out the. Let me go check out the upgrades I can do to these crystals, if at all.
Show me a good time at least.
Let's just see what this sounds like played backwards.
Actually, do not have enough to upgrade any of those. Okay, that's fine. Sparking definitely had a lot of high expectations. Sparking had very high expectations from most people. Alright, give me a second to go run to the bathroom and stuff and get some water and shit. Take this bowl to the kitchen. I'll be back momentarily. All right, I'm back. Surprise. Anyway, aren't they doing Diamond DLC for Sparking Zero? Yeah, they are. I think Glorio and Mini Vegeta is coming out, and like another Goku or something. Hello. All right. Yeah, that might be all we do of the story mode today. We're gonna watch this. You can make it finish by using a delayed focal after keep. Really good for creators that need to set their signatures. Working the X damage to full create. Oh, let me try that real quick.
Can you keep up with me?
Follow my lead, huh?
I just saw the empty vanish shit. Yo, Duopoly Dude, thank you for the 61 months. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Did I delay it too much? Not enough. It's a now or never specific thing. What does that mean? Oh wait, no, I understand. When you have when they're down to okay, so their health has to be. Was it 30% or something? Wait, that's my own health bar. Oh, I see. Interesante. Let's say if I do some shit like... Do I have time? Let me see. What if I do some shit like... Pepper's health. Oh, I have time to get a full charge up back to 8 knives there too. If I want to do something like that. I thought you were talking about something else, man. That's my fault. I misunderstood. You finished the story mode yet? No, I've only finished the first 2 chapters. That story mode is very long and very slow. Okay, I'm gonna have to toy around with that. I'm gonna definitely toy around with that and figure out some more shit. You do room matches with your subs, not gonna lie. Someday, but not right now. All right. Anywho, let's watch Heatspeak. Hope they don't patch this out. Same, because that's not something that's probably intentional. So I won't be surprised if they do patch it out. But it's not like game breaking or like anything like too crazy. I feel like that's just really cool, like fighting game tech. You feel me? So, but I don't know. That doesn't seem like something they really intended you to be able to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they patch it out. But here's hoping that they don't do that. Also, I hate that like I can't manually like update my stream details the same way that I can on Twitch in real time on YouTube, because like whatever you set it as is what it's going to be like published as, and I just, anyways, whatever. Let's watch this. This is boom, boom, boom.
My name is Spag, and I'm joined by absolute legends K-Wiz, 3DX, Joker, and SpeakX. Now, normally when we do this, no one knows who's going to speak first, so I'll just go with the guy who's new to Heatspeak. K-Wiz, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. Season 2 is on the horizon, and we have so much to say.
K-Wiz is way quieter than
Absolutely.
Spag.
We do. We have a very interesting episode for you guys today. Let me know as well, by the way, guys, how everyone's sounding. If anyone needs to be turned up a little bit, if their voice is a little bit low, or a little bit too high. 3DX, my friend, returning back to Heatspeak. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing, man?
Good. Thanks for having me. Exciting time. 1 week away.
Absolutely, man. Joker, what are you saying, man?
Good to be here again, man. We have a lot to talk about. I'm very excited to be present with some amazing guests like SpeedKicks.
why SpeedKicks in particular?
Shout out to SpeedKicks, man.
Shout outs to SpeedKicks. SpeedKicks, how you doing, my friend? We're turning back to Heatspeak.
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me back on here. It's been quite a bit of time, but I hope we can have as much fun as we did last time.
Definitely. All right, man. So as you guys can see in the topics, we're going to be going over Pakistan versus Korea, and we're going to be talking about the Tekken talk that took place, as well as, you know, season 2 all in one go, man. So I guess we will start with Pakistan versus Korea. Guys, if you missed it, Pakistan versus Korea, one of the best
low-key, hold on,
exhibitions that I've been involved with, and one of the best I've ever seen, to be honest. You know, me and Joker were actually there to see Pakistan, a 3-day event. It was split over 3 days, so obviously we had exhibitions on day 1. Day 2 and 3 were the actual main tournament, where we had 2 different formats: the Waseda style format and then the Unleashed format.
Look, guys, I'm part of the podcast. Hooray!
To Pakistan. And this is something that's been, I guess, since 2019. You know, something that maybe people wanted to watch for a long time. And I'll start with you, Joker, because you.
Yeah, Joker. What you got to say on this?
How did you find that exhibition? And, you know, what's your thoughts about everything?
It was crazy, man. You know, the game's a bit stale right now because we've just been waiting for season 2 for a while. But honestly, the exhibition just exceeded my expectations. I'm glad I was there to witness such a sick event. Shouts to Bars and Soup, of course. Yeah, man, it was just crazy. Like, something that really stood out to me was there were so many people and casuals in general, like people that have never watched Tekken before, that were present in the crowd, and just being able to speak with them and just talk to them about, you know, how did they find out about the event and whatnot. It was so cool, and I think it's why regional rivalries are so important. You know, that's something we might talk about later on and stuff. But yeah, shout out to SpeedKicks, of course.
SpeedKicks. I mean, since you guys actually watched it from home, I'm actually interested, since, you know, me and Joker were there. We didn't watch it on stream, but there was a lot of positive kind of feedback when it comes to Pakistan versus Korea, and you guys watching from home. How did you find it? Were you able to watch any of it, and how did you find it if you did?
So I was only able to catch like some of it because of time zones, and I had to like sleep. I can't give up my sleep. I'm getting old, you know. So I could only catch like bits and pieces. I would like wake up, and I would like, for the first thing I would do when I would wake up is like rush to hear the results, right? Like who did what, who beat who. If there was a super good match I wanted to catch, like I would go back and like watch it. And I just heard there was literally nothing but like good vibes around it. I don't know. Like everyone was talking about it like it was the Tekken Super Bowl or something.
Tekken Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, it felt like that, man. I think the closer that we got to it, I remember speaking to CBM, and CBM's like, yeah, man. I mean, none of us feel really stressed about this exhibition, and then this is like maybe a month out or like 2 months out, and then closer and closer, this CBM messages me and he says, Spag, I think we're gonna lose, man. I'm scared. I was like, what's going on? Where was this urgency before, bro? PDX, I know you watched it from home as well, and you did some content around it. How did you find the event, man?
It was really cool. I think just on a base level, it was cool to see like Korean esports production. So like that was a really cool treat to see.
Yeah.
Especially for people who don't normally keep up with like the Soup Tekken League and things like that. So I thought that was really sweet. Yeah, the vibes are really, really cool. I think that we in the FGC, we don't get a lot of team style energy. You know, it's always like this player versus this player. I think maybe that contributes to the staleness of it, but also you can tell the players are kind of moving differently in a team format, you know, like that. You see more moments of nerves. You see the coaching that happens in between. It was funny to me when I think Atif had 2 people coaching him at the same time, just like, you got this. And I was like, this is way more different of a vibe than a solo 1v1. I think that almost universally the feedback I was seeing was all so good. Like nobody was bored. And I think on top of that, we got to see the very, very end of the Season 1 meta. So I think that most of our tournaments were very front-loaded with recent changes and patches, and people just kind of swinging as much as they can with their main character, trying to see what's cheap. But by the end of this, we could see that, like, for example, the Koreans had downloaded when Arslan wanted to do a heat burst. So many of his heat bursts got sidestepped and he would get launched for it. And I feel like that's the kind of thing you only see sitting with a patch for a decent amount of time, studying your opponents for a long time, and then making those. So that was a really cool meta of Tekken outside of the regular TWT.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, seeing the level these guys were playing at, and I think that was really cool as well to see the Pakistan team because, you know, again, shouts to Bars and all the people that were involved in helping the Pakistanis to come down to Korea, because we actually got help from the government, which was really awesome for them to.
When will we see Lotus on Heatspeak is what I want to know.
Visas. Otherwise, it
well, Spag and I don't really know each other, and I don't know if he thinks that I have anything worthwhile contributing to this type
I was talking
of
about it with Bars, you know,
podcast or
10-10,
content.
and then we're like, you know what?
If he were to invite me,
7
I'd gladly
because
go on,
10
but you
might
know,
be a little bit
I ain't
difficult
nobody
when it comes
special.
to the visas, and 7 is a bit more manageable. So at least for the first time, let's try 7v7, and it worked out really well. Kwis, I know you watched it as well. I mean, how did you find Pakistan versus Korea? You yourself have been to Pakistan. You played versus these guys in multiple tournaments. How did you find it, man?
No, it was good. The whole event was sick. I think the only disappointing part for me is like the first 2 days not being really close. Like it was kind of blowouts. And obviously the first day of actual exhibition of team play, like that not being close was like crazy. Like Korea was getting blown out. But when it was finally close, the final day, like that was my favorite day. I was going back and forth. Like Numan is a demon.
Yeah.
I think that's the only he's a demon. He's not of this realm. That was crazy. But like yeah, it was a sick event. People been now clamoring for more team events and stuff like that. So I feel like team event, Nations Cup reminds of us Gamers 8. You know, that was a sick event. So I think it was run well. Bars and Soup did a good job. And the only downside was just time zone. Like that was awful to get through.
we started the event every day at 5 p.m. like around 5 p.m. Korean time. So I guess that was the only thing we can kind of do to so that it didn't end too late for us guys. And of course the crowd, there was a live crowd there as well, so you don't want to end. We ended around 10 p.m. every day, and you know, I think, you know, if you're dedicated enough, man, you'll stay up and watch that shit, man. Don't worry about it, man. Bro, Kobe, you watch UFC, bro. We stay up at like 3 a.m., 6 a.m. You can't be complaining about time zone, man. You cannot be complaining about time zones, bro. But, you know, yeah, again, like you said, the first 2 days, I mean, look, the way he played, I think that was probably the biggest story of that day number 1, and maybe one of the exhibition. And I really feel like his form, he started to play a lot better in Tekken 8, not even at that exhibition, but before that as well. I mean, if he had not dropped that combo against Nobi, I really feel like he might have won the LCQ for that Tekken World Tour Finals that we had in Japan as well. I mean, he has been playing a lot better. I mean, getting used to Brian, and I had him on Heatspeak, and I said to him, you know, what changed? And he goes, I just started to okay, how do I say this? How do I phrase this so that it doesn't sound? He said,
surprised inconsiderate raccoon pop up in this call is hilarious. Wait, raccoon showed up.
and maybe that's because Brian is just really strong now. I mean, he has QC back 1 and Kurosaka forward 1+2. What do you guys think? He said he needs. I mean, how have you guys found Ni and the difference between his playstyle now compared to in like the beginning of Tekken 8? Speakers, I'll ask you.
It's, and I mean, yeah, you can see, like he said, turning it like him thinking a little bit less, right? He is hesitating less on a lot of his decisions, right? Yeah. So you go from the Tekken 7 playstyle where you can kind of let a lot of interactions pass you, and like you can take some hits and like it kind of ignore stuff and look for the big hit. When Tekken 8, the things you don't contest, the moments you don't contest, the moments you don't make a decision, they all add up against you. You have to move faster, right? You have to decide faster. You have to live with your decisions, and he historically as a player likes to sort of give his opponent like a little bit of time while he figures out the decisions to make. And Tekken 8 now, he's just hitting the button. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, he dies, and he's fine with that.
That's how you got to be in this game, unfortunately.
As an adjustment.
Joe, could you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think it's also. I remember watching the exhibition between Arslan and Nia. Was it Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi last year. Yeah.
I just remember watching that and just seeing Ni not utilize heat at all, man. Like he'd die without using heat so many times.
He could still use his heat a lot better, which who am I to criticize how Ni utilizes heat? But at least he's using it now.
Man, because you can't play Tekken 8 without heat. It's such an important mechanic that the game revolves around, and you just have to make use of it, especially if you're playing a character like Brian.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely gotten a lot more used to this game now, and the way he played, beating Arslan 10-2, I think it was, right? And one of Arslan's win was with the Clive, and then they played again at the DRX office, and I think that was also a pretty big blowout when it comes to Ni. I mean, now Ni has the upper hand, it seems like, against
He's
Arslan.
finally playing the game, not real shit. Huge difference in his gameplay now.
Season 2. I just want to ask one final question about this, because we all watch Pakistan vs. Korea. We don't need to talk too much about it, right, before we get onto the the crux of this podcast. But was there any player aside from Naman, or you can say Naman if you want to, that really stood out to you at this exhibition? Kaius, I'll ask you.
You know, it's gonna sound almost silly because of how good he's been historically, but Lohai, because like
Lohai
he came in
spaz
at like a pivotal moment, and bro, he bodied Atif, and that's been so. Those two have been going back and forth for years now. And like, bro, when he just kept whiffing, throwing his face, and Atif was doing 1+2, and then he was launching with Jet Upper, like, and it just kept happening. It was like 3 times in a row he did it, and it worked every time. Like, he was just in control. Like, he was the guy I was expecting to go when Korea when they were on their last life. He was the guy I was expecting to step on and take as how he did before. But like, he's been so good for so many years, but like, the way he played and like he dominated, like it was very impressive considering like he's been playing against these Pakistanis for so long and not really had the upper hand a lot of times.
I agree on that 100%. And one thing about Lohai is, and it's the same as it was in Tekken 7. If you ask the Koreans about Lohai, even ask Lohai himself, this guy plays I think 10 hours or 10 hours plus per day without fail every single day. He's a grinder. This guy just grinds Tekken all the time. And I think he was interviewed recently as well. And I think someone asked him, like, what are your hobbies outside of Tekken? He goes, I have none, just Tekken. He is just crazy about this game. He plays 10 hours per day. And that is why he's.
I used to be like that with DBFZ.
Getting the hours in now. FDX,
Once upon a time.
What do you think? I mean, is there any other player? Is it Lohai as
well? I was
mean,
still ass, but I really liked it.
It was definitely Lohai and Numan. I think Dejan also deserves shout outs for being so consistent in like literally just getting every win he needed for his team. But Numan really stood out to me, not only as like a kind of relatively new, I think for people who were loosely following Pakistan in Tekken 7, we hadn't heard of Numan. And then all of a sudden we see a Steve player. He's playing this style that is so different than the traditional Tekken 7 Steve that we're used to seeing. And he's succeeding so much more. I think Numan cemented himself as kind of the template for how to play Steve in Tekken 8, at least for Season 1. Yeah. I wanted to add that regarding Ni, we were like trying to navigate, like he said he's thinking less. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I want to call back to when he won EVO 2022 in one of his streams after his whole transcript got translated. And his conversation with Chanel, he was saying there are times between games in Tekken 7 too, where he would tell himself, this is not a situation where I need to just keep doing what I was doing and not let my thoughts like slow me down or interfere or change what I'm doing. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. So even though Tekken 8 is a faster game, you have to make faster decisions. I think it's a testament to his experience as a competitor to just know when it's time to
You
not.
play
think
Tekken
and
on
know when it's
PS5?
time
Yeah,
to-
predominantly. Actually, do I even have it on Steam?
Yeah.
I thought that
I don't
was
think
a
I
really
picked it up
cool
on Steam yet.
adaptation to make.
Enter the in-game PS
Add
performance and try to win the avatars.
Yeah. No, for sure.
I
man.
completely
mean,
missed that that's even a thing.
meet in 2023
Somehow.
was probably
I'll give it a shot.
The best need that we've seen in Tekken 7.
Deadline's
I
on
mean, he
the
was really
30th.
on point there. Joker.
Do I gotta register
he's played against
somewhere or what's up?
everyone in the exhibition.
I'll give it a shot.
In and out of tournament. We both traveled to Pakistan multiple times now. 2021, 2022, and
You did within the
even
game. It's
before
super
that,
quick.
2019,
Gotcha. I bet.
We've seen Noman, and I remember after Takra Cup.
Good looks, Mark, man. Hope you've been well, by the way.
And he won that, right?
I know you got a pair of those Big Head Origins I struck out today on sneakers, but it's alright though. I've gotten a few recent pickups that I'm happy with, so
and if it's Noman, like what was it about him that impressed you?
can't be too upset.
I think Noman's starting to get more confident. I think everyone in Pakistan knows how strong he is.
Want
He's
the gold 9 ones that drop
I
soon
feel like
too?
we
Yeah,
didn't
I
really
think the
see,
next
like, a
release I'm looking
performance
forward
from
to.
him besides the Pakistan vs Korea exhibition, right? Where did he place it?
I don't think there's anything dropping for a while that I really want. I know I want the Grape 5s, the White Cement 4s, the Fire Red 5s, the Rare Air
Like, everyone
4s.
knows that Noman is capable.
I forget the release order of those. I'm trying to think what else is coming out soon that I got my eyes on.
I think the two other players that stood out for me was the John. I think he closed out some very important wins against.
Oh yeah, the
the
blue Jordan SBs.
2-0.
Which one is your favorite of the three? Of the three colors, the Friends and Family red pair, the green pair, and the blue. I honestly think the green pair is probably the best, and I normally like blue and red more than I like green, but something about that green just hits for me. Blue, because I'm partial to blue. That's fair.
Which is just crazy, and I just think he's gonna.
Yo, for sure, Ram. I appreciate you, homie. Enjoy your
in
lurk.
my opinion, I think he's like the shining star, one of the shining stars of Pakistan, and I really think he's just gonna go crazy next season.
I picked these up the other day, Mark, and I threw them on the feet, like basically immediately.
Without Akuma, he's a 2D player.
But I managed to pick up the first Amam Year 3s. I got the black pair, and I still haven't worn these, but I've always liked the white pair the most. I think this is the best shoe that they've done with Jordan, honestly, in my opinion.
Can't wait to see what he does. He's too speedy.
And yeah, this shoe is, I'm not gonna lie, man. This is This is one of the best Jordan 3s ever. I'm gonna keep it a stack.
And say Edge,
okay.
Because
These
they
are
on
so
day one,
fire.
and
I
on day
wore
one
them- I
they
wore
played
them
Edge
immediately.
in was it the 1-5 versus the John?
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that matchup
Spiridons,
is not
yeah,
easy.
I passed
Okay,
on those
the King-
myself,
the
but
King Hwang matchup does not
because I
feel
don't
good
think that's
on
a
the
shoe that I
Hwang side.
appreciate,
K-Wiz
but I
knows
don't
what
think
kind
fits
of-
my personal style.
It's not. It does not feel good. I think to play against, who is definitely the best king in the world, right? With John.
Also
I don't
sitting
think
next
there's
to
a
me, I
better
got
king player I can think of.
He's best.
Yeah,
another
to
pair of
be able
lost
to,
and founds. I just
go
picked
first
these up
win
yesterday.
the first to five in that matchup. He was
a
down for a
brand
little
new
bit and then
DS pair.
come back.
I actually
and get
just
that
did
done. That
a
was
swap. I had a couple of 10.5s,
amazing.
It was really
and I just swapped it out for an 11 because the 10.5 that I've been wearing.
So again, the format,
It's a little snug. I've been slowly but surely like swapping out a lot of like my shoes that have been fitting a little bit more snug lately and swapping them out for size 11. So recently found a dead stock 11. I have 2 pairs of those. I have 3 pairs now. But yeah.
So I don't know who was responsible for the Korean.
I traumatized myself by selling my 2015 pair, and then I had to wait until those came out to ever get another one. Hit on the unions.
Pakistan was surprised that based.
I did hit on the unions, actually. I won the raffle on the union website. And I fell asleep and missed the email. And when I woke up, they were gone. Yeah, so I was streaming. I was literally streaming, right? I had been up all night because I'm me, so of course. I had been up all night streaming and shit, and I stayed up until the release or till the raffle went live, right, on the union website. Put in my information, whatever. When you enter the raffle, I assumed that you entered, but if you didn't, right, it's like, oh yeah, okay, if you get selected, you'll have like 3 hours to check out or whatever. So I'm like, all right, cool. I didn't even want to take a nap, but I ended up taking a nap. And I was like, all right, I'll take a nap for an hour or two. And at first I was sitting here waiting, and like an hour went by and I didn't get an email. So I was like, maybe I just took a L. And I was like, but just in case, I won't sleep for that long, you know what I'm saying? So I can still, you know what I mean? And I woke up a little under 2 hours, I want to say, after I had gotten the email. And I was like, oh, cool. So I woke up, I seen the email, I was like, oh shit, I got like mad hype. So I was like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? I woke up, I seen I had the email, I was like, bet, I still got an hour left to check out, let's go. I jump over here to my desk, I go to the website, and they're sold out. And at that point, I'm confused, like, what the fuck? And I go back to the email, and the email says, matter of fact, I still got it. I still got it. I fucking bookmarked it because I wanted to memorialize my trauma. What did it say? It says, complete your purchase within the next 3 hours while supplies last. This email does not guarantee purchase. You must check out now. Which is the opposite of what they said when you enter the raffle. They said that you would have 3 hours. And then this email says, oh, you have 3 hours to check out. But winning the raffle was not a reservation. Like, winning the raffle didn't reserve a pair for you. Which I think is fucking stupid, because I just, like, since when is that how any raffle has ever worked ever? Like, oh yeah, you won, but while supplies last. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, if I got selected for the raffle, shouldn't my pair be reserved? Like, I don't. This man tells bro, because like I was so, like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That was the most upset I had been in a minute. Like, I really wanted, and like, I don't fucking need them. I mean, granted, you and I don't need another pair of shoes as long as we live, realistically. But like, I had 3 fucking pairs of Lost and Founds. I really don't need the unions, and I got shadows as well. I got the unions, you know what I'm saying? But I don't. I wanted that shoe really bad, and then I won. I never win shit. I never really hit on like good releases and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, bad. I got so hype, and then yeah, woke up, thought I had an hour left. Bitches was sold out, and then I struck out on sneakers, and now they going for 400 to 500, and I ain't trying to pay that for that show. Retail, I was more than willing to pay retail. I was like, yeah, I don't need them, but I really want them. But like, it's hard to justify spending that type of money on the shoe when it's like the only difference is the ankle collar from what I heard it got. You know what I mean? So
based on the way the Edge had ended
yeah,
season
anyway.
1 and the way that he was playing, everybody was surprised.
I was sick to my stomach, dog.
Now, I don't know how much I can tell you this, but the day before the exhibitions, we go to a cafe. I'm with the STL guys, and these guys are saying we want Edge in the main exhibition, and we're like, you can't say that a day before the actual exhibition. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Because Arslan was there with me, and he was like, you know, wouldn't have been a problem if you told me a week before or like a couple weeks before, but saying it the day before is kind of crazy. Like, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, yes, fair enough, we understand. But I guess they realized that Edge needed to be in the exhibition, and they were like, let's try and get him in there. But they said we want to see him play, and I said, okay, do you know what we do? I think what we do is we'll just do a 1st to 5 with the John. I think we add that so that we'll have the 2 1st to 10s. We'll also start it with a 1st to 5 with Edge, so that he is involved in some way, right? So I'm glad that we did that. And I'm glad it went all the way down to a final round, because that was one of the best sets that we saw in that entire thing. But either way, man, shout out to everyone that made that a possibility.
Yeah, I was actually really disappointed to not see Edge on days 2 and 3, because I thought he would have had some great contributions to the team, but I didn't know all of that.
After the exhibition, and they said that next time we're going to be a lot more involved, a lot more as a team to try and pick the right team and take it very seriously, because they want this run back. They definitely want it. They had a lot of confidence going into day number 2 because of the way that Nee beat Arslan. Ulsan and CP were like, oh my god, Nee's back, our captain. They trust him so much, they believe in him so much that you know,
as you should respect the GOAT.
It didn't go their way, unfortunately. But let's see what happens next time. We're hoping that next year it's going to be in Pakistan, and it could be like a yearly thing that happens, kind of similar to, like, you know, I don't know if you guys watch cricket, but like, you know, there's a thing called the Ashes where Australia and England play each other, and they do it like every year. So hopefully it could be like a yearly thing that ends the seasons. But talking about seasons, guys, we have season 2. We had Tekken Talk recently, and boy oh boy, did it leave an impact on the entire Tekken community.
Yeah, that's
so
putting it lightly.
Now is we're gonna switch scenes. This is my first time using this scene. I hope it doesn't go wrong. Oh boy, look at that, man. Guys, look at that. How is my graphic design? It's not bad, is it? Like we got the little layout there. We got the Tekken Talk video there. Now look at the chat. You guys are on the screen now, guys. In the chat, look at you guys, man, talking away. All right.
I am Heatspeak now.
Tekken Talk. I guess before we start the video, I want some general takeaways and kind of thoughts about
I am Heatspeak
after watching it. And Fee, I'm gonna start with you, bro. I mean, you watched it. What were
this is Tekken, not Bleach? Yeah, I was playing Bleach earlier, but now we're watching this. I played Bleach for about 6 hours.
It was a very, very impactful presentation for sure. It left an impression. I will say that the Anna presentation was pretty cool. I thought that the adaptation of the character, I always have said that as much as I don't like fighting against like Anna or don't like fighting against like Lei and Julia, I started in Tekken 3, so I think these characters always belong in Tekken. If there's a Nina, there's got to be Anna, you know what I mean? So I was excited to see her come back in general. I think the addition of an extra stance kind of lines up with her character. So in general, when it comes to new stances on characters, I'm like hit or miss, depends on the design. I feel like when it comes to Anna, an Anna player wants to go into stance, so that makes total sense to me, you know? And then when they started showing a lot of the character changes, especially in combination with the interview they gave before with the Evo team, I was like, okay, you can tell they're paying attention to the defensive things that we're looking for.
Am I tripping?
And then I think the shock factor came from, in addition to those defensive adjustments that show kind of they are paying attention and they're in touch with what people are asking, they also added a bunch of buffs that kind of went in what we perceive to be the other direction. So again, disclaimer, we need to see all the patch notes and see how everything interacts, but it was kind of shocking to see like a bit of like a nugget of what we were looking for and then a swing into the other direction. We were like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
So I spoke about this earlier, but a lot of you guys probably weren't here because it was like so early in the stream and shit, right? I don't really fully understand who the Tekken Talk is for. And what I mean by that is I don't understand, or I'm not really certain who the target demographic is. Because from my perspective, right, the Tekken Talk is mostly going to cater toward and be watched by your much more hardcore player base, right? The people who are actually grinding this game out on a pretty regular basis. Obviously, all the competitive players and everything like that, and all of your content creators and streamers and stuff, right? The people who are putting hundreds of hours into this game make up the majority, I would imagine, of who are watching the Tekken Talk, right? Even though casuals make up the majority of the player base and are generating the most of the sales and revenue, right? When I think of the casual player, they're probably not tuning in to a show like that. And I would imagine most of them probably don't even know that it's a thing that happens. So with that being said, I then find it very odd that they spoke in the Evo FGC video the way that they did and made the statements that they did and led us to believe that the game was going to go in a certain direction. And then what they showed was not only the opposite, but it's like, okay, maybe the justification behind that is they want to show off the cool new changes and the buffs to the characters and the flashy stuff, you know, to please the casuals and whatnot. But it's like, the casuals really aren't the ones tuning into that. So like, wouldn't it have made more sense to showcase the stuff that would have appealed to the more hardcore player base, even if it was a little bit more boring or less interesting? Because it's like, hey, look, we made this change to sidestep, or this is how we tweaked armor moves to work better in this situation, or we did, you know what I'm saying, just whatever the case, or we made adjustments to the properties of these moves and this so that it creates a much more you know, a less toxic situation, or, you know, one-sided situation on, you know what I mean? Just whatever the changes are. And they very well may have made some changes that we aren't aware of that are definitely going to impact the effectiveness of strong defensive play in this game, but they didn't show any of that. So all we can believe so far is what they showed us. And it's the exact opposite of what the community has been asking for and wanting to see and whatever. So it's just like, I don't really understand what like the objective was with what they displayed, because it's the opposite of what we were looking for and hoping for and asking for and what they said we were going to get. And it's just a little confusing on that front. They quite literally show the exact opposite expected praise. And like, you know, again, we do have to wait and see. I just don't really know who came up with like the outline for what was going to be showcased and why they decided to show what they did. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the majority of the people who were tuning into the Tekken Talk were looking for the opposite of what they showed. So it just kind of seems like, but I, you know, maybe I'm in the wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they do that show with the intention of catering to the casual audience. and maybe they have data to show that that's the right move to do because of whatever. I just feel like the people who are most likely watching Tekken Talks are not the casual fan base for the most part.
Well,
But maybe
wait,
I'm
are
wrong.
we buffing defense? Are we buffing offense? What are we doing? I think everybody was confused based on prior messaging. So that was my takeaway. That I think that was my audience's takeaway. We were just very. It was a lot of whiplash.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. I see. Speakix, do you agree? And what was your takeaway and thoughts after watching that Tekken Talk?
Yeah. Okay. Let me word this
He's
well.
gathering his thoughts.
I think it's hard to make a judgment on season 2 and the upcoming changes based on what we've seen, right? Because they said that there's 1,500 changes in the logs, and we clearly didn't see that. Like maybe we saw even 100. I'm not sure, but I think the Tekken Talk itself did not do the best job showing what people were looking for, which was especially surprising after them acknowledging knowing what people were looking for while saying things like, we know the defensive players are feeling like too constrained, and we're keeping the game aggressive, but we want to make sure that there's counterplay. And they show us things and like say, hey, yeah, by the way, there's no counterplay. Or they show like Jin running 3 into stance, which is plus 12 on block, and they made the low unseeable out of it. And then
It's a counter hit launcher.
And then they showed Anna doing the safe the plus on block low for 64 damage.
That's
while
not
acknowledging the lack of counterplay. By the way, you can't punish it. You know what I mean? So it was a very weird thing to have them kind of acknowledge what people were looking for, and then maybe it does exist in the patches. I don't know yet. We haven't seen the patch yet, but for them to acknowledge it and then not show it, and then the response to the outrage afterwards was confusing because they kind of acknowledged that people wanted to see something different, and then they showed us something off. It was all kind of weird to me. So I don't think the Tekken.
Yeah, and then even just the whole like premise of Anna's like gimmick with her debuff and shit, right? It's like they talked about reducing the chip damage in the game, which would have been a very welcome change, I think, by most players. I think most players would have greatly appreciated a reduction in chip damage. Then for you to introduce a character that specializes in making it so that you take more chip damage. And then making it so that throws do chip damage in heat when you properly break them, thereby making you feel as though you're being punished for playing good defense. Again, I think there was some cool stuff, but it's like, I don't know. I'm looking forward to the patch, man. That Tekken Talk really was a head scratcher.
Particularly good, but I don't know if season 2 is good or bad yet.
I see. Okay, Joker, what's your opinion?
I can't wait to see those patch notes, though.
In my opinion on the Tekken Talk, so when I saw the Anna segment, it was interesting. I feel like when I was watching the Anna segment, I kind of just zoned out, and then they hit us with the character changes, which were crazy because I feel like some of the character changes were good, like Jin, for instance, and then they showed us so many buffs for some reason. Now, I think something I need to mention is like what Speedkick said. We can't really make too much of a judgment based on the Tekken Talk because, of course, it's a presentation. They're limited on time. There's only so much they can show, and they're gonna show like new moves. They're not gonna show like frame nerfs or like properties of moves being changed and whatnot. So yeah, I don't think the Tekken Talk was a good idea in my opinion. Like I think they showed the wrong things, especially when they dropped the Evo video a day before the Tekken Talk and they don't show any of that. I think that was so strange, and I think it wasn't what the community was expecting. We didn't want to see all these buffs to characters and whatnot. And yeah, I'm just like, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm scared, but I'm still optimistic because we still have so many changes we're yet to see. I mean, they said it's a very big patch. It's a new season. There's still time before Evo Japan. But yeah, I am scared shitless right now, and we're gonna see what happens.
Kaiwis, do you agree with that? It seems like from what Fee, Speakix, and Joker have said, is that you know, based on kind of the Evo video and just kind of the lead up to that Tekken talk, which has been a conversation about, you know, defense and how they realized that offense was maybe a little bit too strong and a bit too much focus on offense, that they needed to focus on the defensive elements, and they you know, they brought in the sidestep from crouch and other such changes, and maybe people were expecting to see one thing but saw another thing. Is that kind of your opinion as well? And what did you take away from the Tekken talk?
Oh yeah, it definitely felt like a bit of whiplash because again, the day before they mentioned so much about defense being important and sidesteps being changed, and so many like these are huge changes, like being able to step into the foreground from crouch. And then they mentioned something like in the
It was good,
cutscene, something
Tubbs.
about when you're grounded, you take 30% less damage or something that I can't even remember what it was, but something like that about 30% less damage while grounded or recover the life. And it's like, well, that's something it sounds weird. I want to see what that is in a Tekken tour. Like you're surely gonna talk about that, right? Like I was really waiting for them to talk about the defense stuff in Tekken talk because there was so much mention. This 30% thing, like it sounds like a huge change. Like surely it's something you want to champion for next season, but they didn't mention it. But yeah, overall the Tekken talk, my feeling is I want to see the patch notes.
Yeah.
Before I make like a big decision, but like it was the things that I saw I wasn't a fan of is the best way. Like some like
Feel
the
that.
Jin nurse up 4-2 is unsafe, 2-on-4 is unsafe.
Those were great changes.
They had me for a second, and then they were like, now running 3 into 50-50 stance mix-ups, and it's like it's more of the stuff that we haven't been a fan of for most of the time. And you know, heat engages are still plus 17. I thought that's something they might address.
Overall, bad
And
first
then
impression, but
it's
hoping for
like-
the best. And I think that's how a lot of the
it brings a
level-headed
lot
people
of things
feel.
into question because, like, with heat
Myself
engages still plus
included.
17, when Anna heat engages, she can now do the running low, and you can't low parry it. So it's
We
just
obviously don't
free
know the
chip
full
damage where it
extent
hits
to
as a
nerfs to
free
characters.
60 damage that's not recoverable. And
We obviously don't know to what extent characters have been nerfed, but the characters that they showed and the nerfs that they showed, followed by the buffs that the characters got, it definitely feels like the buffs outweigh the nerfs, which is interesting because the characters that they showed, outside of like Azucena and June, I guess, well, you know, it was really just Jin, King, and Yoshi, right? Jin, King, and Yoshi are characters who didn't need anything. They have weaknesses, sure. Actually, Jin had no weaknesses. Jin was a perfect character in my opinion. Jin had no flaws. Yoshi and King at least have weaknesses, but they weren't perfect, but they're not supposed to be, right? And I think I understand the idea of it's a new season, lots of characters. You don't want to be the only one whose character doesn't get like a shiny new toy to play with, right? So I get that, but it's just like you're giving characters who are already very, very strong more very, very powerful tools, at least from what we can see. And it's just a bad look, you know what I'm saying? The optics of it are just not great. You know? I don't know. And maybe it would have been a lot better if they picked some different characters to show. Because on one hand, it feels like they're like, oh, look, guys, we heard you. We're listening. We're listening to the community. Look, we nerfed Flash. Y'all will talk about we nerfed muscle armor. We heard you guys. Look, Jin 2-1-4, Jin down 2. Hey, we got you. It's like I get it. But if the plan was to show the nerfs and the buffs, maybe it would have been better to show only the nerfs for those characters and buffs for others, or pick different characters altogether. I don't know. To showcase.
And it's like, it feels like they make certain decisions in a vacuum and don't look at how it's gonna affect the entire game. But again, I'm only seeing the Tekken talk in the background. I'm not seeing the entire patch notes and what it means for the rest of the game. You know, there's still a time for them to change the engages not plus 17. I doubt it, but there's always time. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. From what I'm hearing from you guys and from what I've seen on Twitter as well, is that because based on what has been shown, it was not expected, because again, the conversation was a lot about defense leading up to Tekken Talk, but then they showed some things which showed a lot more kind of 50-50s and buffs to characters that maybe people weren't so happy with, right? So it kind of surprised people. But like you said, Kaiwis, and I think someone else said it as well, Joker, I think, like, let's say for example Jin, right? He got this new buff. If you look at that if you isolate that and look at that just as it is now and consider season 1 Jin and look at that buff, you think that is crazy. But what if, and this is just me playing devil's advocate, what if there are other changes? Because obviously, again, there's 1,500 changes to these characters, right? What if the rest of the changes to Jin were just nerfs to the point where like that Jin actually deserved that buff in a way? What do you think, Speed?
I think maybe a problem, even if the other things do get nerfed. I think the problem that personally I have with the game, and I think a lot of people have with the game, even though I really like the game, it's not a matter of what wins or loses, right? I think a lot of what gets talked about is, oh, this character is too strong, or this style of play is too strong, and there's a lot of different ways you can change a game so that one person playing a certain way wins or loses. My problem isn't Jin being strong or Jin being weak, or aggression being strong or aggression being weak. It's the type of aggression that they want us to do, right? It's the way we interact. I'm an aggressive player. I love the shift from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8. I still say season 1 Tekken 8 I liked a lot more than the last seasons of Tekken 7. And the first ones. The problem is, even though I'm interacting more, the interactions can get a lot cheaper. There's a lot less decisions being made while attacking in this game than attacking in previous games, right? And that comes from removing options. That comes from my opponent not being able to sidestep my stuff. Instead of there being a layer of options of counterplay I can work with, right? It's just mid or low. And I'm like super plus. I don't have to worry about the counter hit timings. I don't have to worry about the sidestep timings. And it just makes it so that even though I'm fighting my opponent, I'm still bored. And so when they talk about making the game more aggressive and making sure that it's an aggressive type of game, I hear that they want people to keep attacking and still win, but I would like it for them to make it so that it's aggressive, often like attacker favored, but there's still more layers there for us to play with. And the Jin change, right? They're running 3 into the stance. That's not really something that shows me a lot of counterplay. It shows me more guessing, right? It's plus 12, right? The heat engage being plus 17 on hit. It's not a lot of counterplay. Cool. The attacker can now duck and do full crash moves, right? They even said that they saw us playing the game and always doing the same move after heat engage, so they wanted us to mix it up.
Right.
The reason we did the same thing after heat engage is because when you're plus 17, there's not much to do for both players, right? If I was less plus, but still plus, still in my favor, right? As the attacker, I'm still favored. I'm still incentivized to be the attacker. But if my opponent could sidestep, if my opponent could do parries, if they could power crush, right? If they had the frames to do that, then I would have to mix up my offense more, and there'd be more layers and more thought between both players while still being attacker favored, right? Yeah. So the changes they showed they didn't give the community any hope that there was going to be more thoughtful offense, right? It's not, we're not mad because the attackers are winning still. We're mad because we want more gameplay, right? And more gameplay is enabled when you reduce some of the power of his offensive stuff, some of the coverage of his offensive stuff. Not power. Let's not say power, right? Because it can still be very strong, but when it shuts out the defender entirely, there's not much gameplay happening.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree with you. I think this is a conversation I had when I was at the EU Cup with some of the players. If you make heat engage a plus 10 from plus 17, you still have a considerable advantage, but the options that the defender has are a lot more than if there's plus 17. There's the potential to maybe sidestep a running 3 or parry a down forward 1, and all these, and that plays into the mind game where it's like, okay, I have options here. If I see my opponent kind of defaulting to the same option as the defender, I can actually do something to beat that. But at plus 17 or at minus 17, I actually can't do anything. So I 100% agree with you there. Fee, do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, I think that that was my main concern watching the Anna reveal, where the first move they pitched is a homing high, right? A range 4 homing
plus
high.
on block.
Plus 4 on block, knockdown into follow-up.
Yeah.
I don't care that the follow-up is like relatively low damage. I mean, it's a chunk, right? But it's not like a combo, right? I don't care that the damage is what it is. If it's higher, if it's lower, it's whatever. It's what are both players doing in the neutral game?
She got me typing like a caveman. Nah, you all good, man.
Right. And then to complement that move, they've given her a mid safe string that I can assume, based on them showing the first move, is that it's sidesteppable. But Tekken isn't just, are they doing the linear move? Are they doing the homing move? Let me sidestep or stand block. Are they doing the mid or the low? Let me stand block or duck. I always call back to like how I think, as much as I hate fighting him, I think Kazuya's design is kind of elegant because they made all of his moves, more or less, with a few exceptions, walkable to the left.
Elegant, not the
So,
word I would use to
especially when you look
describe
back at older
Kazuya,
Tekken.
but I
Now
see
we're
where you're
playing the
going,
game
Fee.
on, are you sidestepping or did I get you to sit still and then do I get to mix you up? There's like these extra layers on top of it outside of just, is this the time I pick option A or is this the time I pick option B? And
I had someone leave me a comment that I didn't bother replying to, because sometimes I see I mean, obviously this happens like on a daily basis, right? There are some comments where it's like, okay, I need to let this guy know how stupid he is, and sometimes it's like, okay, I want to educate this person because they just seem to be ignorant on the matter, but maybe they'd be willing to learn, and et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes I just ignore shit altogether, right? Someone left me a comment that basically went something along the lines of, Kazuya does the same thing. He mixes you up, is knockdown into hell sweep or whatever forward. I'm just like, he's like, how is a character just going in a stance any different than what Kazuya already does? And I'm like, it's one of those things where I just was like, I read that comment and I was like this. And I sat there for a minute, it's like, do I bother like wasting my time explaining it to this person? Would they even care? Would they understand? Or would it become an argument? And I ultimately didn't reply, but like Fee is saying, like there is a difference. There's a big difference actually, but it just, and he was talking about like, oh, but Kazuya is Mr. Honest and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, but whatever, man.
And kind of, I guess, where a lot of my frustration was coming from was how it feels like a lot of the characters are turning into that Anna design, right? A lot of characters are given really, really strong option that forces you to pick one thing, alternative option that covers the weaknesses of the first thing in a very binary way, right? And obviously, again, we'd want to see, is the movement much better that, you get some extra defensive options against, like, say, the mid string. They showed Jin jab interrupting the new Zafina mid string that's now safe, right? But and there might be elegant fixes there that a high level player or a upper intermediate player will be able to exploit that leads to some cool depth. But again, just from what we were shown, it felt like a very much like, here's my gigantic homing mid, here is my straight up and down mid, and now we will deal with these two things. And it felt very like the game could still be fun, the game could even be more balanced, but to me, balance isn't everything. It's like, are the interactions we're having.
This is another thing as well. There is this crazy obsession people have with balance, and balance is not the end all be all. You know what I mean? In Dragon Ball Fighters, I had people say this to me a lot. People brought this up to me like a lot when I would speak on the game and how I felt about it before I just stopped playing or talking about it. They're like, this is the most balanced DBFZ's ever been. Sure. Okay, fine. But if there's a lack of depth to the gameplay, if there's a lack of complexity to the gameplay, what does that matter at the end of the day? I feel like character power was just way too high, and really dumb, powerful shit was just way too accessible to where it made it not fun. And Tekken is unfortunately going down the exact same path where it's just like they're stripping away as much depth and complexity and layers as possible in order to appeal to the most casual of casual audiences, while hurting the hardcore player base and the people who actually enjoy that nuance and those things that Tekken had to offer as a fighting game. And then also just giving very powerful tools to very inexperienced players. It's like giving very, very nice, like highly coveted, very expensive katanas crafted by the world's finest swordsmith to a very inexperienced swordsman. You know what I mean? Or like, it'd be like if I gave this Nikon D750. Let's unplug my keyboard by mistake. Like if I give this very nice camera, right? Most of you in chat, you're probably not gonna know what to do with this other than it's like, oh, what's the shoot button, right? Like most people, if I give this camera, this is a very, very powerful, very expensive, very nice camera. Well, the one I'm using on stream is nicer. This one's getting a bit old at this point, but was a $1,200 camera when I bought it, and this is a $1,200 lens on it. But I promise you that in the hands of most people, it's not going to be. If I hand this camera to most people, the pictures they're going to take are not going to be nearly as good as the pictures that I take, because there's a certain level of complexity and depth to how to utilize this. And it's not just point and click. This isn't just your cell phone or, an old Canon PowerShot or Fujifilm FinePix camera from 20 years ago. You know what I mean? There's a lot of buttons and dials and things on here. You know what I mean? It takes a certain eye. It takes a certain understanding of symmetry and depth and composition and aperture and exposure and shutter speed and all these things to take a good quality photo. But what Tekken is doing, in my opinion, is taking this top dial right here, you know what I'm saying, and switching it from M for manual to that green setting over there for auto. They're switching the game from manual to auto to where now all anyone has to do is just point and click. And it's like, yeah, anyone can point and click, but the fun in photography, for me at least, and for most photographers, is not only just capturing that shot and taking a good photo, but like really crafting something yourself and like manually doing all these things, like fine tuning these details. And with Tekken right now, it feels like you're taking away the ability to fine tune these details and really craft something, because they're just peeling back too many layers and like stripping it down to the basics. They're taking away all the buttons and dials and just leaving you with the power button and the shutter button. But yeah.
Dynamic? Are they interesting? Are they layered?
At least from what we know so far. Again,
it's a challenge.
Got to reserve full judgment until we get the actual notes itself.
And
But
appeal to new people coming in. But it is a challenge. I have a lot of investment in hoping that they answer, because I think keeping the higher level players engaged long term is really healthy, and I think that's an important priority.
Right, absolutely. Kawis, what's your thoughts on this as well? Obviously everyone's hoping that in season 2 there's going to be a few more options for the defender, just to make the mind game a little bit more complicated and a bit more fun, even if the aggressor still has a ton of options. What's your takeaway on this?
Oh yeah, I completely agree, especially with like what Speakick said there, because it made me think of Alyssa post heat engage. What's Alyssa gonna do every single time after heat engage? Destroy forward 1+2.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to do anything else. It's +5. It does crazy chip damage, and then you just have to block that, and now you're minus again and go from there. Like there's no. And then again, if you're in like a end of round little bit of health situation, then they just do the low, and it's like, well, of course I didn't duck. You have this mid right here. Of course I didn't duck. It's like just giving the defender options, and you get to, because again, if you look at that situation, every Alyssa player does it. You can't tell the difference between the best Alyssa players in the world, a mid Alyssa player, and someone who just started, because there's no reason for them not all to do this one move. It's so overpowered in this situation that just toning some of that down, giving us creative freedom to mix something up, or like that's what I really enjoy about Tekken, is like the layer 2. Like once you've beaten this option, how do you get to the next level? How do you stop me from there, right? Like I've stopped this. What do you do to beat me stopping this? And if you don't do it, I'm just gonna win from there. Like it's the forcing adaptation. But the way it is now, I always thought he engaged at +17 is I'm gonna do the same option every single time. And there's nothing you can do to stop me from doing it. Like to me, that it's just unfun at the end of the day, because I know exactly what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about it. Like that doesn't feel fair.
I see. Okay, Joker, what do you take on that? I mean, I agree. Just to let you know, Kawis, I agree with that. Obviously, if you have a mid option which is plus and gives us chip damage and allows you to continue your offense, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it, why wouldn't you just go for that? And if your opponent happens to duck, well, that's a lot of reward for you. But duck or not, you're getting rewarded either way. Whatever happens, you're gonna get rewarded. Joker, what do you make about that? I guess we're talking a lot about heat engages here, but what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with everything that was just said from everyone. Something I wanted to talk about was like the chip part. Now they said they wanted to reduce chip, but it feels like Anna has like a whole mechanic, which is the debuff or whatever it is, which focuses on chip, and I think that's not necessarily a good thing as well, because in Heat she deals more chip when she's in that debuff state as well. When the opponent's debuffed, I don't like that at all. And in general, like some of the new some of the new moves we saw are just crazy, man. Like we're seeing half screen mids that are potentially homing. We're seeing moves go into stance, which is again enhancing the 50-50 situation, like 3DX mentioned. I'm not a fan, but again, I'm gonna wait to make my judgment until I actually try the game and lab it for myself, because I think it's important. I feel like
Chip
something I
debuff
said on
plus
my
he is
stream
insane.
was
Yeah, I agree.
there's a difference between reading a patch note and feeling it for yourself. What I mean by feel is like
This is
labbing it for
before.
yourself. Like for instance, Tekken 7 Season 2. I still
We need a
remember when
cable.
that Wallbands trailer dropped, man, and everyone was losing their shit. And when we actually played it, we were like, it's not too bad. It could have been worse. And I
Bring back
pray
all
that that's the
bands.
same case for
Uh,
this whole presentation. I'm just gonna wait to see what happens, but
Yeah.
yeah, from what we've seen so far, it's scary, man. It's scary times.
Yeah,
One
it's scary. Go on, sorry.
One thing that also stood out to me, not just in option coverage and how that kind of these really strong mix-up situations, especially off the heat engage, kind of force a very stale mode of play. I also felt that when they were showing the character changes, the two things that kind of also felt restricting were the emphasis on attack that goes into stance and then stance offense. And then we gave the Jin example. It's not just that the running through goes into stance, it's that they make his low less reactable, 24 to 21. It's that Azucena now gets the full crouch low that's +5 in the stance. She has a frame trap option. She probably has a tracking option, right? Like the way that game is being pushed is in this very stance heavy direction. I asked a question like a thought experiment, like if I'm the kind of player that doesn't want to use stances, doesn't want to use like a buff or an install, who do I pick? And the only answer I think was like Kazuya. And he is a very high execution character, right? So I think that there is obviously, to the people that it appeals to, it's going to be pretty cool, because like you can pick up any character. They're going to have this very clear flow of find my big hit, go into stance, push my offense. But it feels that that's becoming maybe the only way to play. And then my other concern, aside from the attack stance, is that characters who kind of felt designed around particular weaknesses seem to be, again, because we have to see everything, seem to be getting those buffed out. I looked at Reyna's new low that on counter hit goes into this evasive low that goes under like highs and mids. And they showed a lot of moves that were like going under highs and kind of like getting around the opponent's attempts to defend outside of just guessing.
Yeah.
I felt like Reyna was, as crazy as her moveset is, I actually like enjoyed that they had this vision with her where insane mids, insane highs, fast poking, so much control, electric wind god fist, hop kick. She could do like everything.
Yeah.
But if she goes low, it's a bit of a commitment. And I kind of like that exchange. Now it feels like, again, we don't know how this new low works fully, but just the idea of a low that is kind of evasive. It looks like she can poke from far away. It leads into stance off. I felt really weird about changes like that. That she can heat smash twice from Heaven's Wrath with a new low. It felt like they saw this weakness, and to help people who enjoy Reyna,
It was
but
good,
didn't
Semi.
figure
How
out
you
to
doing,
navigate
shorty?
that weakness, they started patching it up. And that general trend, I think, is how we get a lot of power creep. We get a lot of eventually frustrating designs. That's the biggest thing that concerned me, was the idea of seeing a character's weakness and patching it over.
Yeah. And there's
Just
there's
finished playing
something you
Rivals
remember a
Mini.
while ago when people were
I'm
talking
chilling.
about the
Been
buff
streaming all
over
day.
nerf philosophy, right? Where the
Yeah.
idea is we feel
Grinding,
a
working.
loss to something a lot worse than we enjoy like the gains, right? So it feels a lot better to it feels a lot worse to lose something than it does
To be honest, Semi, I don't know how much you know about Tekken or what you've heard about season 2, but whatever you've heard or seen people saying or thinking or feeling, yeah. But I'm trying to remain open-minded and optimistic, and I'm looking forward to the patch notes when they release next week and we actually get our hands on the new season. I agree with 3DX, but we don't even know the frames on the low. We don't know if it's amazing. So here's the thing.
to gain
We
something,
don't. Whoops.
or like the goodness of gaining something.
I'm going to dial it back a little bit because I don't know how far I have to go exactly. I think I assume it's Spag controlling this, right? I want you to pay close attention to the actual gameplay being shown here, because we saw it for ourselves, right? We saw the low in
that
action.
general trend, I think, is how we get
So we don't know the speed of the low, right? But it's not like it's a snake
a
edge.
lot of weakness. They started patching it up, and that general trend, I think, is how we get a lot of.
Like, is that reactable? Maybe. But one thing we do know is that it's not super punishable. Because if you look,
Power creep, we get a lot of eventually frustrating.
look at Asuka.
That's the biggest thing that concerned me, was the idea of
That didn't punish it. Now maybe they were a bit low with her punish. How fast does that move from Asuka? Is that 13 frames maybe? I want to say it's 13 frames. I'd have to go into training mode and double check. I really can't remember for sure because I don't play Asuka and I'm obviously not a master, right? But I think that move was 13 frames and it didn't punish that low. So is the move that safe, or were they just a little bit late? So at the very least, we know that unlike all of her other lows, it's not launch punishable, because her other lows are launch punishable. So her having an evasive, at the very least, high crushing low that goes into stance, that leads into a guaranteed follow-up on counter hit that isn't launch punishable, is a very, very powerful addition to her kit. It makes up for the only real weakness that she had. And characters should have weaknesses. Characters should have clearly defined strengths and clearly defined weaknesses, because that's what creates different archetypes. That's what creates a character's personality. That's what creates a character's identity. You know what I mean? And part of Reina's identity was that she had bad lows. If it's while standing 1-3, it's 14. Okay, so it's 14. I was off by 1. So it could be minus 13 then. It could be minus 14, and then Asuka was just slightly off. We don't have the numbers yet, but we could pretty confidently say that that move is less than minus 15 for sure. I think I can confidently say that before we even have the numbers. And he is making a little bit of assumptions here. I guess we all are, but I mean, with what we are able to gather from the gameplay, especially if you are an experienced player or have a certain level of eye, you can see that it's just like, this is something that's intentionally designed to make up for a clear weakness that she had, because they don't want her to have that weakness anymore. You know what I mean? Which is just not necessarily how things should be.
Of seeing a character's weakness and patching it over, you know?
Yeah. And there's
what he just
something,
said.
you remember a while ago when people were talking about that buff over nerf philosophy, right? Where the idea is,
man, that philosophy
feel
has
a loss to something a lot
done
worse
irreparable
than
damage.
than we enjoy like the gains, right? So it feels a lot better to, it feels a lot worse to lose something than it does to gain something, or like the goodness of gaining something, if that makes sense. I feel like there's a lot with that when it comes to trying to from Bandai Namco's perspective, right? They want to appeal to people when they make these Tekken talks, when they show off this stuff. They come up with these new ideas. They want the game to look cool, so they're like, "Hey, here's this new thing you can do." But something I think I would really like for them to understand is when you show off something new, that as a buff, a new move, something that removes the counterplay from your character, right? It's actually more of a gameplay removal than it is an addition, because they are showing the rest of us who don't play.
If you guys want my full thoughts, I went
now,
over the
right?
Tekken talk myself.
And on the other side,
and discussed all the changes and gave a lot of thoughts of opinions. And I spoke for like 10 minutes at the end of the video.
This move now, right? Maybe okay, cool. The if you can step
giving
Demon
some
Fog
specific
easier,
thoughts,
right?
but when it comes to realignment
Jin
change, I'm
players
not a
get a little
fan.
bit more upset, right?
But
Okay, cool. Their move got a little bit
it's
weaker.
not the end of the world.
But for the rest of us, we're seeing more gameplay. Yes. Okay, before when that move came on the screen, I just had to block. Now I can do this or that, right? It's an addition for us by nerfing the move, right? So it's the way the game works. A lot of the super strong stuff, they shut the opponent out of the game. So when they show us counterplay, when they give us new counterplay, when they give us new defense, they're actually showing the rest of us a lot more new additions to the game.
Right, absolutely. I think that's why the sidestep from crouch mechanic that they introduced was a very good one. I think because that does give everybody else more options. Let's say, for example, Asuka is a great option there, because if you're on P1, if she does down back 3, if you try to, the only way you can sidestep is left. If you sidestep left, you're gonna get hit by another down back 3. Now you can be on both P1 and P2, and if you can sidestep right no matter what, and you'll be able to sidestep a second down back 3. It prevents her from being able to loop that offense, right? So even though that actually
another thing as well, I don't think I talked about this in my video, and I don't think I even acknowledged it on stream.
Hit by another down.
But Reina does this combo, right? It's supposed to be double electric, but whatever.
You can be
while standing 3-4. That is now a strong aerial tailspin for Reina. I'm pretty sure that move does not currently do strong aerial tailspin, which means she just gets that much better corner carry and combo damage. So yeah.
On both P1 and P2, and
Now, granted,
step left, you're gonna get hit by another down back 3. Now
this does require a little bit of execution here
sidestep left, you're
to
gonna
get the
hit by
instant
another
while
down
standing 3-4.
Now you can,
because you got to do a little, micro crouch into the while standing 3-4. But even still, like it's definitely a lot more difficult than like some other characters who just have a string for theirs, right? But
be on both P1 and P2, and if you can sidestep right no matter what, and you'll be able to sidestep a second down back 3. It prevents her from being able to loop that offense, right? So even though that actually provides us as the defender more options, and I guess what you're saying is if you nerf the demon paw, then it makes the Jin player have to think a little bit more. It's not a dual all kind of move, and I have more options as a defender. So sometimes in Tekken, less is more, and that's why nerfs, and that's why the community has been asking for nerfs, right? I believe that's kind of what you're getting at, right, Speed?
Yeah, exactly. It's not about the power or I can't win against Jin. I can win against every Jin anyway. The problem is that there's very little fun things to do while fighting the Jin. So I think if they showing off nerfs, showing off new counterplay, it's showing off new toys for the rest of us as opposed to just the guy who plays the character.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, thanks. Yeah. Given that was everyone giving their kind of initial thoughts on the Tekken talk. I just want to go over it. Like, I have all the timestamps there, so I kind of want to go through things, chronologically. And talk about it with you guys, right? So we've kind of got a little bit of general thoughts, but I actually want to go into things a little bit.
The low encounter hit gives a guaranteed follow up. Yeah, it gives you a guaranteed Sentai 2, and they now made us that Sentai 2 transitions to the Heaven's Wrath. So you get a counter hit low, it's a guaranteed Sentai 2 into another 50-50.
Change to the Tekken World Tour, which they announced. And guys, don't worry, we're gonna go into the gameplay too. I got all the timestamps, okay, guys? But let's talk about this quickly first. Tekken World Tour has announced that now tour registration is possible for every person, no matter what country they're in, and I think that's such a huge change because again, ever since 2017 when Tekken 7 came out, I've known of players from certain countries that are so passionate, that are just they're crazy about Tekken and haven't been able to I guess compete, right? So as you can see here, now it doesn't matter where you are, what country, what nationality, what residence you have, you are going to be able to sign up for the tour, and it's amazing, especially considering some of the drama that we saw from last year. Now they did announce also, of course, there are going to be some issues with some players because of the country that they're in. Sometimes I guess there's going to be some economic sanctions, and that is absolutely outside of the control of Bandai Namco. So when it comes to
just got an ad, even though I'm subbed. This is a new Twitch thing. Judging from what I can see here in my chat, you don't have a sub badge by your name, so you might need to refresh your browser.
And they said, you know what, look, we're just happy that finally we can actually compete. So lovely to see that. And I think all of you guys, I'm not going to say anything against that, right? I mean, this is really cool. But there is something that I want your opinion on when it comes to Tekken World Tour, and it's this right here. A major change in regulations each tournament now for coaching. And I know, Speakers, you are a big driving force behind the coaching conversation. Now they've made a change. Coaching, each tournament may establish its own rules.
I was actually here for this part of the stream. I missed basically the majority of the stream because I missed like the start of it. I was here for like 10 minutes, and then I think that's when I ended up going to sleep yesterday. This part is funny.
Then coaching must happen one time per match, and only after a player loses the game, and only 1 minute and one coach. And so
I'm glad Reina got a new low. I'm sure everybody who plays Reina is glad Reina got a new low. But is it something that she really should have gotten? No.
What's your opinion on the coaching changer?
I think there just needs to be regulation at the end of the day, regardless of.
A change I actually wanted to see.
There needs to be regulation. Like I think.
Either make her down forward 2 safe or make it launch crouchers. Because right now it's the only down forward 2 that's unsafe on block that doesn't launch crouchers.
Have to get up and then walk over to their coach and then listen and then get back up and walk. So that did add a lot of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like the rule like only after losing because we did see so many times like players win a set, then someone comes coaching, then they lose and they lose the next game and then from there. So like I think that's a good change. Yeah, I've never had like a huge opinion on it. Like I guess I guess Joker's up there. And me and Joker, we coach each other a lot when we play in tournament. And it's like, I think it's fine as long as there's regulation. It's cool. I think it got out of hand sometimes of like multiple players going up and then going up after a win and then sitting there for 2 hours. And the only thing I think they didn't mention is like the rules on like phones, because I don't know how much you could do on that. But like someone could be like on a Discord call with like 10 different guys, and then it's like, okay, maybe that's a bit too much. But like, I don't know how you do that. You check their phone, you take their phone. I don't know what you do. They could have like a wireless receiver in there. I don't know.
The squad thing with 13
I'm
months.
not
Really
gonna call anyone
appreciate
out,
that.
but there's been some people that be on their phones like this with their headphones
Everything
in.
is ordinary.
You know, certain players. I'm not gonna call them out, but you know, I see you guys.
Yeah. I'm just saying, man. But like, it's also interesting because they said each tournament can have their. So that could a tournament ban coaching if they wanted to?
No, I agree, Mello. It definitely is
You
intentional.
can establish your own rules if you don't want coaching.
But that's
you
just like
can
a small adjustment I would have liked as a
I do
player.
believe that that's
But they
probably
did something way above and beyond, in my opinion, with giving her that low and going into Heaven's
I
Wrath
think
from
it's
Sentai
a good
2.
change.
So
I think they need to regulate it better. Like in some tournaments that I've competed in, I remember like when the opponent's getting coached, they've had like 2-3 different coaches per set. I'm just like thinking, is it supposed to be one coach, one designated coach per set? So yeah, I think it's good that they're, you know, kind of clamping down on it. I think it's important, and I agree with what Kayla said. And it's so important that you coach someone after losing the previous set. I don't know why there were some coaches that would coach their opponents after winning. Like that makes no sense. Let them focus. It's not about you, it's about them. Let him focus. Yeah, let the player play. And yeah, I think eventually it will get banned in due time. But yeah, I think one big issue I have is the phoning part, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna call people out. Americans are always on their phones, on their earphones, and
Speaking, so they're in Discord.
They're probably in Discord. I'm telling you, it's in Speaking's Discord. They're in Speaking's Discord, probably getting coached by Speakings and Tone and PDX. Like, how do you regulate that? That's what I don't understand.
Speakers, what do you think about that, man?
Oh my god, I'm so happy, bro. When I saw that slide, I like just got out of my chair. Like, I mainly do like Tekken coaching and stuff, right? So like that's like my main contribution. And I think the mid-set coaching thing is so dumb, like for multiple reasons, right? I just think
I had a long
it's
conversation with
not
Speakings
good
about
for
that.
competition. I think.
I don't remember.
It's not good
Do you
for the
guys remember?
spectator.
Did Speakings
I
and I
don't
do a
think it
video
really
together
enriches the
talking
experience as a player.
about
All
the
it really
coaching
does
stuff?
is
Because I
help
feel like
when you
I did,
you know, in the one,
but I really don't
you're playing,
remember.
which is very weird to me. So all around, I think it's a good change, and I know it's going to be really hard to regulate generally, right? So a complete ban of coaching would be very difficult, I think, for anyone, because like for any tournament, because how do you handle the guys off stage? How do you handle the crowd screaming? How do you handle phones, right? But this kind of regulation is really good for it, I think.
Yeah. Fee, what do you make, man? What do you think of it?
As someone who benefits heavily from mid-set coaching, I completely agree. I think that any step to regulate it or even outright remove it is something I'm in favor of, especially as I've done more like streaming the events and kind of spectating. I think the pause on the gameplay is actually kind of a big deal. I think that it's easy to downplay once or twice, but really when it happens every single time through the top 8, it kills the flow. There's also a lot to be said about the huge comebacks we've seen. The Yagami versus Chanel, the exhibition after the Pakistan versus Korea, where Numan fought Lohai. Numan fought Lohai in the Steve Mirror, and from down to 5-1, I think he pushed for an almost full comeback to final round 6-6. These things happen less, I think, with more coaching. You get to see less of these big swings or kind of noticeable, perceivable adjustment points when there is an extra cognition feeding you the things to lock in on, right? I think it's definitely a good thing. There's nothing new I have to add except for the fact that I'm happy to give it up for the sake of a better
we've been abusing it. Oh my god. Bro, FDX in Tekken 7 was great. He played Noctis. He had like 3 modes. I just had to tell him what mode to be in, and he'd win the whole tournament.
What are those modes? Forward 1 plus 2 mode, forward 1 plus 2 mode,
Eagle mode, basically.
Basically, yeah. You know? There was the mode where he didn't press a button. There's a mode where he played long range buttons, and a mode where he played up close buttons. And then I could just tell him when to switch into those against the guy he was playing. He just win every time.
nice.
It was insane.
Yeah, I mean,
like Final Fantasy.
Even as a commentator, I can say that oftentimes I see other commentators, and I've been guilty of this in the past, and I've stopped doing it now, where let's say someone loses really badly in game 1, but then he gets coached, and in game 2, they're like, damn, what did he tell him? And sometimes I don't think they told him anything. I think more credit needs to be given to the player when a comeback is made. Like, imagine you guys are in this situation, and all you guys watching at home,
Speak gives adjustments feed gameplay like a Kingdom Hearts AI.
You just got your ass handed to you. You
Shit
already
is
know
genius,
what to do, but someone
though.
comes up to you and says, "Hey, relax, man. You're looking a bit stiff. Just enjoy yourself. You got this. You're a strong player." And they go off. No coaching. There wasn't any specific Tekken coaching, right? But then he kind of calms down, and then bodies the person 6 rounds straight. But then the commentators are like, oh, I wonder what that guy coached him. The coaching definitely worked. We have no idea what was told to the person playing, but we're giving credit to this guy that just went up there and said, hey, calm down, man. So I think even as a commentator now, I'm definitely I'm not giving credit to coaches when they go up and say stuff. I'm like, man, that was an amazing comeback by the player. You know, at the end of the day, the coach can't play for you, right? So even if there was coaching given, some advice, the person still had to implement it. So as a commentator, I'm definitely just kind of giving the player the credit there, man. But yeah, I think that we're all on the same page here. I think there's a great change, you know, at least if they are going to do a blanket ban of coaching, this is a good first step towards that, where they allow the tournament organizers to kind of make their own rules about it. So good stuff there. There is something that I don't really have an opinion on, but I want to know what you guys think, and maybe some other people are going to be a little bit confused about it. But there was a change in regulations as well when it comes to the VSync. I mean, in version 2, a vertical VSync on and off setting will be implemented for PS5. What do you guys make of this?
It was good,
I
Toad.
guess it's a case of like, so the way it's worded makes it seem like VSync has always been on. Like that is
It
how
is.
the standard's been. VSync has always been on.
Yeah.
And they're leaving it on. So to me, it's like, okay, I guess that's nothing's changing.
Yeah.
Right. But then I also want to see
Fuck,
how.
man,
it
I have an
feels
eyelash
without
in
the
my
VSync.
eye.
Are we gonna get even better input? Like is input like gonna get better? Like is it gonna be more improved? But I guess for now, they're like, we don't want to do anything too crazy that's gonna alter tournaments or like mess up the stream. You know, because it could add lag with the capture cards and everything. So we're just gonna leave VSync on for now. Test it, see how it goes. I think that's a fine way to do it.
Yeah, I know that VSync on gives it a bit more input lag, and with it off, I mean, it's a different game almost, I mean, especially considering the way that the Koreans talk. And I know at Red Bull Golden Letters, someone, and I don't know who it was, I had VSync on. I wanted to keep it on. That was the rule. I think someone in Joker's match, before the match, turned VSync off. And there was a bunch of screen tearing, and then like obviously there was less input lag. I
The
think he
coaching
lost,
basically
right,
takes
during
the
that
brain
game.
away from
I'm
the
not
actual
sure.
players, is what I'm hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
During the set, so
Not necessarily. It's more so that it just gives like a competitive advantage at times. It can, but it doesn't always do that. But it can definitely affect the outcome, having basically an outside perspective.
But I mean, I think it's a big change.
And someone going,
Nah, it's cool to me. I think creating the option on console is
from not really knowing how to approach a matchup,
possible.
Yeah,
to having it
so the
figured
fact that
out.
it's not locked
And
on
I remember when I
console
spoke with
means
Speed Kicks about this, the way he broke it down for me and gave me an example, and I think Fee was the person he was referring to in our conversation. He was telling me about this, where actually there was a couple examples. Actually, no, better yet, there was one example he gave me where he was like, so let's say you have a player who is really good at like the game plan or like execution part of things, maybe not so much the mental aspect, where like, how do I explain what I'm trying to say without trying to, we'll just use Feet because he said it in this video, right? So he said that Feet had 3 modes, right? He had 3 modes where he had to go into, and in order to help Fee win a match, all he had to do was tell him which mode to play. So Speed Kicks, being a much more experienced and analytical player and also having a different perspective from the outside looking in, is able to focus on what the opponent is doing without having to think about what he is doing, right? So Fee, in the moment, he's starting to think about what he wants to do, his game plan, these moves, his own combos, what his opponent is doing, the adaptations, et cetera, where it's like he can just focus on just playing and obviously trying to win, but not worried about the mistakes he's making or how to make any adjustments, just play, right? And so eliminate the amount of processing that he has to do and make the game a lot more simplified. And then he turn to Speed and say, okay, what'd you see? What do I do? He's like, oh, well, he's playing like this, so you should just play like this. And he's like, all right, bet. So now I don't have to put any thought or extra brain power or processing in the gameplay, like during the match. And now I can just, you know what I'm saying? I already know what moves to do or like how to switch it up because I had him focusing on that part of the game for me. Because there's multiple parts to fighting, right, an opponent. There's all the stuff that you have to do, and then all the stuff that they have to do, and the things that you have to do in response to that. But if you can eliminate the amount of things you have to think about and focus on one aspect, you can then increase your performance in that area and have somebody else who's really good at the other part. And you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of something I never really thought about before. And that's what speed kicks and feed were doing because, you know, so yeah, it's not necessarily that like they're just like in complete control or anything like that, but it's almost like if you were able to have two players play at once. When you argue that it incentivizes more flowcharty offense, which you want to avoid, it can for sure, but then that's on the player themselves to not be too obvious and too repetitive and too flowcharty. It absolutely can, but I think that's unfortunately very powerful in this game, flowcharty offense, and they're going in that direction. So it's like, how bad is it really? Especially when there's little to no counterplay to a lot of these options. Oh.
I might try to experiment with my PS5 and see how it feels VSync off versus VSync on console versus VSync off on PC versus VSync on a PC and see what the differences are. It'd be cool if they could figure out a way to turn it off without getting too much screen tearing, because then it'd make console tournaments just way better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm the biggest weenie when it comes to input delay. Like if you add a few frames, I start tweaking. I'm like, this is all wrong. Like I'm not gonna be able to play, guys. Like so, I'm the biggest. Like if we can make it better, that's good. But and at the same time, when I played in the lockdown era TWT offline for NA, they ran it on PC for the first time, and there was so much screen tearing. It was like at that point, I would have rather had more delay, right? So it was like hard to see people moving. Like if there are errors where the screen is like it was really weird. It was like the screen was like flashing. It was genuinely one of the weirdest experiences I've had in a tournament, and that experience made me think like, okay, I would rather have to get used to the lag than get on a setup where the screen tearing might be more extreme than the screen tearing I'm used to at home, right? Or like if somebody has the setting different on a particular setup and the match gets played, like are people going to contest that? Is it just going to go through? I feel like it opens up more potential problems in a tournament.
Wouldn't the solution to that be monitors with adaptive sync, or do consoles not support that?
They said there was like a preset one.
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Setting, right? And I think
I don't know anything about that type of stuff.
Obviously, having the option for the people at home, I think, is a win-win regardless. But in terms of tournaments, I think, yeah, like having a standard and being able to ensure the quality of how much screen tearing is happening, if any, is going to be pretty important, because it'll be pretty rough if it's like your first time going to a tournament, you show up on stage, and then you have this, aside from the lag, just like this new screen tearing experience you've never seen before. You know, I think that it's something to consider for sure.
For sure. I'm glad they mentioned it though. So shout out Sempo. Mentioned the VSync, but next topic I want to talk about. Okay, we're gonna go into now the second talk. We're gonna talk about the characters, and one thing here that we saw that was implemented is the UI change, the counter, and I want you guys' opinion on this, man, because now it tells you in the game whether it's a counter hit or not. And Nee did make a tweet saying that he needs to actually get to play the game to see whether that's going to allow counter hit confirming to be easier with multi-counter hit moves such as G-clefs or, like stuff like Law's back 1-2-2. I'll start with you, Joker, actually, with this one. You can see it on screen right now. It says counter after Anna did her down forward one string. What do you think about this being implemented in-game?
At first, I thought it was going to be too much in the sense that there'd be so much clutter and whatnot. But with the way they've placed it and how small it is, I think it's good. In regards to the counterpart, I think, like what Nee said, I agree. We need to try it for ourselves. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah, it'd be interesting if it does help with the counter part, like being able to confirm strings and whatnot. I think it'd be pretty strong. But at first, I wasn't a fan of the idea. But again, when it comes to the counterpart, I want to see it in play. And I think we don't just see the combo damage. I think that shit is kind of dumb. Like, why am I seeing me getting launched for like 100 damage on the screen, bro? Like, I know it does a lot of damage. Like, after I lose to someone, am I gonna shake their hand and say to them, "Oh, you hit me with a good combo that was 100 damage, nice." Like, I
You
think
know
there's no
what?
need to
I
do
can
that.
see Kane and Trench doing that though. That combo, mate, 99 damage. That was
It was
beautiful.
like,
I mean, yeah, no, Van, I feel where you're coming from. That's why the coaching debate is such a big discussion. That's why it was such a hot topic of conversation, and why players like SpeedKicks feel so strongly about it. He would agree with you word for word.
like, you know, that's optimized. You know that I optimize that combo. You know. But yeah, I think
If it's up to
it's
SpeedKicks,
okay.
coaching isn't allowed at all, which is ironic because he is a coach and he makes use of it. But he's just like, well, I'm not going to not do it and leave myself at a disadvantage. But if it were up to me, it wouldn't be in it at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing a fighting game and being like, well, I know my character has like this really powerful TOD that's really easy to use, but I ain't gonna do it because that shit's cheap. It's like, nigga, all you doing is holding yourself back. Like, I win more games if I did it, but I ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I'm gonna use it till they take it out because I would just be foolish not to.
Okay, and I just want to test it for myself when it comes to the counterpart for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Kairis?
Yeah, I feel I'm the opposite to Joker. I feel like in theory, I was like, oh, this is a good thing. And then I started to see it, and I was a bit like, I feel like some of it's a bit too excessive, like combo damage, combo hits. Like I know how many hits are in the combo. Like I'm doing it. And I think like
My thing is, I'm pretty certain that the UI changes with the counter hits and everything like that. It's not meant for the players. It's meant for the spectator more than anything else. I really think that's an esports change more than anything for commentators and players watching matches. Now, it can help you as a player as well, particularly if you're like a lower level player, like intermediate to casual, anywhere in that range. But if you're, you know, these guys, you're probably not going to gain much from that. Unless when we get our hands on it, you actually can more easily confirm the counter hits on these like 3-hit strings.
But like, and I think like tornado, like I think some of it is a bit too much. Like, I know what's going on, but punish is also a bit too excessive. It happens a bit too much. But I don't know. I think as long as there's an option to turn it off if I want, or customize only some to turn up. I think they mentioned there's a version that only comes up above the life bar or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm misremembering, but
Something I need to add, sorry to interrupt, is that obviously they're gonna have this as a standard for tournaments, right? So even if we do turn it off, even though we can toggle it, we're gonna have to get used to it for tournaments. Because
do you think it's gonna be default for tournament?
Yeah, they said that they want it to be easier for the commentators, for the viewers, and whatnot.
Okay.
So
That was actually going to be like my next point to make. Like, is it going to be tournament
King down
standard?
4-2-1. I don't know if I think it's already going to be difficult with 3-hit strings, let alone with 2-hit strings.
Here's
So
what
we'll
I
see.
think it is best, obviously, for the viewer, right? Like, and obviously for commentators, like, you don't have to be like, was that a counter? We don't know. You see counter right there. I do think in general, counter hits have been normal to see in Tekken. Like, there's normally a screen zoom and a big bang. Like, you can tell, okay, that was a counter hit. But obviously some moves are different, and they're not all moves are like that. But for commentators, for viewers, I think generally it's a good thing, just to have that information there. But it might be a case of them like maybe caring a bit too much to new players there, you know, because they don't know what this is, they're not sure, and it's all there. Yeah, I don't know. I think for viewers, for people like maybe watching a stream or something, like, was that a count here? I don't know. Well, now you know. But yeah, I think some of it is just like tornado. Like that's a bit mad because there's a whole camera change when it's on it. So like maybe that's a bit too much.
Yeah.
slow mo. You can have a slow mo counter as well.
Speed and fee, like okay, if it is a conversation to be
When's the
had
soy
about
foam
whether
guide
it should be
dropping?
tournament
I still got a
standard,
lot more I need to learn before I
what's your
start dropping
opinion and
guides.
takeaway on the new UI changes? I'll start with you actually, Speed. What do you make of it?
I think these tournament
Yeah,
standards
exactly,
fine.
Caden. Exactly.
I think everyone complaining about this, y'all kind of. I'm a nerd. Y'all some bigger nerds or something on this one. I swear to God, I don't know what it is. I think it's cool that like, you know, some new player, someone who doesn't really understand Tekken can like look at Tekken and they'd be like, oh, that was a punish, or that was a counter hit. Okay, cool. What's a tornado? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like just having that stuff pop up and like introduce them to like the things that are happening in the game is kind of cool. But it's kind of ugly.
Oh.
So my problem is that like I think the combo damage is excessive. I think combo count is cool. and you can see big red life bar. Those numbers don't really mean anything to anyone who doesn't know Tekken
Probably
already
not,
enough
Van.
to understand that someone's getting comboed, right? So I think the damage is excessive. The way the color, the way the color for the combo counter and the combo damage are like so different is also weird. It's like too focused when you're doing the combo. So I think that's the only problem. But the concept is cool to me, and I think if it makes counter hit confirming easier, like whatever,
Yeah,
it's fine. I think.
Really?
It's fine.
Is it fine though? Like King down 4-2-1. Let's say if it stays in the game.
Okay. So I think counter hit confirming in this game is already too easy. Like if we're talking about as a skill, because the big pink flare hit spark, that comes up when you do the hit, right? It makes it so I can confirm Korang's 10 frame counter hit without even going into the second part, unless the counter hits, because you can just see it. You have so much time to like process you hit someone a counter. So if you know to look for that, it's just a little marginally easier to look for the word counter on screen. Maybe you weren't a nerd who looked at the difference in the hit sparks. You're just looking for the word on the screen. It's the same thing.
Okay. So it's a similar situation.
I feel that.
A bit easier and maybe a bit more accessible. Feed, what do you think?
Big nerd checking in here. I had a lot of thoughts about this.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning when they talked about it, I put out a video. Actually, before they even announced it, I put out a video saying like Tekken doesn't need this. And it started because there was like a tweet conversation about Brian doing a combo and then getting flashed after. And people are saying, why does Yoshimitsu get this punish? And then people did it frame by frame on that tweet and it showed the big counter hit spark. So he mashed after and Yoshimitsu just got a counter hit flash. And yeah. So I talked about it, how the counter hit spark has already given us everything we need and more. If you even go to like older Tekkens, it was super hard to counter hit confirm things. Like the camera might not even zoom in, And I talked about it from the perspective.
I will say, even knowing DBFZ and Tekken and other games, giving exact numbers is strange. Giving the exact numbers for the combo damage is different, but
in those things, that kind of improvement is really cool to me. So at first, I was super against it, and then when they actually demoed it, so like in the Asuka versus Reina showcase in the Tekken talk, right away in the first round at like 58 seconds, Asuka hits a counter hit forward 2. The pink spark is almost going away, and then the text.
Okay.
So from a counter hit confirming standpoint, I think the developers actually really thought about this, and they were like, we want this to strictly be beneficial to viewers, right? And I think that was a pretty cool thing right away that immediately shifted my perspective. I also come from that like kind of old Tekken mindset of like, I loved how minimal the game looked compared to say like Anime Fighters or things like that. I knew exactly.
Here's my 8,000 damage combo.
On-screen text would make me.
Especially because normally when you're referring to the combo damage in a game, most people just go by percentages because you can just give a rough estimate. Like no one ever goes like, here's my 200 damage combo. It's like, yeah, this combo is about 30-40%. You know what I'm saying? Like my 50% combo.
It's a little too much information. Like we can see health bar going down.
Like, oh, he hit me with this one move and I lost 20%.
Maybe tone down on that.
Shit like that.
I also think is a bit excessive. Kaywa said, I'm doing the combo. I know how many hits I'm doing. Me, personally, I forget. So it's going to happen.
Really?
But I also think, you could go either way with that one. But I think, especially after having worked with so many people who have just started in, things like Punish will really help in how, with so many things happening on the screen, your opponent doing so many things, you're taking in all this new info. Even like the stages have more visual information than they used to. It could be easy to just, your brain will gloss over the fact that the camera zoomed in and sound, So I think those tiny things I've become more in favor of as I saw how they implemented it. I do hope they clean it up. I do hope it like stays out of the way, just because I do prefer that minimalist Tekken vibe and look. But yeah. I think it's not as bad as I personally thought it was gonna be. I was like dooming about it. You guys, like, we don't need this at all. Keep it out of Tekken, and then I'm like, it's okay.
I do wonder if it's going to make a difference for the multi-hit moves, like Nee was saying, like the back 1-2-2, which is quite delayable and confirmable. So even if the back one is on hit, honestly, sometimes I can't tell if Law's back one is a counter hit or not. And it always impresses me when people confirm that, because it's not very easy to tell visually. But if I really do feel like the back 1-2-2 might be a lot easier, and moves like that. Sorry, Rip, I'm not trying to just like I'm not trying to just single out Law, right? But I think that honestly there might be some characters that have a lot of time to delay their string or confirm their counter hit, that if the counter thing comes up, it just makes it a lot easier. I think it's not a bad thing. I think it's fine, but it's just something to consider. Talking about something to consider, though, we have Anno that is shown that she can actually apply a debuff to other characters. This is something completely new that has not been seen before. As you can see on screen, guys, a new stance into 222, and once the I think one Nakatsu does it, you'll see here that there is a purple aura around the character, around Nina, on her character's picture on the top corner, and as well as a body. You can visually tell that there is a debuff. Now, what this debuff does is that it allows Anna to deal chip damage with every.
To be honest, both as a player / competitor and a viewer, I prefer not having the side notifications. In the training mode, sure, but during a match, it just seems distracting for me at least. I'm also riddled with ADHD, so the motion of it coming in not much like me. I can see that. I don't think I'm going to mind it too much, but it's optional, so you can turn it off if that's how you feel.
I think it's a fantastic change, just keeping the game fresh. They're adding something new. I think it's good that we have something new.
Yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ actually has a bunch of Easter eggs like that when it comes to the damage values.
I don't like it. They need to change that, in my opinion. I don't like what they're doing with that, and I think they mentioned in Heat she does more chip, which is I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan, honestly. Again, they did talk about before. They wanted to nerf chip damage and whatnot, and then they got this new debuff state, which is amazing. I don't know. Again, I'm just gonna wait until I play for myself, but it doesn't look good. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay, Kobe, Kamis?
I like, that's my main thing, is like they mentioned we're gonna tone down chip damage. We understand. We saw ETC finals. Like, we understand how annoying chip damage is. And then Anna comes with a debuff that applies chip damage to everything. Like, and she could do it on block. You block the string, and then everything, like, to me, it's like the direction is confusing, because why say that and then give her a debuff?
Kamis looks like he's in the debuff right now, bro. Look at his camera. Kamis got debuffed.
Bro, like, I could talk about it. I have the debuff right now. Like,
guys, it sucks.
I don't. It's terrible. Like, I don't understand. And I think what Joker said is right. Like, like, eventually this is gonna come to more characters. Like, this is how.
Yeah, the chip damage on throws, like, I just can't get behind that
then
at all.
Gets wall bounces. Falcon Ram, Lidio, the only ones that have guard breaks. Steve had a guard break. How many characters have guard breaks now? I feel like this is the first step for characters that have more debuffs that deal with kind of chip, and it's like, but why?
Yeah, like I said, it's like it really feels like getting punished for playing good defense, and that's kind of how Tekken 8 feels right now at times anyway.
I was say, what if? What if this?
So here's the thing. I was thinking about this recently. I was thinking about this. I think about shit like this all the time, right? I just don't always have enough to say on a matter for it to be a tweet or a video or anything. But at times in Tekken 8, it really feels like you're being punished for playing good defense. I blocked that low, I blocked that mid, I blocked this, I blocked that. But then I had to remind myself that sometimes playing good defense means a lot more than just blocking well, right? Especially in a game like Tekken, playing good defense isn't always just blocking everything. It's, I backdashed that, I sidestepped that, broke this throw, I ducked under this high, you know what I mean? Because I was thinking about like just all the chip damage you take in this game. It's like, bro, like I'm blocking and I'm just dying for it because the chip is so crazy at times. But when it comes to breaking a throw, like, yeah, sure, you could duck and punish a throw as well, technically speaking. But I'm sorry, breaking a throw is good defense, just point blank period, right? You could say that only blocking is bad defense, or could be at times considered bad defense, because like if you know you're taking all this chip damage, well, then you have to be active. You have to take some initiative and strike back. You have to find somewhere to duck, sidestep, something, right? But your opponent hitting you with a throw and you break the throw, that's just good defense. You shouldn't be getting punished in any capacity for playing good defense there. I properly reacted to the throw, or even if you just guessed right? And why am I being punished for being right? I don't know. Kind of weird. Don't really like that one.
Thing, or just a couple of characters that may have weaknesses in other areas, but their thing is that they can deal chip damage by applying this debuff. It's not going to be a universal thing, but if it's like an Anna only thing, I think that's really cool actually. Speedicus, what do you think?
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking the whole time. I'm not inherently against this idea of characters applying debuffs that do chip damage, right?
I am.
My main issue, because I played like 2D fighting games, and there's a lot of 2D fighting games where characters have like unique mechanics, like they just game defining mechanics on one character alone, right?
How do you think
like,
they could
if I
fix
think about
that? You
debuff,
just
I
shouldn't
think
take chip
about, let's
damage
say,
when you break a throw.
Bong in Street Fighter 5 and Aki in Street Fighter 6, right? But those characters are designed around that, right? They're designed around applying the debuff and the game plan around actually getting the debuff off, and then how much reward they get when their opponent is poisoned and stuff like that, and not much else. They don't have much else. So when you play that character, you really feel, oh, I have to do this. I have to make this mechanic work for me. With Anna, they showed off her having a pretty solid punish game, pretty above average mix-up game from standing, above average stance mix-up game, obvious heat strength, right? And then so everything strength that every other character has. If you gave her that alone, you would say, okay, this is a really strong mix-up character. Why are we giving her a unique game mechanic along with that goes towards heat, where we had, or goes for chip, where we had characters like Kuma, who was designed kind of
It's a great point that I didn't consider. Like normally when you see a character in a fighting game that has some shit like that, their entire kit and design is based on that. She just has it for the fuck of it.
And a neutral character. Like, it's too much, right? There's no definition here.
I think that if they want to, I agree with you. I think that it's similar to King, right? King is a grappler. Yet we see the John play King and he doesn't grapple. Like, do you know what I mean? Like he has won tournaments by using forward 4 neutral 2, down 4 2-1, jab. That's it.
Don't forget muscle armor. Muscle armor.
Oh, muscle armor.
That's
of course,
important.
yeah, muscle armor. Of course.
Even when it doesn't go off, even when it doesn't hit, he just does it in neutral. Kind of let him know.
Yeah, having one of the best defensive options in the game, the muscle armor. You know, preventing the opponent from being able to do any running moves and getting them scared. And it's like
King is a grappler.
So like
that niggas be winning with without doing any throws. So that's
why
cool.
Not kind of buff the throws, but maybe nerf some of the other things like having the best counter hit tools in the game.
So you know what they did?
I don't know. So yeah,
instead of nerfing a bunch of all his other tools that are like very clearly like overtuned, it's not like his throws are bad. His throws are actually very, very good. But instead of like making his moveset revolve more on like, no, like you need to use these throws, so we're gonna tone down some of these other tools that are really strong. Like, no, clearly we need to make the throws even better. That's the problem.
That if they want to,
I know he has the best counter hits, crazy rage, good pokes.
What do you think?
I feel kind of like an old head. I'm like, the first thing I think of is like, well, what's next? What's the next gimmick they're gonna add? You know what I mean? And I think we've seen gimmick creep in some extent in this game. So I think of like a character like Yoshimitsu. To me, he's had this like the Flash was a unique move, his own gimmick for a long time, right? Yeah. And they designed his entire character on his ability to not just flash, but also.
I mean, King has weaknesses. I'm exaggerating and talking shit, right? King definitely has weaknesses. He's not a perfect character. I just think it's interesting that they look at the tools that he has, and we're like, the problem here is that his throws aren't strong enough because his throws are really good.
Tekken 8, where characters are keeping their gimmicks and getting strengths overall. I also think immediately of my experience of coaching newer players. And already the move sets alone are so overwhelming to learn. Like, what does my opponent want to do? And then adding
everything,
a metagame gimmick on top of that is crazy too, right? So I think that I personally miss kind of having a character's gimmick be built into their toolkit. Anna's in crouch, I'm panicking, right? Like that's like she punished me, I'm guessing. That was her gimmick to me.
Right.
Way before we got the addition of this debuff, right? I obviously, and that opinion to me comes separate of how strong the gimmick is. It could be a really overpowered gimmick, it could be a really weak gimmick, but I think just from the perspective of somebody learning to fight against a Tekken character, it's an extra layer of information overload that I think needs to be accounted for.
That's what I'm saying, Van.
Like Speed said,
I'm gonna use it though.
A gimmick character, let's design everything around that in a very like surgical manner. But I have a hunch that Anna's going to be doing to me what she did in Tekken 7 with more range, with a gun, and now I'm taking chip.
Yeah.
And how will I explain to somebody that like you're concerned about the crouch, you're concerned about this? If you turn purple, now you're taking chip damage. It's small by itself, but when you add 35 characters and you start adding more and more characters, I think it's a lot. I think it's really a lot to consider.
Something I want to add is I just think they're implementing these new like gimmicks or mechanics or whatever. I think it's all testing for the future. Like we saw this with God breaks with Fakram, and everyone eventually got a God break. I think it's the same case. I feel like everyone's gonna eventually have a debuff state, which sounds fantastic again.
I think like I said, I don't mind it if the character if that becomes a part of that character's identity. Not that because it's not a part of a character's identity if everyone has it. So I'll give you a very good example. Look at Tekken 7. We had characters that had 16 frame launches as their fastest launches, right? Zafina, Marduk in the past in Tekken Tag 2, Anna, Raven. Now, Raven still had the 16 frame with the downfall 2. Anna's downfall 2 was 16. Bob didn't have a 15 frame launcher.
Yeah, I've been live for almost 8 hours, Oko.
Given 15 frame launches. Bob up forward 4, Anna down forward 2, Marduk down forward 1 from Tag 2 to Tekken 7. And it was a little bit annoying for me because I feel like one of the things that was so cool about those characters is that they had to work around those weaknesses, right? It's like, okay, especially in this game in Tekken 8, rage arts are minus 15. So you look at Jun Kazama, for example, her hop kick and down forward 2 are both 16 frames. You can't launch a rage art with that character. You have to use down back 1. And I think that's a weakness of the character, not a crazy one. Down back 1 still does a lot of damage, but it's a weakness, right?
Hey, your
and
guess
I think
is as good as mine,
one of the
man.
beautiful things about Tekken characters for me, and watching Tekken as a commentator and playing as a player, is to see players work around their weaknesses. And then I think as time has gone on, it's become a little bit more difficult to tell what a character's weakness is. If I ask you what is Jin's weakness as it is right now, I think it would be a very difficult question for you to answer. What is Jin's weakness? Now, Jin,
I don't think Jin has a
try to
weakness
answer
right
that
now.
question because they're all down players, and I think I don't know if you're on something, but like they'll try to answer that question. They shouldn't. They should shut up. But you know, it's like Jin and also other characters as well. I feel like they've kind of homogenized a lot of these characters. But I think isolated, I don't have a problem with the debuff thing. I just think that hopefully it can be one of maybe
New Jin or current Jin? Current Jin, but new Jin
like
probably ain't got no weakness either.
I hope that there are some weaknesses of the character as well that you can clearly explain to someone who is new, who you're coaching, and say, this is what you watch out for when Anna's in crouch. Very, very dangerous. Here's your counterplay, and blah, 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 blah. But here are some weaknesses that you can exploit against the character if you move laterally to this direction and this, that, the other. So I think that's what Tekken's all about. Let's hope that Anna is not going to be too strong. But talking about strong and Anna, this move here got everyone losing their shit. Here we go. Anna running 4 into the bazooka, and in heat did like 64 damage. Guys, what do you think about this? Kay, what's to ask you right now, man? What do you think?
Absurd.
I prefer not to speak.
Can you just play the Joker video? Is that possible? Because that's how I felt when I saw it, man.
Bro, let me see that again. Hang on.
He was like, "Are you taking the
Let's see
piss?"
damage again. In heat, running 4, bam, bam, bam. And something that someone said, I forgot who it
Hey,
was.
good shit, Ash.
Anna could do it.
In fact, do I got any free packs? Let me open my Pokemon pocket.
You're gonna have to take that. That's scary to me, man. I don't know. I mean, it's just.
I should take a nap soon, so that way I can be awake when the new packs go live tonight at 1 a.m. Eastern. I think it is, right?
It goes
Right, chat. The new packs go live 1 a.m. Eastern tonight.
He engages R plus 17. That low is what I-16, and it's safe in heat. You can't low parry it. You can't sidewalk it. You have
I got 2 free packs. Let's see if I get
block
anything.
it or take the 60.
I went and bought a bunch of gold
plus the
in
engagement.
preparation.
Yeah.
Yo, I wonder, her down for it too still launches crouch, probably, right?
Yeah.
So it's as simple as guess for your life, right? Like literally for your life. Like I can do the low, I can do the mid. I'm plus 17. I can do what I want, and it's safe. It's safe on block.
Yeah, it does say though counter hit, and this is something I didn't notice. It says counter hit, so I wonder if it's a counter hit NCC rather than an NC.
Yeah.
Because if it's NC, bro, that would be insane.
Bro, it might be natural, man. Honestly, it might be natural.
But
I got
don't know,
Probo
man, that move is a
Pass.
bit crazy, but I think one of the craziest things
Lovely.
about this move, counter hit or not, is if you block it. I think that it's
My
very
entire
difficult
For You
to punish.
page,
It's
friend
not-
groups in
it's
existence
not
have been up in arms on
punishable, right? Like,
Tekken.
let's have a look at
Yeah.
what happens. So Anna's in heat, does the thing. I think there
Same.
is time between the first hit and the second hit for you to maybe get like a punish on it. But if you don't, then yeah, you're not punishing that. But look at the pushback. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Didn't it walk rush?
It does, yeah.
What on getting a buff? Probably.
There we go.
I don't know what though. But it'll also likely get some nerfs because they hate that character. The wall crush is crazy. Yo, talking and for thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Words and the Flowers and Lotus Asakura. The one who never knows best, the Hanakage Hanagakure. Currently watching the Heatspeak podcast, going over the thoughts of some high-level players and creators over the Tekken talk that just took place.
Crazy, man. Like, I think this move
a couple of days ago.
Problem, the whole design and concept of it, and I just hope
giving us a preview at season 2 of Tekken 8.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope there's some real counterplay. But I mean, we can't judge it before we get the game. And I know there's people that get really angry when I say that. Like, yeah, you can't judge it, Spag. You're seeing it right now. But like, let's I guess we can wait. But I guess I know what you guys think about that. The final thing. So the final thing I want to say about Anna is this right here, the Heat Smash. Now, when I was
the Heat Smash is insane.
We had Ni, CVM, Ulsan.
That Heat Smash is absurd.
And I asked them, like, what was something that you guys are like a little bit, what do you think is one of the bigger problems in Tekken 8, that you guys find? And they said that Heat Smashes are a bit too strong. And then so I see Anna's Heat Smash here. They showed that it has high evasion, and it's a 13 frame wall splatting, wall breaking Heat Smash. What do you guys think of this?
Again, I think a fantastic Heat Smash. I think Anna needs it. No, I think this is a big problem, man. I-13, they even said it high crushes. I think this is not good. We've seen, Kuma's Heat Smash, and I don't like how someone like Anna has this as well. And I think it recovers in full crouch on block, right?
Does it?
I think
that's
so.
what they said.
Oh,
which
boy.
is
Boy. I didn't know that.
Like, there should not be a mix-up situation after a Heat Smash on block. Like, we need to get rid of these situations. It's not good, and especially
what did he say?
After a Heat Smash on block, there should not be a mix-up situation after a Heat Smash on block. Like, we need to get rid of these situations.
I think there should be more variance by character. Some characters should, some characters shouldn't. Which ones should and shouldn't, I don't know off the top of my head. But like rage drives, I kind of look at Heat Smashes basically like rage drives to some degree, right? And certain rage drives gave you a mix-up. Same thing.
It's not good, and especially when Anna's in full crouch.
Now, what should never happen is getting a mix-up on hit, in my opinion. That is far more egregious. Looking at you, Xiao Yu. Anyway.
I don't want to guess. Please, just leave me alone.
Just leave. Do you agree with that, Fee?
Yeah, I immediately tweeted and said we need to have a conversation about these 13 frame high evading Heat Smashes. And as the talk went on, it feels that high evasion is a feature. We saw Azucena's new low, the full crouch one, intentionally evading a Jin high.
Yeah.
Right. So, in general, this also added to the whole like, well, how are we supposed to defend against this? Is this truly just a stand block or crouch block? Is it a sidestep? Is it a sidewalk? Is it because mashing is now being taken out of it, even like a jab? So, and I think that
can't imagine them giving you mix on hit. Xiao Yu gets it. Xiao Yu gets a mix up on hit or block with her Heat Smash.
Reduces in the amount of gameplay we get, and I think the amount of gameplay as a defender is something that may.
I don't really buy them getting a mix up on block, to be honest.
I think it's not just
on hit is crazy though.
The fact that like the power level of a jab being evaded, but again, that new player frustration.
And it's only crazy because Heat Smashes already do so much damage. It's like now I gotta hold a mix up again.
Yeah.
Well, there's an exception. It's if they're in heat, then all of a sudden your jab doesn't mean much, right? So you really do have to guess. I think
if they took it away though, I wouldn't be mad.
Is a frustrating one that may not be getting enough consideration. In that, defenders want options too, even at lower levels, right? Like I want to hit somebody out of the offense because they're pressuring me.
Yeah.
I think that's something to consider.
I 100%. I think
Please tell me they nerfed the mid crushing moves in this game. I doubt it, but we don't know until next week.
What we've been saying up to this point is that I think giving
personally, I'm of the opinion that nothing should ever crush a mid, but
isn't gonna make the game too much less aggressive or
I
less
don't know.
aggressive
Maybe
at all.
somebody
I just
smarter
think
than
that
me
it's
has a
just-
counter
it
argument
just
to that.
makes the mind game of the game a lot more fun, a lot not overly complicated, but just a lot more fun to watch. You know, so you know, look for example at Kuma. I say to everyone, if you're playing against Kuma, if he's in heat, do not jab. Don't jab, because he has an electric that goes under your jab, cleanly beating your jab, and will launch you for God knows how much damage. But he also has a 13 frame high evasion heat smash as well. So
There's no
I
such
mean,
thing as
the
mid
jab
crush.
is
Some things can
completely
evade it, but
taken
that's
out of the
it.
game.
I know that like there's no actual like mid crushing moves. Like it's just low crush or high crush. You don't have to explain that to me. But there are many times where a character does a move that goes under my mid. And it's not necessarily a super consistent thing, but it's something that happens far more than it should. Yes, the fuck there is. I mean, like there is, but like generally speaking, we don't really consider like, oh, this move is a mid crush. You know what I'm saying? It's not really like a I'm getting really tired, so I'm starting to get brain fog, so I'm having trouble articulating and thinking. But like I can't even think of an example right now, but it happens. Like we all know it happens. Like we've all had a character go under a mid before, right? I just don't think that should ever happen. I guess unless you're Xiaoyu and AOP, because that's her fucking identity, stupid ass. But yeah.
Game. When you're playing against Kuma and you have a jab, do not use it. That is, I mean, and most Kuma players will tell you that as well. And I think that's a problem. I think that's the problem. It's like when you have, like what is the counterplay? I think it's kind of scary, man. But yeah, either way, that's the heat smash. But let's move on to something that I think Kwis and SpeedKicks are going to be very opinionated about, and it's the key charge change. So key charge no longer grants a counter hit on hit. It now just gives you an extra 50% of damage. Kwis, I know they specifically mentioned Hwoarang and how broken Hwoarang is, with down back 4 being one of the best lows in the game, giving 1 million damage. What do you think of this, man?
I'm back for one of the best lows in the game. Oh, that nigga hates Hwoarang. It is what it is.
This is bullshit, bro. I'm sorry. Like, this is actually, bro. Like, here's how I look at it. Like, what is the reason to just completely destroy what key charge was for so long? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, key charge has been extra counter hit, what gives counter hit. It is literally high risk, high reward.
Literally.
I don't understand how that is technically a bad thing. Like, it's high risk, high reward. You know, there's a lot of low risk, high reward in Tekken 8. Like, this is just a nice high risk, high reward thing. Like, and again, if I do the key charge, you can just stay down, you know, at one hit and then it's over. You know, it's like I'm very confused as to why they showed Hwoarang doing it too. Like
It's a big middle finger to Kwis specifically.
But like, yeah, I don't understand why you would take this out. Like, and my theory is, remember like Akuma's jump over in Tekken 7?
Yes.
So instead of nerfing that for Akuma, they took out jump overs for everyone. And Akuma could still do his jump over.
Yeah.
I think it's a case of they think this for Hwoarang was too strong. Instead of nerfing Hwoarang specifically, it's just okay, key charges have to their utility has to change. But yeah, I'm now key charges are just for BM. You know, that's the only time you're gonna see a key charge.
I wonder what the utility is. Joker, what do you think about this change to key charging?
Fuck
I know
Hwo in
you didn't really
particular?
use key charges at all. There wasn't much setups you could do with.
I honestly been playing more Reyna than Hwo lately. I'm having a lot of fun learning more about how to play
I
Reyna.
really don't care. I just remember like I played Kwis before the Tekken talk, and he was just using this shit.
Actually, no, that's a
change, and I was like,
that's a great example, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. Yoshi hop kick or hop knee beats like my highs and mids way too often, bro. Way too fucking often. Like way too often.
man, I wonder what Kwis is thinking. But yeah, I don't really mind this too much. It's whatever to me.
Okay, yeah, cool. Speed?
Whatever, man.
Interestingly enough, I don't really care.
Huh?
I didn't
man.
use what?
You get 150% damage scaling after a key charge now. So what if niggas just start replacing their key charge setups with throw mix-ups? Like, it's still reliant upon you. Well, it's not at, well, certain characters would benefit. Well, I mean, that was already the case. I'm sorry, I'm not finishing any of my thoughts. Because like, you get 50%, I assume it would apply to a throw, right? If you get an extra 50% damage on a throw, and you're playing a character that has like a 40 damage throw or something, right? But even just like a regular throw, and if they just don't break it. But if you're playing like King, and you do a fucking giant swing after a key charge, even if I'm playing like Whoa, and I do like one of his throws, like I do QCB 3, or even like my right foot forward 1+3, or no, is it not 1+3, it's 2+4, or I'm playing like a Mishima and I do Stonehead. Nigga, doing like 70 damage off a throw, and just, or if you're King, like especially if you're like King or Jack.
Bro, you know, if a lot of times if your round came down to if you did or did not land a key charge setup, you weren't
Paul Deathfist, yeah, that was the first one that came to my mind during the stream. I was like, imagine getting hit by a Paul Deathfist after a key charge.
Probably didn't deserve it. I'm just throwing that one out there. Anyway,
a lot of throws are multi-hit and it might just count for the first hit.
But
a lot of them are single hit.
I don't care.
The ones I was thinking of are all singular hit.
But it was a bit weird for them to kind of just show it off, like when
key charge giant swing into the wall.
Been hit by a key charge and thought, yeah, this should be out of the game. You know
that shit might be a TOD. A key charge fucking wall splatting giant swing from King. That shit might be a TOD, bro.
I mean, like it's never been something
that might be
was, like,
guaranteed death.
A big like important thing, and I think some people liked it. So I don't know why they decided to not only take it off or like remove it, but showcase it in the Tekken Talk. And then the response was Harada's response to it, like people talking about the key charge thing, was also kind of wild to me, because in the response he basically said, yeah, key charge was something me and my buddy made up in like 5 minutes, and it wasn't supposed to be that big of a deal. So, you know, why do you guys care that much? And then he went on to say, like, yeah, the taunt's like the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Basically saying that, like, yeah, these things have been part of the game forever, and I know you guys are like super obsessed with this game, and like you guys love all the mechanics of it, but any of this could go, right? We could do this to anything that you like about this game right now, today. It could be gone. You know, there could be no more. What do you like about Tekken rounds? We can make it 2. We can do it. We can do it all. None of this matters, right? So I think that response was pretty wild. I think, you know, I think people might be overreacting to the key charge thing, but I think just going ahead and saying, yeah, none of these core mechanics matter at all to me, like, wasn't the move.
Yeah, I think it's not just the Hwoarang players. They showed Hwoarang here, but a lot of characters could actually do cool stuff with key charges. Like if you look at Asuka, she has a key charge tackle. She might still have it, to be fair. But she also she was very dangerous in key charge. You know, if she could do Cancan's launcher and then just hit you with a 1+2, which is a safe mid launcher. And I think I was always very scared, but also very excited watching players go into key charge to try and make that comeback. And I remember Black Kazama, shouts to Black Kazama, a legendary Asuka player from Tekken 7. And this guy would always, when he's about to lose, key charge. And then he would do key charge, and then you'd be like, I need to attack him because I don't want to get hit. And then it'd rage art, bro. And it's like the most big brain thing ever, right? Like your key charge, in a key charge state, you can't actually block, right? And then this guy will see you run up, he'll see you run into him and he'll do a rage art, man. But it was fun to watch, you know, and his player expression. I want to read, you know, Rip, obviously Rip, a legendary commentator and player. He was not happy with this because, of course, he's been around for a very long time, and he's known to have a bit of a, you know, he has a very unique playstyle with Law. You know, it's very fun to watch. It's very effective in the first.
Well, if you got hit with key charge, it was basically GG's. Not really.
Shit without calling him shit.
I mean, no. I said he's unique. and he's very good in person too, bro. I didn't say you shit. Look, he's instigating. Don't listen to him. We're not there yet. We'll get there soon. Key charge. No longer giving counter hit is the worst change since removing jump over wall tech catches in Tekken 7. They took something that was situationally character specific and nerfed the entire game because of it again. So I mean, he wasn't very happy with that one. Fee, I mean, you're the last person to ask about this. What do you make of the key charge thing?
I heavily agree, and again, it's one of those things I'll say that it's a difference between power level and design that I think needs to be looked at carefully. So, like, if the concern was that people are stealing rounds and people are getting robbed and like losing too quickly off of it, you could have always have made a change. Like, if you get a key charge counter hit, the scaling goes crazy, right? Like, like you get less combo damage. But I heavily enjoy ideas or mechanics that come from players who think outside the box, right? And I think that you've had players who have formed an identity around they could do a crazy key charge setup. They have layers to that mind game. We see it occasionally in tournament. Like, I think Kunimitsu was doing that in the late stage Tekken 7, where she would key charge from a distance, and now her full screen dash
I'm about to play Tekken with Battle City rules
because the 2 counter hit options can launch you.
Mid and low,
yeah, and I think I'm a big fan of player expression, even if it may not be the most competitively viable thing, even if it's something that never shows up in tournament. I think, like, if you think of a couple friends playing like a Discord or something like that, and one of them shows off this setup because it'll to work against his friend. I like ideas like that, you know? I think that it doesn't have to be about competition or like even like a funny clip that gets posted. I just like the idea of player creativity, and of the reduction of that is something I'm not a fan of. Again, regardless of how strong it is. It could be the weakest thing, it could be the strongest thing. I like the options to be creative.
Yeah,
I think one quality of life thing as well is, like, say you're labbing a new character and you want to see what something does on counter hit. You now have to pause, go to the menu, turn on counter hit. That's a small thing I just realized.
Yeah, it's just funny looking at you, Karius, because you I can't get over that you're debuffed, and we're watching you. The key charge setup's gone as well. It's not looking good, man, but it's okay, Karius. You're gonna survive, man. It's all good. My opinion is very similar to Speakers, I think, and feel like I think that it's sad that you know, there are some players who had this kind of expression and it's gone. I don't think key charge was a problem. I don't think anyone was complaining about it, so I think it's very strange to me that it was changed. But either way, let's see how it works out in season 2. But next up, we have here another change: realignment on combos when you sidestep. So this is something I'm very interested to see what you guys think. I've seen actually different opinions here. I've seen some people be very angry, some people be kind of whatever, that I don't care. But as you can see on the screen right now, ladies and lads, Jun is sidestepping and going for a launch, and you see Jin will actually realign so the axis of the combo is straight again, so that Jun doesn't drop the combo. And Jun is actually one of the characters that the back 4-2 actually would whiff sometimes, right? Fee, I'll actually start with you this time. What do you make of this change here of the realignment on the combos?
I didn't like it, and I want to get more info on how specifically it behaves. I wasn't able to really tell, was it the first launcher, like a multi-hit launcher that does it? Because they showed Lydia as an example, like sidewalking far, and then it realigned, and people were kind of like, what? But it already does that. We tested it in the current version. So it's a matter of how extreme is the realignment? How does it realign every hit mid combo? Is it just the launcher? There's a lot of details. But assuming it's the kind of auto-correction that I guess a lot of people are assuming, where every hit of the combo starts to realign it, I don't like it, because there are character-specific combos that benefit from being off-axis. Like,
right.
First thing came to my mind was like Lily do glide cancels. Like, she can do a bunch of extra cancels if she's off-axis to the right. So if they're able to keep that kind of thing, again, in line with
well, this correct combos with built-in sidestep, I'm not sure. We don't know for sure, but
complaints people in my
potentially
was that I should be rewarded for getting a sidestep. I read my opponent, give me my reward. And while I can agree with that sentiment, I think again, what has kept me really interested in Tekken is all of this extra depth and complexity and expression that comes from being aware of these tiny differences. If I'm off axis, I'll adjust my combo. And I don't think it's the end of the world if you have to do a 10 damage less combo because you're off axis a bit, or you might even get a higher damage combo, again, depending on the character. So I'm not a fan of the change.
So let me ask you a question back then, because you have coached a lot of newer players. Don't you think that it is a little bit let's say you teach a new player, completely new player, a bread and butter combo. They then go into ranked and they sidestep down forward 2 and they try that combo and it whiffs and they're like, what happened? I did the combo. Don't you think that that could be quite annoying for new players? And they'll be like, this is a layer of complexity that you told them that you got to change your combo when you sidestep right or sidestep left. Don't you think that adds a layer of complexity that might be kind of off-putting for a new player?
That's something I thought of early, and anytime I learn a new character, I always ask for like an axis stable combo. So every time I taught a new player, the combos we would work on any axis. So I would accept that they would lose maybe some damage in order to alleviate that issue. I felt like it was a thing that was like we could alleviate with the teaching method. And in the same way, when I taught people combos, outside of their very first Tekken combo, I actually did it on a walled stage because I wanted them to see what could happen if you're doing the combo and it ends up hitting the wall.
Right.
And like maybe that's a few extra layers and a bit extra difficulty, but in games it happens all the time. So
That's
I thought
part of
if you have
learning
a
the game.
combo
Yeah, I
that
agree.
you know will work no matter of the
They
axis.
just want to hold people's
then your
hands
only concern
to
becomes the wall.
such an
And
extreme
if you care enough
degree,
to milk
you
out
know.
more damage and start to optimize, you can dig into that, and there are resources. But for me,
And
I
Fee,
thought it
you
was
know,
teaching
Fee
to
raised a
give
great
people-
point in return. It's like, well, there are combos you can learn that are just more stable and more consistent. And when I'm learning new characters, I do the same thing. Like whenever I learn a new character on stream, and I get to combos, right? I'm always like, hey, what's a universal combo? I want a combo that's just stable on most axes that I can use off of any starter. I'm not looking for like, oh, what's my electric combo? What's my down forward 2 combo? What's my hop kick combo? I'm like, no. What is a basic combo that I can use off any starter and is, you know, safe on whatever axis for the most part? You know, I have enough knowledge to where in game sense where I'm going to be able to make slight adjustments where I need to, you know what I'm saying? Just from my own experience. But like, you start there and then you work your way up, you know? And if you're a player and you're like, oh, I learned this combo and it didn't work off his axis, well, it's time to level up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, excuse me. Excuse me again. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it through this whole podcast, fellas, by the way, on stream, because I'm getting very tired. And this shit is way longer than I realized. We've been here for like an hour and a half, over an hour and a half watching. The premiere is still going as we speak, and it's over 3 hours at this point. And I'm getting very tired.
Give up the damage, let them figure out what they want later.
And I would like to maybe eat something and take a nap before,
You know, for me, it's kind of the
in
same.
order
as
to
the
be
key
awake
charge
for the
thing.
Pokemon
I
shit.
don't care that much, but like, you know, to me, it just means there's different threshold of where my off-axis combo.
And yeah, there are characters who like being off axis for
So
combos, like
where
Lily,
if
for
I was
example.
slightly off axis before, I would have to do the off axis combo. Now I have to be a little bit more off axis to do the off axis combo. And if it's only slightly off axis, I do my normal forward facing combo, right? It's not that the craziest change to me, but it's again one of those. It's like I said, like the key charge thing. They're just so willing to rip up like ways that people have already been playing the game, just kind of destroy like the skill that someone had gotten into. Or there's some people who, you know, who do spend their time like caring about these slightly off axis things, right? And it's just like seeing it kind of destroyed for very little reason is not cool to me, even though I personally don't care.
I see. Joker.
For me, I'm a bit conflicted. I don't like this change. I think again caters to like the newer players. I kind of liked being able to do and showcase like off-axis combos. I think it shows where a player is when it comes to their skill level. So yeah, I'm not a fan of this change, but again, I guess it makes sense since it's helping the newer players.
Okay, Kairos?
Kind of in a similar boat to Fee, and like my initial reaction is I'm not a big fan, but I want to see how extreme it is. Like, if I'm literally like behind them and I launch them, are we going like full 180 and we're completely on axis? You know, I need to see. And again, maybe it might actually like screw more things up, because in the Lydia example, there's a point where they went for a jab and it whiffed because they weren't like she realigned a bit, but she wasn't completely on axis, so like the jab whiffed, so it might make things worse in the long run. But again, it's one we just really have to just wait and see how it impacts our gameplay, how other people use it. Can we still do similar combos or same combos? But like, I don't know, it's like maybe it's catering a bit too much to people who aren't willing to learn.
Yeah, I
If
feel
you
the
know what I
same
mean,
way,
like, you
Eunice.
should know if you're off axis, you do the off axis combo, and like you should just be able to know that and do that. But I don't know, like, because sometimes I don't know, my opinions come from the point of, because I play this game so much, you should just know this, right? But like I don't know how like generally that works. But like, yes, like, I don't know, just learn the off axis combo. You know, are they like, okay, people don't want to do that, we're gonna take them away for everyone. You know, it's like that's kind of the idea that I find worrying. But it's a thing we have to literally see for ourselves how it impacts other characters before we can like really make a judgment.
Yeah, and there's one more thing I wanted to kind of add. There's this idea that the developers have that if something requires an extra step to make work, then there's something wrong with it, right? There's this idea that like if I have to realign for my offense to work, this character needs a homing move, right? If I have to not play the immediate high of this string because there's no mid option, and instead of doing a high mid mix up, you do a finish the string or not finish the string kind of mix up, right? There's something wrong with this character. Give him a mid on the string, right? If your combo doesn't work because you're off axis, this combo actually is the system is actually broken. Let's fix that instead of asking the player to do a different combo, learn a different combo, right? They want us to have to kind of do less to make things work how they think stuff is supposed to work. But doing stuff is a part of why we play a video game. We play a video game to sit down and do a bunch of stuff and see who wins, right? So I think taking out all these extra steps to making the characters, the designs, the combos work is just removing gameplay.
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons why I really love Tekken is actually because of that complexity, and I don't think it's over complicated. I think that it's like you said, you know, if you're off axis, if you're on a certain axis, then just do that combo. I think my biggest fear is what Fee said, which is, for example, let's say Lily, when she's she needs to be slightly off axis in order to get the back one loops into the combo, right? And I hope that isn't gone, because that is something that, as a viewer, as a commentator, as a player, I love watching people do those things. You know, it's like, oh wow, he just did an off-axis combo. That's super cool. I'm not saying that they're gone. Like Kay said, we don't know how influential this is going to be or how significant. But I do hope that people can still be expressive with their combos, and especially when they have this kind of these side situations. Because again, I don't think that it was a big issue. I don't think that it was like something that was obviously a problem, you know, for it to be fixed. I don't think it was broken for it to be fixed in the first place, right? It's like you could just do a different combo, and sometimes you could actually do a stronger combo if you're on a kind of weird axis. So yeah, I think one of the things I would love to say is just that I don't think that a character, like you said, Speak Up, just echoing what you're saying, that I don't think if a character has a weakness or some problem on the face of it, it doesn't need to be fixed. You know, I think
something requiring extra effort just shouldn't be thought of as broken.
Yeah, it just requires you to adapt, and I think that's actually a beautiful thing, which once again gives a character that individuality, that kind of personality as well. It's like, okay, this character has this weakness, can't do the better button when you sidestep right at this angle or something. It's like, I think it's cool. So I wonder, we'll see how that change works out. Like Kay said, we're gonna have to wait and see. Now I have a bunch of right now we're watching on screen Reina versus Asuka. This was a quite interesting exhibition here, because we saw quite a few things. We saw the punish, we saw a lot of new moves. We saw Asuka that's clearly been buffed, right? Is there anything you guys want to mention about this when you watch this, your first impressions or what?
I really liked this gameplay. It's really cool.
Really? What did you like about it, Joker?
It looks like aggressive, and it
Just
looks
talking about that type. I'm in the script. She's in the script.
Interactive.
She was in the stream.
Interacting with each other.
Really?
No, if I'm being serious, when I first saw this, I was like, "Is this real?" I was surprised, like so many new moves into stance and stuff. It was crazy, man. Like, I don't know, even Asuka's like. There's a part where Asuka spiked them on the floor, and there's like 2 hits on the floor, like I don't know what it was, like some volcano or some shit. I don't know what it was, bro. It was so weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it was the new. I think it's either 11 or 12 frame punish. I don't know what it is, if it's upward 1 or something. But in Heat, she can get like what, 50 something damage for.
Yeah, like
plus
I
damage.
don't know what that was, man. It looked strange.
It was
It
the
didn't
new
look like
string, and then forward two. When forward two is powered up with the Naniwa Guster, it's like Jun's forward two being insane.
Yeah.
So that's what
I
it looked
think
like.
Reina's
She does it right around here, right at the
Demon
wall.
Threat, though. We need to speak about that, man. That stuff was crazy, bro. I got a flashbang, bro. My eyes were hurting after seeing that for the first time, man.
What did you make of it, Fee, when you saw this for the first time?
The immediate things that stood out to me were Reina's new low, and then the Heat Smash low being usable at least twice, I think, based on how much meter it used up. And I talked about it a bit early in the talk, how I felt that Reina's identity was kind of built around having these insane mids and highs that cover many ranges and many speeds, and have really good reward.
Yeah.
And I felt that the addition of these lows, that's gonna, I need more bitrate on Twitch. I felt that the addition of these moves were, again, alluding to what Speed said about if a character requires extra steps, that's a problem. And the extra steps Reina players were often running into was how to navigate the fact that her lows were very unsafe, aside from sidestep 4, which is like not that much reward, and how to make her
That shit crazy.
eyes hit despite.
Do you guys think that was splash? We should do a bet, you know? That was splash.
It definitely was. But...
That shit's gonna wall
I will not be
splat.
able to see if it wall splatted or not. I felt like Reina's new lows and the ability to heat smash low twice out of stance was a change along those lines of a character has extra steps and clear weaknesses, and that is a problem. And to me, again, we'll have to see what the counterplay is. Maybe, for example, after her running forest block, you actually are able to sidestep heat smash.
Yeah.
But even if that is the case, I felt that the cool part about Reina was I could watch.
No, the thing is though is that she has a. Unless they add something that beats homing moves, like I don't know, but she has her one option from Heaven's Wrath is a homing high.
And admire how they were able to succeed without those lows. Admire how they were able to find the low.
I think that homing moves are dumb. Nah, I like that homing moves exist. The problem isn't homing moves. The problem is these plus on block homing moves. I have this plus 4 on block homing mid. I have this plus 4 on block homing high. Like that shit is.
They get hit by like
homing moves exist because the game's a 3D game, so it makes sense because it creates a layer of depth where it's like the difference between this linear move that's powerful or this move, but it's sidesteppable. But if I think you're gonna sidestep because you think I'm gonna do this move, then I get to use the homing move to track the sidestep, right? So I like the existence of it. I think homing moves make sense.
Right? There's still things to improve on and things to
but homing moves are getting incredibly powerful.
Maybe these lows are really bad.
Yeah.
But the feeling I got from watching it was that it felt like they were covering up more of her weakness.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like you got now a high crushing low.
Have they discussed or shown power crush heat engages being removed yet? They showed that in the last Tekken talk.
You know, and I think depending on what it is on block and you know what it doesn't counter hit and all that kind of stuff, I think what I liked about Reina was that she could use unbreakable throws, and those would force the player to want to duck if they
But only
wanted to
for a
duck,
couple
you know?
characters. Well, did you think that they were going to get on stream and show it for every character in the game, or what?
Well. And again, like you said, it's covering an option, a weakness that I guess she had, and I'm hoping that she's been nerfed in other ways as well.
Patches next week.
Down two move, bro.
Patches next week.
I don't know. Did it wall splat? Look how far it went.
It's going to, man.
It's going to. See, bro. It's so crazy.
It's plus as well.
It's plus. Yeah. I think it's plus. They showed it was plus, right? So
and it does chip damage.
And she can go into stance afterwards, right?
Damn, I never even took notice of the chip damage.
And it does chip down.
It's plus. Yeah. I think it's plus. They showed it was plus, right? So
and it does chip damage.
And she can go into stance afterwards, right? So she's going into the stance. I don't know the sidestep stance.
I play this character and I'm just like, really, nigga? You know what I mean? Like I play the character, I'm still looking at like, really, nigga? I can't even imagine if I played like King or Jin or Yoshimitsu and I was watching that stream. You know what I'm saying? Because I just... And like Reina might also have some crazy shit, but the shit she got ain't even that crazy compared to what they got. And I'm just like, really, nigga?
Asuka hasn't recovered yet. She hasn't recovered yet.
Asuka's still recovering.
Yeah, still recovering.
Yeah.
That's therefore plus. Oh my god.
This is
Damn, how plus is that shit?
So, as you know, I think
Damn, that shit.
we know the difference between a
Wow.
character that has a stance and like a stance character, right? Like there's every like a lot of characters have stances, but most of them aren't defined around like having a bunch of transitions and stuff like that. If you look at this, you'll see Reina do the new low and then go into the little back step stance, whatever that's called, right? And then you also see her go into Sentai after the new low, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and the same thing off of Sentai 1. She can go into Sentai 1 and do the little back step stance, or she can continue to go forward like she can right now. And then off of the Sentai 1, the spin, the homing move. They do like the homing move into the little back step stance. I don't know the name of that stance.
Sentai 1. No, Sentai 1's the Power Crush. He's mistaken. Right? Yeah, Sentai 1's the Power Crush. Does he mean Heaven's Wrath 1? Or does he... No, he said the spinning move. She can't go from... Hold on, what's he talking about?
So she can definitely go into multiple... Or that's what that one. Heaven's Wrath.
That
one,
shit
right?
is crazy. You know the
Yeah. Heaven's Wrath 1.
Yeah.
Right?
Homing move.
Unto the... Was it Unsoku? Is about the name of that stance, right? So she can go into multiple stances from the same move, which is a mix-up of its own. So
I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know you could go into the other stance from Sentai 1. Or Heaven's Wrath 1. You can do that? That's news to me.
Not only will you have to guess what they're going to do when they're in the stance, you have to guess what stance they're going to go into when you deal with the move. And then also the Heaven's Wrath. She can go to Heaven's Wrath off of Sentai 1. Like everything, she has too many stance transitions, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully, right? I don't know what nerfs she got. So maybe the nerfs justify whatever else they're showing here.
Yeah.
But that would require a lot of nerfs because you know what I mean? We're seeing a lot of additions to her character design, which means it'd be a lot of nerfs required to make that balance out.
Right. Yeah. We're hoping that Reina has been nerfed in other ways so that these strengths that we're seeing from her in this first one can be, I guess, justified, if that's the right word. You've been a bit quiet here. What are you thinking, man?
The thing is, there was one part where Reina did heat engage. I think Reina did heat engage into...
So here's the thing again, is that like, I talked about this in my video, but I like stance characters. I like mix up stance characters. Like that's part of the reason why I play Huarong in the first place. It was good, Tendo. I like that archetype. It's just that it's not unique or cool anymore because literally everyone is doing it now. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why I picked Huo and Reina. I like stance characters. I think it's really cool. But that shit ain't cool if every fucking character in the game does it. It's just something that everybody does now. You know what I mean?
Did the full crouch version, but still did a running move afterwards. And I feel like that extra, like it's like, because okay, I take Anna for example. She can do heat engage, and she's almost always
No more nerfs, Reina.
crouch, right?
I don't think Reina needs any nerfs.
She can also have access to the.
I think she's in a really good spot. I think she's a strong character that's not too overpowered, and she's
I feel like
got some
if you
powerful
go into
tools.
crouch,
But I thought she was in a good place where she didn't really need
running
anything to be nerfed.
For Lockhart's, added additional plus frames, you know, from like doing a slash. I think it was here. Yeah, here. So she goes into did the crouch version. She did the little crawl, and then did running move afterwards. And it's like, okay, so I have to worry about a crouch mix up, but then also then doing the running move as well and keeping that pressure. And you know, there's like just when I first saw this gameplay, there was just so much going on, and like
Yeah,
Asuka, that new punish and
that low also guarantees something you just saw there on counter.
Yeah, it looks like.
Actually, didn't it guarantee what's the Sen option?
Yeah, that move, that low on counter hit guarantees Sentai 2. Honestly, it might also guarantee Sentai 3, which is a heat engager, which is crazy. So
Sen mids, which means it can do. She can do Sen 3 then, right? Because Sen 3 is faster.
Yeah.
So she could do Sen 3 for heat engage after this.
That's pretty cool.
yeah, it's pretty lit.
I want to add also, having worked with so many like straight up beginners to Tekken, that even dealing with Reyna's forward 2 into Sentai stance, which was one branch and very fixed options, was very hard to train them to be able to handle that. I think we take for granted how we can process that as like
shit. It was very hard for me to learn how to deal with Reyna.
We can compartmentalize.
Part of the reason why I started playing her was to get more familiar with her animations.
And Reyna already has a lot of animations.
Because everything she did looked the same to me at first. And I couldn't tell what the fuck she was doing.
Now that she has extra branching options off of new moves, I think that, again, accounting for what the experience will be like for the player on the other side of Reyna is something that may not be getting enough attention. Even if there is reasonable counterplay, and maybe it's not like a balancing issue, is it like what is the experience like for somebody just picking up the game? It's like, oh, she's spinning at me. I guess maybe I'll hit my button. My jab got evaded. I won't hit a button. I'll sidestep, you know.
Listening to them talk, I don't think they care.
Facts.
I don't think that they consider the part where you start looking at what your opponent is doing and trying to deal with it as a critical part of the Tekken experience.
Clearly,
it's because right now they're obviously the focus on the new players and stuff like that, right? They talk about the act of learning attack patterns, learning to do them, and making the other guy deal with it. Never have they spoken with learning to deal with it, right? They never talk about how trying to introduce players into understanding what their opponent is doing. They never talk about how to introduce players into learning to neutralize what's happening to them before they go into their own attack patterns. It's more of a they see in the game as just attack versus attack, right? So
I low key might become a full-time Reyna main. We'll see.
If your opponent gets new attacks, and everyone should be happy if they all get new attacks, because we're all doing attacks at each other as opposed to dealing with them and paying attention to what's happening to you.
How would you remedy that?
How would I remedy that? It's a design choice by the developers. I think they have to just recognize that the Tekken experience, when you learn, first you learn all your moves, right? You learn all your moves. You learn how to do your attacks to the other guy.
I want to see those Reyna nerfs. What would you even nerf on Reyna? What makes
the game
you think
will get
Reyna
stale
needs to be nerfed?
after that. If you aren't supposed, if you don't go into the part of the game where you learn how to deal with what the other guy's doing, you make your attack. You learn how to make your attacks really strong, and then you learn how to make the other guy's attacks weak.
What is Heatspeak?
Right? That's the
Heatspeak is a podcast created by Spag
for just a couple months, even
discussing Tekken 8 with high-level players and
that's
creators.
where a lot of the player base gets to, and that's where they start getting frustrated, and that's where they start getting annoyed. So even if they're happy in their first couple of months,
their stance options,
right, eventually they'll have to start dealing with the other guy. They have to recognize that as a crucial part of the player experience.
You're gonna have to be a lot more specific than that.
Okay. No, I agree with you. I agree. I think that for me, bro, and Joker knows this, yeah. I still don't know what Reyna's doing, bro. This
down forward,
spinning around
broken.
doing this, and every time I see a Reyna player and I'm sat next to Joker, I'm like, Joker, is that a new move? Nah, she's had that since the beginning, bro. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I always see something new every time I watch a Reyna player. So yeah, I mean, now there's, like you said, speed. We actually saw it in the video that she can transition into her stance from more moves now, and I think it's just so much visual noise. I think it's scary. And I do hope that the nerfs do balance that out, but I am not. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna help too much, but yeah, I mean, Reyna looks very, very strong, as does Asuka. Multiple characters here. I don't want to show all of them because we're gonna be here forever. But
right. I think
Azucena,
before we actually get into that, I'm actually gonna call it here because I'm getting extremely tired, and I will listen to the rest of this probably on my own time. But if you guys would like to check it out for yourselves, here is the link to the video on Spag's channel. But I think I'm gonna wrap up because I'm starting to fall asleep. Your boy been live for 8.5 hours, and I did not sleep properly last night because I never do. So yeah. Oh, I should have actually ended probably a long time ago because I don't have a YouTube video ready to go. What am I gonna upload today? Well, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, so maybe we can call that my upload for the day. Part of the reason why as well I want to get back to multi-streaming because I feel a lot less shitty about myself if I have a stream bot up on both Twitch and YouTube. Makes me feel like I'm being more productive even though I'm doing the same amount of work. Anyway, to those of you on YouTube, greatly appreciate everybody for hanging out. Slap a like on this video on your way out. I would greatly appreciate it. and I'll see y'all soon.